All righty. Still a minute off. I call this meeting to order. Welcome to our council meeting for August 26, 2025. Thank you. In the interest of time, efficiency, and ensuring everyone who wishes to address the council to give an opportunity to do so, the following will apply to all comments made by the public. Each speaker will be permitted 3 minutes to address the council. Thank you for participating in your city government. Tonight's invocation will be given by Police Chaplain Jane Pagan. Please rise and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today and the opportunity to worship you. Lord God Almighty, we gather with gratitude for an opportunity to serve the people of Clermont. May the members of this council be guided with wisdom, fairness, and respect as they work through the challenges and opportunities before them. Let their decisions be made with integrity, keeping always in mind the common good and the well-being of every resident. We honor those who have built this city before us, and we look forward with hope and vision for the future of our community. Yes. With this shared purpose, may you bless this community, the families, the workers, and the leaders, and all who call Clermont home. As the choice of champions, may our city continue to grow in unity, resilience, and opportunity. Watch over our lakes and our neighborhoods and the people who make this city strong. We place this city and our works today in your hands. And everyone says, amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Thank you. Excuse me. Next, we have Finance Director Scott Brower with the annual comprehensive financial report and the quarterly budget report.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, City Council members.
Thank you, sir.
It's my pleasure to introduce to you Heather Mosier, who is a partner with the firm Carr, Rings and Ingram Advisors, LLC. This is the firm that was selected by an independent committee to perform the city's independent audit for fiscal year ending 2024. Heather will present the report to you, and then we'll both be available to answer any questions from you at the conclusion of it.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
So as Scott said, my name's Heather Mosier. I'm the audit partner at Carr, Riggs and Ingram. We were appointed.
I'm sorry. Can you
Oh,
pull that
sorry.
microphone to you? Thank you.
Is that better? Okay. We were appointed the auditors this year, so this is our first year doing the city and the CRA audit. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over the audit results, so the report results and any findings that we had. I don't typically go over any specific numbers, but if you have questions after, we're always available to answer anything after. So your first report is your independent auditor's report. That's our report on your basic financial statements to identify if there's any material misstatements that were noted. It was an unmodified opinion, which means everything was clean and good. And I'm also going to kind of touch on the CRA results as well. So the CRA gets an independent audit as well. That's a requirement if you have over $100,000 in disbursements or receipts come in for the CRA. It's now required to have a separate audit of the CRA. So in that audit, it was also an unmodified opinion. Your government auditing standards report, this reports on internal control and compliance on government standards. We did not have a material weakness, but we did have one significant deficiency. I'm going to go into that in a little bit. And then there weren't any other instances of any non-compliance. You also have a single audit report. So what a single audit report is if you have any federal or state grants that are over $750,000 in expenditures, you're required to have a separate compliance audit on those grants that become major programs. So in this case, you did have one major program. That was the COVID funding, which that's going to go away, but that did result in requiring a single audit because you had expenditures over $750,000. In auditing that major program, you did not have any non-compliance or no findings, so everything was good there. You have a management letter as well that's at the back of the audit report. This is required by the Auditor General's office. We did have two findings there. We had and these are compliance-related findings. So you have a continuing education requirement per your investment policy that's required based on who is overseeing the investments, and that continuing education was not documented or done during our audit period. It has now been done since then, so I don't see it a foreseeable future finding. Another finding was the CRA budget. One of the Florida statutes requires that the CRA budget be submitted to Lake County within 10 days of the budget being approved, and that had not been done. We didn't have any documentation that's been done at all. So that is a finding as well. So hopefully going forward that will be remedied. There weren't any other recommendations or any other additional matters noted. You also have a local government investments policy report. That's another Florida statute. There were no significant issues reported there. So the significant deficiency, so there's a difference between material weakness and a significant deficiency. Material weakness is more elevated and requires not further reporting, but it's just a higher level of a finding. It is like usually a higher dollar level as well. In this instance, we reported these as a significant deficiency because they were also missing last year, but it was just from an auditor change. I think we just kind of reduced it to a significant deficiency for this year. We've had discussions with the finance department, and they are going to be implementing those adjustments and things going forward, so that I don't see that being a problem. One of them was unbilled receivables. Because your utility billings usually have a lag of about 10 days, those should be recorded as an unbilled receivable for those periods. Previously it wasn't. The prior year auditors, I think, just used a different scoping. Not that they did anything wrong, but just a different materiality level than maybe what we used. The other journal entry that we had was for leases that are required to be reported as a receivable. So your cell tower leases are required to be reported as a receivable and a liability. That was not implemented, so we did have a $3 million adjustment there. So I'd like to go over some of the GASB changes that are going to be either were implemented this year or that are going to be coming up. One of the big changes this year was GASB 100. That's accounting changes and corrections of an error in the financial statements. The changes that you're going to see, that's all going to be presentation based. All it does is it's changing how you show funds that were major to non-major and non-major to major. And it just shows different in the financial statements itself. That was the whole standard change there. So that did affect you guys this year because you did have debt service and building services was non-major in the prior year, but they were current major funds this year. And then going into that, ARPA will likely be non-major next year because you've spent all the funds, so that's going to change the presentation of that fund reporting as well. Some of the new ones that are going to be coming up that have not been implemented yet, but they will in the foreseeable years. The compensated absences, the way you record compensated absences is changing. There's more specifics in how you can accrue absences, sick time, pay time off. So they're working on getting those calculations in and implemented now. Certain risk disclosures, there's likely not going to be any impact to the city there. And then GASB 103 is going to be big, the financial reporting model improvements. This is all going to be in the management discussion and analysis. They're now requiring a lot more detail in why things have changed from year to year, so that's going to be good for the users of the financial statements. And then the disclosure of certain capital assets for GASB 104, that's really just going to be presentation. There's not going to be too much change there. Other communications, we usually like to just communicate with governance. Your main accounting estimates are your receivables allowance, your fair value of investments, your risk management accruals and your pension plans, and then your lease receivables and deferred inflows, which is part of what I mentioned about your leases that now need to be reported as assets and liabilities. We did not have any disagreements with management during the audit. We didn't have to consult with any other accountants, and there wasn't any issues discussed prior to retention. And then everything pretty much went smooth during the audit process. Does anybody have any questions?
I actually do. Useful lives on capital projects.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to be on every building, every vehicle, and how are they going? Is that going to be a us decision, or is that?
Usually the finance department has, there's kind of, I want to say, standard years that you depreciate those buildings are usually 39 years. For instance, cars might be 5 to 7. Computers, I'd say maybe 3 to 5, but it's judgment based. There's nothing
More of the
set in stone.
depreciation
Correct, and then that'll
rather
be
than the
depreciated
actual
annually.
useful lifespan.
Correct, it's depreciated annually based on those lives.
I was just trying to figure out whether there's depreciation of that. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I have a few questions. First, just to be sure, was the audit timely filed?
Yes.
And
Well, we did have an extension, but they approved the extension, everything was fine.
Excellent. And can you please explain what the $3 million adjustment is to the cell tower leases? Where might I see that, and when might that jump out at me?
So you'll see that on, in your statement of position. So that's part of their GASB 87 adjustments. And so GASB 87, what that was is a new standard that was implemented 2 years ago. It requires any capital leases or operating leases, whether you are the leaseholder or the lessee, to now be reported as assets and liabilities based on the life of the lease. In your case, you have those cell towers, for instance. That is a lease. They might be 30 years long. That has to be present value reported as an asset. And when I say liability, it's reported as a deferred inflow. So you'll see that on the face of the governmental activities or government-wide statements. Then you also have the other side of it, which I don't believe you guys had any, but if you're renting or leasing copy machines, or you're leasing cars or something like that, those now all have to be reported as assets and liabilities as well, as a right to use asset over the life of the lease. So that's all just from a new standard that was implemented about 2 years ago.
So for someone who might be looking at year-over-year statements, you would see a noticeable difference on those two items because it wasn't reported that way before, and now we're adding it to the balance sheet.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. You referred to GASB 103 and disclosures and transparency is how I interpreted what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen our website, and do you feel like our current system is compliant with the GASB 103?
I haven't looked too much into the website. I think it's more going to be in the financial statements for the management discussion analysis. I'm assuming that's what you're referring to. So in the management discussion analysis, management has to go through, and there's tables in there, and there's graphs in there, and it's comparing prior year to current year. You now have to explain more of why this jumped to this, or this was reduced by this, what really happened, not just revenue increase because you had more residents. It's got to go more into depth. So that's part of the requirement. I think it'll be, like I said, I think it's going to be positive for the users of the financial.
It's fantastic. So, Mr. Boer, I'm going to ask you to comment on that at some point. And then my last question for the presenter is, compared to the other cities that you've worked with, how would you score us? How did we do?
I think you guys did good. You did good.
Is that like a C good or a B good or an A
Oh, a
good?
grade?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with a B.
Okay. And
Is that good?
What do we need to do to get to an A?
Well, and I've had many discussions with the finance department already, and again, a lot of it was change in auditors. Obviously, we have different approaches, we have different scoping levels, but those things they jumped right on, and they asked us for assistance or what we would be expecting to see going forward, adjustments, and they just jumped right in and started making those adjustments. So I think everything will kind of smooth out in the second year.
So I'm interpreting your answer to say we can make improvements in process and presentation, but as to underlying substance, you're comfortable with what we're doing?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Next year, we're going to be an A.
Yes. Next, maybe A plus.
Yeah, well,
I look forward to that.
well, what I'm hearing is a lot of these changes is basically your first year here. So
Correct.
what you do in your audit is just the other auditing team doesn't include them.
Correct.
So it's just a change in the auditors, basically.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
I did not hear your question. I apologize.
Yes, so on the GASB 103 financial disclosures and the explanation for changes year over year, I actually think it's a fantastic requirement. My question is, does our new website provide that detail so that we're already basically practicing that compliance? Or is there something new we need to do?
I have myself, I have not fully vetted the new standard that's coming up, 103.
Okay.
But based on Heather's comments, it sounds like it's going to be limited to the MD&A, which is a section within the annual financial report. So it'll be embedded within the ACFR every year as opposed to being on our website. Now, we could certainly take that section and put it on our website.
Yeah, let's do that.
But yeah, that's not a problem whatsoever.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Any other questions for Heather or I?
Well, I think it was fantastic. We have a very new audit firm and come in here and that's all we found and everything after being with the other audit team so many years, and they come in here and it sounded like we was in pretty good shape if they couldn't find anything different than what we were doing. So I thank you with all. So
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
And
I appreciate the good work you've been doing. So.
well, and that's exactly what I was about to say, not directed to myself,
Okay.
but to our accounting team and the finance department as a whole. Jamie Monroy is our chief accountant for the department. Jamie, would you stand up, please? Jamie deserves a lot of credit for the work that went into this and for the department and the city's turnaround in terms of financial reporting. So thank you for your kind words, Mayor, and thank you to our department.
I just know that
Could the council members please speak into their microphones? Thank you.
I just know normally when you switch over from a different team, you don't know what to expect with a new team coming in. And we used to doing things so many, in the past a certain way, and then the new team comes, so you don't know what to expect. And if they can't find too much that we're doing wrong, I think it's good. It's a good thing. So thank you. You're not hearing me?
Wayne, are we good in the back?
Can we? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Got the budget, is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Bear with me just one moment, please. Looks like we're good.
Yep.
All right, third quarter budget report. Thank you again, Mayor, City Council, Scott Bohr, Finance Director. It's my pleasure to quickly present to you an overview of the third quarter budget report for the fiscal year 2025. As a reminder, this report is available on the city's website, and as I'll display here in a moment, it does have drill down capabilities. I'm going to keep this report at a very high level, but any interested parties will be able to drill down into more detail if so desired. Got 4 data tables that I want to quickly speak to, but before that, just a couple items that I'd like to point out within the executive summary. First off, we are not presenting any budget amendments for the third quarter. So the data within the tables are not impacted by any proposed or anticipated budget amendments in the quarter. And this item here, I've not yet checked this, but as you can see, in the through the third quarter of the fiscal year, we've surpassed $1 million in investment interest earnings for the fiscal year already. And I'll have to look back and see if that's the first time we've done that, but that's a noticeable landmark to point out. In terms of the data within the table, I'm going to present to you 2 at a city-wide level and then 2 at a general fund level only. For each of these, as I mentioned, in the lower right-hand corner, I'm circling this link right now. That is the link I mentioned where you can click this in and open it up and see more detail for any interested parties. But from a revenue perspective, across all funds across the city, at this point of the fiscal year, we are at 81% of all revenues, anticipated revenues collected for the fiscal year, so well ahead of that 75% mark for the year. Led, of course, by a general fund, which is at 90% of budget, and I'll speak a little bit more in detail in a moment as to why that is. But we're in very good position to hit our projected revenue marks in the general fund. Same can be said for our enterprise funds. At this point of the fiscal year, we're at 70%. When you drill down into the information, all of our user fees projections are at or above 75%, which is obviously a good thing. One area that we are slightly lagging behind within the enterprise funds is our sewer impact fees. We're quite a bit behind our projected numbers on that area. Now, the fund as a whole is in very good position, but at this point in time, 3/4 of the way through the fiscal year, we're in a trend that where our sewer impact fees will be the lowest that we've collected since 2021. So be keeping an eye on that, obviously, as we go forward.
What might cause that?
Well, it begins with our projection. Was our projection for the fiscal year accurate? And then beyond that, it's about development and
Development,
whatever
right.
impact fees come from that.
And I guess that's what my question was, that due to the fact that we not as much development going on right now.
Right. Which should relate to what our projections for the fiscal year were.
Okay.
But that's the only fund. The other funds are on track, right?
Correct. Correct.
So, go ahead.
Next item on the table is our expenditures by fund. Again, this is across the entire city. And at the 3/4 point of the fiscal year, as you see in the lower right-hand corner, we're at 66% of budget. So we're ahead of budget. We're below 75%, obviously a good thing. And again, I'll focus on the general fund. We're similarly at 66% of budget. I'll speak to more of that in a moment. And within our enterprise funds, we're at 55%. One of the things that I noticed in preparing this quarterly report and what has impacted this 55% number in the enterprise funds is our capital spending. For various reasons, at the 3/4 point of the fiscal year, we've only spent about 40% of our capital budget. So whether projects change or projects got deferred, there's a lot of unbudgeted money related to capital projects within the budget at this point in the fiscal year. Now transitioning to just similar type of data tables, but specifically to the general fund. Looking first at the revenues within the general fund. As stated, we're at 90% of the collections for the year. And you see up there within our taxes, we're at 92%. Specifically, the majority of that category is, of course, ad valorem, and we've already collected over 98% of our ad valorem taxes for the fiscal year. So no doubt we're going to hit our budget projections for revenue in the general fund this year. The one category that is lagging is this one here, intergovernmental revenues at 66%, and there's a seasonality effect in that, which was corrected in the 4th quarter. Specifically, I'm referring to the state's contributions towards the fire and police pension programs. We received that in the month of August. So as we said here today, it looks like all of these categories are going to be at 100% by the time the fiscal year is over. And then finally, within the general fund, expenditures in total, 66% in the general fund. And this presentation slightly different. You see it presented by department groupings. The one area that I'd like to speak to here is within our public safety groupings. This is fire and police department combined. We're below 75%, as are all the other groupings. But we do have a concern within that grouping as it relates to overtime for both departments. At the 3/4 point, both departments were right around 90% of budget. And plus we have a third pay period, an additional pay period in the 4th quarter. So that is something we're going to have to address either through a budget transfers or budget amendments before the fiscal year is over.
But, Mr. Boer, we're not fully staffed, so are we concerned about this hitting our overall payroll? Will our payroll be on track? It's just the line item of overtime versus regular salaries that we're talking about, or is it actual payroll that we're worried about?
Overtime specifically is what I'm referring to. Now, chances are, and I've not looked into this level of detail yet, this will be on docket next 2 weeks, we can move money from the payroll line into overtime. We'll probably cover a lot of that. That's my hope. And a good indicator that we can do that is the fact that we're at 69% as opposed to be 75% or higher.
In the overtime, why are we running so much high? Well, I'm quite sure I can know the answer to that, because we so understaffed right now. Is why we're running so high in the overtime.
I'd have to defer to the two chiefs, but in one casual conversation, hallway conversation, if you will, that I had with one of them, sounded like there was some injuries that led to some capacity issues, and in turn led to overtime going up.
Okay, yeah, well.
So I was happy to see there's no budget amendments. is that being attributed to just being more accurate with our budgets, or, I mean, I know budget amendments are a thing that need to be done, but I'm not sure that I recall a budget that we haven't done a budget amendment in a long time. So are we just being more accurate, or is it?
I think there's something to be said for giving the departments credit for managing their budgets better than what we were, say, a year ago from now. And projections is part of that. And I think that will only improve with this next budget in 2026. But no doubt, the departments do deserve some credit for managing their budget better.
Well, it makes me very happy because, I mean, we've seen $15, $20 million budget amendments before. So those drive you crazy when you have to drill down and why do we have this? Going back to sewer impact fees, what is the ripple effect going to be? Because that will affect some debt service that we have, among other things. So is this going to be problematic? Is this something we need to go deal with, or?
As we sit here today, and I think in the foreseeable future, 2-3 years, my answer will be no. And one reason I'm confident in that is actually in the back of the audit, there are ratio tables which show what our revenues to debt service requirement is. And our ratio is extremely healthy, extremely strong.
Okay.
So we have the reserves within that fund to meet all of our debt service obligations in the near future. It's long-term that, if development doesn't pick up, is potentially a problem.
And that was where I was. Okay. As long as we're good, then I'm happy. Thank you.
But you feel confident we on track to meet all our projections, even though we kind of low in some of them, and we only have, 30 days left in the fiscal year?
Yeah, now, again, this report is through June, so
Okay.
the data you see in here is through that point.
Okay.
And we will have some year-end budget amendments for the council to consider, mostly along the lines of reconciliations. The police pension contribution from the state is a great example of it. It was almost $300,000 higher than what we anticipated, which is a
Okay.
good thing, but we got to clean up our books for that.
Okay.
And there'll be a few other miscellaneous related things as well.
Yeah, I know I was a little surprised when I had to sign that, the pension letters the other way. Oh, wow, didn't expect that, but it looked good, so
Yeah.
thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
All right, next we have public comment. Anyone who wishes to address the council, please come to the microphone and state your name and address. This portion of the meeting is only for items that are not on the agenda. In the interest of time, efficiency, and ensuring everyone who wishes to address the council is given an opportunity to do so, each speaker will be permitted 3 minutes to address the council. To avoid disruption of the meeting, speakers should avoid inappropriate language, personal attacks, and derogatory statements and direct comments to the city council. Everyone is requested to be respectful of each other, even when we disagree. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Amali Scorman, and I'm with Flowdash Events. And this past July 4th, we had the pleasure of putting on the 6th annual Freedom 5K, the Advent Health Clermont Freedom 5K, presented by Life Trans Design Group. And this year we had about 1,200 runners and walkers, plus a big crowd of spectators that lined up the streets and cheered on all along Clermont. And for the second year in a row, we had the largest 5K in Lake County, so we are very proud of that. After the race, participants celebrated their finish at Sun Creek Brewery, and then they spread out all across downtown Clermont to support other businesses that were open for the holiday. So the impact really reached well beyond our finish line. We were also able to raise $1,123 for our friends at CPD for Code 4 initiative. So that's a very special nonprofit for the city and for us. So on behalf of Flowdash Events, all the participants, all the sponsors, we want to thank the city of Clermont, the city staff, the medics, the police department, everybody that was involved. We could not produce these kinds of events without your support. So thank you so, so much.
Thank you.
And we invite you to participate next year.
Yes, ma'am. 15, 29.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sammy Taylor Yakovetic, Powderhorn Place Drive in Clermont. I'm here to express my disappointment at the way the lumberyard has materialized. I have understood that there are possible contamination issues there. There are some other issues that have not been properly dealt with. Mostly I'm concerned about the overdevelopment. We continue to have a problem with overdevelopment within this city. You do not have a forward-thinking infrastructure plan. I do not see a plan to prevent us from having water contamination, traffic issues, which I've continually dealt with, services in being impacted. There seems to be a continual negation of the impacts that this is having on the community in a negative way. I know that the 15-minute city is a very big issue in some places right now. I think that Clermont can pretty much say that sailed 100 years ago. The downtown area of Clermont was never designed as a mixed-use venue. As far as I can see, there are only a couple of places that you could even do something like downtown, and then it becomes a negative impact on the community again because there are no resources and you have parking issues. I also would like to have you remember back when we had COVID that the Chinese people who love having their community blocks where they have live, work, and play, those people were trapped in those communities and disease proliferated. Nothing has been done in this country to ensure that there is more green space, more space between humans, so that we do not have a proliferation of disease when it comes again, because y'all know it's going to come again. So I'd like you to consider that as you go forward in your design plans. The other thing that kind of worries me is that if you are going to go forward with a plan of mixed use in the downtown area, the only way I see it could happen is that if you declared eminent domain, raised the existing structures, and built from the ground up again. And we all know that eminent domain is not a way to go, but it is always an option that cities can exercise. I prefer that you build a beautiful community with less development and be considerate of every aspect of this impact on us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah.
My name is Asaf Nylander. I own a gas station at Clermont on 17439 US 192. I own a Marathon gas station. And I came here after I tried almost everything to resolve it. You are my last chance. 2 months ago, there was an issue with someone that I'm renting the car wash to him. He posted the signs about the property.
Can you
Sir,
speak
can I
into
get
your
you to
mic?
come up to the microphone, please?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Now you hear me better?
Okay.
I'll tell you exactly the address.
192.
17431 US 192 Clermont.
Well, sir, first of all, I want to hear what you got to say because I'm always interested in that area, but I think you're going to probably have to go to the county with your complaint because that is in the county.
Yeah, what's
Okay.
going on? What's
Yeah.
going on?
But I want to hear it.
What happens is that that guy who renting the car wash from me lived the fact that he doesn't want to pay his rent. He actually took over my place forcefully. And he posted a sign that after a couple of days ago, they came a quote officer and tell me that I'm going to be penalized for that because those signs are illegal. I always obey the law. I pay my taxes. I never got an issue with the city. So I approached him and I told him, hey, you need to remove that sign. I'm the owner of that place and I'm going to be penalized. In a nice word, he told me what I can do. So I took carefully the sign off, no damage, no nothing. Put it back where it on the convenience store, gave it to my employee and told him to give it to him. Next thing that happened, 2 cops arrived to the gas station. They filed a complaint about petty theft and a mischief criminal. He got arrested. And now I have an issue in court with that for my own property that I want to obey to the city laws. And now I'm getting in trouble for that. And I tried to call that guy and tell him, hey, what are you doing? He answered me to the phone, $20,000 and I will make everything go away. The local police 100% backing him, doesn't do nothing, doesn't want to do nothing. He took over my place. I can't, I wasn't in my place, my location that I paid a lot of money for it. I wasn't there like a month and a half. I can't even go there because my lawyer told me stay away so you won't get in trouble with that guy. And I have nowhere to approach. My lawyer trying to reach the prosecutor, ignoring. I have the eviction, I have the violation from the city. I have everything that's supporting what I did, and everybody is ignoring me. And I don't know what to do.
As I stated before, because it is the county, we have no jurisdiction there. However, Chief Grace and everything, I'm gonna ask you to talk with Chief Grace. Maybe he can give you some insight on who you need to contact.
May I interject, Mr.
Sure.
Mayor? This gentleman, they were in front of the county today,
Okay.
and they directed them to us.
To us?
Yeah.
I watched it myself, so they're telling you exactly what, I heard it with my own ears today.
And
Everybody
they are
passes us
192?
from one to each other. I don't know where to go.
I feel your pain. You said you have a violation from the city?
Yeah.
From the city of Clermont?
Yeah, I have it here.
We have code
Can you get
violation.
a
I haven't
copy of
seen
it?
it.
I even have a video of how we removed the sign, how we did everything, how we approached them and asked them to remove it.
But you received a notice from the city of Clermont of a violation?
Yes,
Yes.
we have a code violation, everything in place.
Do you have that
So
with you?
basically-
Do you have the paperwork with you so we can,
Yes,
they can
we
see?
do. So basically, all I did was just remove the sign respectfully, kept
Need to
it
go-
inside
yeah.
the building.
So, Mr.
let-
City Manager, can you coordinate with everybody?
Well, let
I have everything, I'll give it to you.
Chief
The
Grace.
chief is right here.
Get with Chief Grace and let him take a look at all that and everything, please.
And I don't
And
know,
maybe
I
during
don't understand
reports-
even why they blame us for a thief. We didn't stole
Yeah, Mr.
nothing.
Okay,
It's
Mr.
my
Watt.
Wa's
property.
gonna help.
Thank you, Christian.
Okay.
Thank you.
Um,
Lord.
Our
Thanks, sir. We're gonna have
Thanks,
him
thank you.
look at all that for you, please, sir. Wow.
Got some
county.
high-power folks working on it already.
Is that for
Yes, you
responsive?
do.
The county actually.
We'll fix
sent
the
him down
county's
here?
problem for them.
Well, I think that they have a phony document down themselves, is what I'm thinking. All right, thank you. Wow.
That's a first.
Yes. 1537.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Valerie Shewitt, 931 West Montrose Street. I'm sure you all remember just a couple of months ago I was here requesting a variance for an ADU, or we're calling them backyard cottages now, which you granted. Thank you for that. I just wanted to bring some awareness now that the rubber is meeting the road, hitting some speed bumps. And I know we want to help incentivize the backyard cottages. And just to refresh your memory, it's a 750 square foot, one bedroom unit there on our property. And the current equation for impact fees, I think, must be some kind of blanket equation. And it puts us at about $19,000 for impact fees for this really small unit. And about $8,000 to $11,000 of that is Clermont specific. There is a $3,000 variable if we decide to connect with our existing meter, which I don't think we will do because we want to preserve the potential for the lot split down the road. So we will, by having the added meter, that bumps it up about $3,000 to $19,000. We are getting quotes to build that are around $160,000 to $180,000. So obviously that's a very disproportionate percentage, 10 to 12% of the total project in impact fees. But that's just what we're working with right now with the equation. So I wanted to make sure you were aware of that, because I do believe this is something we want to incentivize because it's supposed to be affordable and perpetuate affordable housing. I know that other municipalities make exceptions for this. I don't know a lot. I've just done some quick research. Some waive them completely for backyard cottages. Others just significantly reduce them for backyard cottages. So something to look into. I'm sure that this would get addressed with the comp plan and form-based code, hopefully. But I'm here to rise it to the top when that conversation happens. And then, of course, if you see any pathway to reprieve for us now, let me know. Otherwise, we're probably going to have to wait. That's a little bit out of reach for us right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Wow, 19,000.
Joe Famasi, 2693 Jumping Jack Way. I'm here to redefine Wellness Way stakeholders. Developers and former landowners are not stakeholders. The people that buy the homes down there are the stakeholders, the number one stakeholders. I had to go up to the county today and make that very clear, that I don't want to ever hear that again. So I got my tax proposed notice from the county today, $8,000. That's not including the CDD of $2,450 on top of that, which makes it over $10,000. Now, I'm tired. I'm really tired of the developers controlling the situation here. They control my board for the next 6 years. They decide how they spend my money. The county just turned over the MSTU money for the county MSTU to this board to spend to supervise their roadway now, putting up their special products. So I heard today that the county was talking about roads. They're talking about possibly raising the gas tax 5 cents and possibly MSTU. Funny, they tried the MSTU in Wellness Way. Now they want to go county-wide with it, whether you guys want to come into it or not. And they're talking about 1 millage rate for the roads. Commissioner Morrison made a very good point today. Maybe the county needs to look at their discretionary and their mandatory spending and see if there's any other money that can go towards roads before we go down this road. So I'm asking, Wellness Way is asking also, that maybe we need to take a step back and look at these taxes and look at our spending. $10,000, folks. And you got that anywhere else coming in Clermont? You do an AI search, it'll tell you that Wellness Way is 1.08% higher than the rest of the city of Clermont. And why is that? Because of CDD. Where did the CDD come from? Who approved it? A former city council. So now, who else put the MSTU down there and agreed to put us in it? Former city council. Bad policy. Bad policy. We're new residents. We have just as much say as any of the people that have been here for 10 years. And we are not here to pay the way for everybody. I've heard that from up here, sir. And I am here to say that we're not going to put up with that no more. This is an election year. Mr. Howard, Clermont, new residents for change, stand for you and your decisions you made for us. We endorse you. I have a right to say that. And I thank you. So I hope that we can work together and get that reclaimed water done. I reminded the county today, and I got a message for Orange County. 2,700 acres in the middle of Lake County. It's time for you to ante up and help your neighbors out, because they obviously didn't charge them for the last few years. It's your turn now. Get it done, Orange County.
Thank you.
Charlene Harrison, 4th DeSoto Street, Clermont. Because this is the only way you can come up and talk to y'all. We have been talking about this for years, about this PA system. We have wasted money on just crap in this city. Stupid stuff. We need to get this fixed. I'm sitting up there like 2 rows back now. I've been in the middle. I've been in the back. I always have to go tell Wayne, turn this thing up. Y'all should be able to just, I've been to so many counties and so many cities. And all they got to do is just lean there and you can hear them. It's just like a whisper up here. We can barely hear it. I don't know what I rarely go back and look at YouTube because I don't want to see any more of what I see down here. I don't want to have to go home and live it again. But y'all need to do something about this. Spend the money and get a good PA system. So when you just even lean near it, we'll hear you. Even if you've got a low voice. I know Dan has a really low voice. I have a hard time even understanding him when I'm in front of him this far because he's got a very soft voice. I didn't. God gave me a big voice, okay? So, but this needs to get fixed, people. This is ridiculous. Come on. Fix it.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is public comment. Anyone in the public wish to have anything that's not on, talk about anything that's not on the agenda may come to the microphone and state.
Good afternoon, Jenny May, 4062 Gravestone Drive. My comment today, and I spoke to our deputy manager in regards to it, was my concern in regards to the City of Clermont Facebook page. I saw lots and lots and lots of advertisement on the new White Castle. And I saw it probably 2 or 3 times in 1 week, but no mention of the planning and zoning meeting. But that's not the case here. What I don't understand is how the City of Clermont is promoting one business when we have tons of other businesses. I was told by the deputy that they contacted you all for the publicity. So how does another small business do the same? Because they also need the help. I think our Mrs. Myers, our councilwoman, did a great job in promoting small business. I think you did a small business month. I think that might be the right way to invite, get the chamber involved, and promote these small businesses. They don't have the budget like White Castle. Are we in the business of promoting fast food? Are we in the business of promoting new businesses to our city? I think we are in the business of promoting these new businesses because we need more of these new businesses in our city. So please open it up to everyone, not just one. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is public comment. Anyone in the public wish to address anything that's not on the council or talk about anything that's not on the agenda may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I'll close public comment. 15:46. Mr. Van Wagner, are there any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Mr. Mayor, to the agenda.
Okay. In that case, the next portion of the meeting is the consent agenda, which contain items that has been determined to be routine and non-controversial. If anyone in the audience wish to address a particular item on the consent agenda, now is the opportunity for you to do so. Additionally, if staff or members of the county council wish to speak to a particular item, they have the same right and can have items removed from the consent agenda. Items today is items 1, 2, 3. Okay. Anything need to be pulled? I'm gonna pull item number 3 myself. Okay. I need to address that a little bit more. Okay. Anything else? Seeing nothing else, I entertain a motion on items 1 and 2.
Motion to approve items number 1 and 2 on the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of consent agenda items 1 and 2. Any further discussions?
No.
That being said, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Item number 3, consideration for approval of a RPF award and executing the contract with DPZ to develop and adopt a form-based code to replace or supplement the existing zoning regulation for downtown area at the amount of $450,000. The reason I pulled that is because I do have some concern. While I believe in form-based codes and everything and the strong town concept and everything, I'm just not sure if that's the way we really need to be going in downtown. I know I just heard one of the residents complain about the density in downtown, which downtown wasn't built for mixed use, but I kind of disagree with that too, because I know our downtown always had mixed use. We still have mixed use, and some of the older buildings still have mixed use that exists, and they existed before.
Would you like to open up to the public first?
Huh?
Do you want to open up to the public first?
Well, I'm just explaining why I had it before, but anyway, we can go ahead and open up to the public. Anyone in the public wishing to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Anna Sinclair, 575 West Mineola. I would like to express my support for choosing DPC for the form-based code. These guys are phenomenal. They do fantastic work. They have done it for 30 years or so. And we need something like this. Clermont has grown with a near complete lack of cohesion. This is facilitated by our current code. Fixing the resulting problems, such as disconnected communities, your overwhelming traffic congestion, and the destruction of our natural lands, will require a level of expertise that only a few firms in the world have. This is one of them. Its principals are the co-founders of the Congress for New Urbanism, an organization that is devoted to creating walkable, connected spaces that bring people together. They are the original people, the originals under whom many of the great names in urbanism, in the urbanism space have trained. And yet, despite their ample experience, they have continued to grow. They have continued to get better and better with each community they build, which seeded they plant. Awarding this contract to DPC would be an investment in expertise and improving solutions. We cannot afford to waste this opportunity by choosing a team, this opportunity for the sake of our community's long-term sustainability, livability, and competitiveness. I strongly urge the leadership to choose this firm. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sammy Taylor, Clermont. I've obviously been away for a while. I would appreciate clarification on specifically what this involves, because once again, if we're not taking care of the infrastructure ahead of adding more people on the dirt, we're going to have a long-term problem. And I don't want a long-term problem. I don't want to end up paying thousands of dollars again for water, for sewer, for all of these things that were supposed to be reasonable expenses. If you keep adding people and it keeps burdening the system, you're draining everything that we depend on for life in this community. So I beg you, please, consider everything. She's talking about the communities that this organization has built. That's great. If you've got an empty piece of dirt and you're starting from scratch, that's a whole different thing than starting where we are today. I don't know how you're going to do this strong town stuff down here. I really don't. Show me a plan. Got a plan? I like to look at plans. But we need to be very careful, because we're talking about, I just heard impact fees of thousands of dollars. I don't think the developers pay that much. That's not right. Please consider everybody in the community, not just a little microcosm when you're trying to make something better. I want it to be better. I do, honestly. But I don't want anybody to die in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Valerie Shewitt, 931 West Montrose Street. I don't have a lot of expertise to add to this, just my limited understanding. With form-based code, I do think it's going to help with some of those concerns that were just expressed, actually. I believe it's going to help with, I think if we would have had a proper form-based code for this area, I would not have had $19,000 impact fees. It is about looking at the uniqueness of the community, working with what's there, and creating something better and enjoyable to live in. I know conservation is a huge value and a thing that's often upheld through form-based code as well. So I think there's already, if there's anywhere to do this, it is in the downtown area of a town as well. We have density. This is an area we're going to have density. I know we don't want density everywhere in the city, but obviously this is an area where it's meant to be that way, and you can make it really beautiful and be responsible in your development. And that's what, but our use-based code is not going to do that for us down here. But a form-based code, from what I understand, would do that, and that's why I'm in support of this.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Did somebody leave some paper or something down here? Charlene Harrison, 4th DeSoto Street, Clermont. And first of all, she is my neighbor on Montrose Street, one of our newer neighbors. And that's just a travesty, what we're talking about. And listen, and I talked about this a lot with Allison before you got elected. And you heard Sammy Taylor just come up before me. And Todd was the only one that took the invitation, and Miss Taylor, somebody should see what she has on her laptop and what she has designed. And none of y'all have, she's tried to get a hold of you, and you've not responded back to her except for Todd, who met me and her down at the back 40 at the new place that's opened up. You need to take that time. And what my concern is when this finally goes forward, I've been to 2 charrettes here that were a joke, okay? Good old boys running this town. And I don't want to see 3 and 4 and 5 stories up, Allison. Okay, this is a historic downtown. People in their homes can still see over to the lake. We don't need that. And I'm sorry about this walkability thing and about the work and play, because there's nothing to do to work here. It's not going to get it to work at one of the restaurants, the pubs, the bars, or whatever. You know, we need to do it right and strategically. And these charrettes doesn't need to be a joke this time. It needs to be real. Because guess what? I witnessed it, and so did another councilman with a bus brought in with people that didn't even live here, didn't even sign in. Yeah, I've seen the dirtiness of this here. And now we've got this problem down here. Now we've got the lumber yard, which is whatever. And you know what? And to the city manager and the rest of y'all, I want to know what's going on down there. We've already had people come up here and up here. We don't even know about any environmental study. They took all the trees down. I want to know, and I can talk to Kurt, and that's planning and zoning. How did all this happen? Who allowed this? Yeah, just sitting here staring at us ain't gonna get it. And I know that y'all weren't there on the council, the jokers that voted for this thing. But you know, when we're talking about this and doing this form-based thing, and there needs to be a research for this neighbor here. Good old boys aren't paying that. She's not having anything that's gonna impact a school or a this or a that or anything whatsoever. So this is wrong. But when we go forward with this, we need to do it right this time. And we got to, I maybe just need to get the forces in here, start breathing down people's necks with this thing. But we got this vision of like, we don't need to be downtown Orlando. We don't need to be somebody else. We don't need to go bunches of stories up. And I got that, Allison. You do want to go up and not out if you don't have it, but this is a little town. And there's nobody to work here. So I want to know who's going to pay for the $2,000 one-bedroom loft. They're going to be working in Orlando. So we just need to get the water, like Sammy said, Ms. Taylor, and do about the infrastructure, the parking, and try to just fill in what we have. We just got to get it right, people. And I don't have a problem with this. We should have got it right before, but that was the good old boys. And money bought them everything they want. I can start naming all of them here.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, Jenny May again, 4062 Greystone Drive. I wrote this because I think this is a very important item. So first of all, I wanted to thank every single one of you, Mr. Manager as well. Big deal. This, having the importance of bringing this item finally to our city. I'm here today in strong support of all you all awarding this and executing this contract for DBC co-design to develop finally a form-based code for our downtown and in the future for our city. While our current zoning regulations have served us for many years, they were created for a different time and a different vision of growth. Traditional zoning separates uses, often leads to fragmented development, lost opportunities for walkability, and a lack of cohesive identity. A form-based code, on the other hand, shifts the focus from simply regulating what goes where to shaping how our community looks, feels, functions. It creates safe, more inviting streets, encourages mixed-use developments in a positive way, and it helps us build a downtown that residents are proud of and visitors want to return to. DPC Co-Design, personally know them, especially down south, is a nationally recognized leader in this field. We have won the lottery with them. We have won the lottery for our city. With decades of experience that they have helped cities across the country, they have created vibrant, people-centered downtowns that attract businesses, drive their economic vitality, which is, we need that, and a foster a true sense of place. Their expertise will ensure that our code reflects the unique character of our community while positioning us for long-term success. Again, we won the lottery. Adopting a form-based code is not just about planning for growth, it's about making sure that growth enhances our quality of life. This is a forward-thinking step that protects our long-term investments, encourages private development, and ensures our downtown remains the heart of our city. So again, I stand here in full support, urging the council to make the right decision with a strong vote to approve and award this contract. This is our opportunity to take control of our future, strengthen our identity, and create a downtown that reflects the very best of who we all are and what we aspire to. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Seeing no one else, I close public comment and I bring it back to council.
I move to approve item number 3, award of a form-based code contract to DPZ Co-Design LLC with specific instruction to staff to get started on this right away.
I second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 3. Is there any further discussion? Yes, there is from me. Okay. As I say, I pull this item because, I totally agree with the concept of a form-based code, strong towns. However, our city, at this point, we're so developed, I don't know where this is going to help us at too much. I think we already adopted the form-based code in Wellness Way area.
No, we did not.
I think it was built somewhat supposed to be designed on that concept, on form-based code, strong town concept in the Wellness Way area. To me, to spend $450,000 to try to do form-based code, and it's not going to cover the entire city, only a select portion of the city, I think that's kind of like a waste of money right now, and it's mainly geared to the downtown area. Okay, and all this emphasis being put on the downtown, and right now, our codes allow us to build up in the downtown area if you want to do that. I don't think we need to go out there and do a put in $450,000 to do form-based code to say we can build up now, when we can do it already. Our codes already allow that. We've had buildings, some of the buildings, whether you know it or not, downtown, used to have apartments on the top of them. They burned up years ago and it was torn down. So like the one resident said earlier, it wasn't built for mixed use. Yes, our downtown years ago was built for mixed use. I grew up in this town where all our communities was on the form-based code, okay? My same community I'm in right now, we used to have form-based codes out there where we had the little stores in our neighborhoods, we could walk and work and everything, and the city did away with them, okay? And went to this concept. Right now, and the biggest thing, I cannot support this right now, $455,000, and it's only, Mr. Van Wyden, can I get somebody to put up the section of town that this is only referring to, please?
Yeah, and as they're doing that, it's the northwest quarter of the city, so.
Yeah, it's northwest quarter of the city, but which is already pretty much fully developed.
Well,
So,
actually, it's not. I mean, if you do look at our commercial district, which has 0 lot lines, what you'll see is, one, the city has invested in Victory Point and the downtown streetscape improvement project, which called for the rest of us to be paying about $40 million in long-term debt service for the benefit of the downtown businesses. Now, the contract between the citizens and the property owners downtown was that there would be a 0 lot line in that area. That's why we needed Victory Point. That's why we needed the streetscape, because we would have walkable streets. We would have a vibrant downtown, which there's been significant call for from the business community in the downtown area. The beauty about doing an overlay or a form-based code, a master plan revisit, if you will, is that the master plan for downtown was done 10 years ago. And when that was done, the contract that called for Victory Point, that called for the streets, that called for all of the expenses wasn't completed. The city never adopted a code to match the master plan downtown. Now, the comp plan for the rest of the city, it's going to take a bit more time because it hasn't been done in 20 years. So it's time for a new comp plan as well, which is why that item is also out for bid. But the downtown code for the northwest quarter is perfectly reasonable and appropriate at this point, in my opinion. And to your point, Mr. Mayor, we do have a strong, and that's why I supported this when we talked about it at the workshop, because we do have a strong grid pattern already in place, but it has been deteriorated through the Euclidean coding of the last 60 years for the city. So I completely agree with the members of the audience who stood up. I think that having a firm like DPZ, having responded to this RFP, my face is probably turning red because we could not have gotten a better firm to do this. One of the partners at DPZ is a woman named Galina Tacheva. I'm going to get her name all wrong, but she's the actual author of a book called The Sprawl Repair Manual. So where we have sprawl issues in the city, the actual writer of the book will be here to help us. And I do think that I share the concerns of some of the audience members about our water, about our natural resources, and what I'm very excited about is I have absolute confidence that this firm is going to honor those and respect those and create a beautiful, walkable, family-friendly, community-driven project or code so that people can come in. And I'm not going to oppose height, to one of the audience comments. I'm not going to oppose it, but it's not for me to put my will. DPZ will find out what is the will of the community. I have absolute confidence in that. If it's 1 stories, it's 1 stories. If it's 3, it's 3. But what we can't have is 50% of our 0 lot lines actually built out in developed land that we're taxing, but then also add things like parking garages and Victory Point and streetscape projects. So we have to pick. And I think the direction that we chose, as I understood it in the workshops, was to go ahead and finish the intention of the master plan from 2015. And I couldn't be more excited that this firm has responded and that they've met the criteria and they're under budget. And so I'm definitely going to support it. But Mr. Mayor, to your point, I do think and I think we're all on the same page, that the CRA should be appropriately brought in on this to help with the funding, because it will help the CRA, and I think the funding is there for it. So I don't expect that this will fall 100% on the taxpayers. I'm hoping I have support in the general fund. I think that the CRA absolutely can and should contribute to this, and it's, as you know, going to have my support.
Mayor, if I may, just a comment. I believe the motion is that you've directed council, if it passes, to act like immediately.
Yes.
My understanding is that this is in the budget for the next year.
Yes.
So I don't know that the city could spend the money on it until October. Is that right? Okay. So just FYI, I'm getting a nod yes from the finance director. So I don't know if that changes where you're going with it or not.
Well, if this is a council conversation, to clarify my motion, we do have 150,000 still in the budget, if not 200,000 from this fiscal year that we can use towards this project. And today is August 26th. So as a practical matter, if we can go forward to contract and get them started, I cannot imagine them actually incurring the scope of this. But even if they did, I would support a budget amendment in September if it was necessary to get it done.
I would too.
So I don't see any reason for us to delay.
I don't think there's a reason to delay because October's right around the corner. Some things I'm going to touch on, though, because we had a conversation about this. And part of the reason that I supported this is because while I agree that we don't have a lot of land to develop, we do have, this is part of historic, what is considered historic Clermont. This is 100 years ago what was carved out as Clermont. And in many cases, buildings have come and gone, and now there's sort of a hodgepodge of areas that need to be redeveloped. And so for me, this is not a development conversation. This is a redevelopment conversation. It's a redevelopment. What is this going to look like? And when we did this, when we talked about this, that's the conversation for me that comes up is, what do we want the Northwest Quadrant to look like? I live in the Southwest Quadrant. I like my sprawl. I mean, and I like living in a traditional neighborhood with a postage stamp, and so I'm good with that. But there's other areas that for whatever reason need to be brought forward. And so for me, this is a redevelopment conversation. It's a density conversation. Yes, we will see an increase in density. When we start talking about density, some of what we're going to come into is infill. And when we get into the infill conversation, then that is where, like Valerie was talking about, our impact fees, maybe we can do some reductions or some work on those for that infill, because convincing folks to do that infill is smart from a density standpoint. So we can come back to the infill and impact fee reduction conversation, but that will be in here as well. And for me, I get that it's $450,000, but I think that $450,000 in the grand scheme of as large as this piece of property is, I mean, it covers a lot of acreage. That's a small investment for our long-term success in a very important quadrant. And so for me, I'm going to support it. You know, I also think that this is going to bleed into, what we find in this is going to bleed into the southwest quadrant. Because when we start talking about 27 to 12th, that entire length of 50 absolutely, positively needs to be redeveloped. It's old, it's falling down. It is not attractive. It is going to be redeveloped. And when FDOT comes in, I happen to have a nephew who is the engineer for them and does part of this area. I started having conversations with them about the amount of land that they're going to use for their new roads, for their expectations, and it's enormous. So we're not only going to lose most of the buildings along 50, it's going to back up, and we're going to now have access roads a block off. It's going to change the entire feel of 50. And maybe for the better if we're able to use those roads one block off, depending on, because we have hills and lakes, and so how that goes through there, it'll be interesting. But I can tell you that having that conversation with the folks who are going to design this, because it's not our road, this is a state road. When they go to design this, they're going to tell us what they're going to do. And we should have at least an idea of how can we redevelop this? How can we ask them to move? How can we create these access roads where we pull people off of 50 so that we don't need as many red lights and we don't have as many entrances into businesses directly off of 50, parking lots behind them so we have beautiful architecture out front. There's a lot of things we can do. And the biggest reason is because it is coming. This isn't for me for next week. This is me for 20 years from now, 50 years from now. This is for what's going to happen long after we're gone, and that's the conversation we're having. This is not a conversation of what's going to happen next week, or, even 5 years from now. This is a conversation of how does this redevelop and what does it look like over the long term for the health of Clermont over decades. It's not a short-term answer for me. So I'm going to support it 100%. I think it's important. I'm super happy to see it come to fruition.
Anyone else?
No, I understand what you're saying about long-term. I understand it's not short-term. This is long-term. It is developed now. But we have to think about what our future is. Like we talk about, combination of retail, residential, of building up. We want to see a future here where it's going to be, like you said, 10, 20 years from now. And so when people want to do new things, this way it'll fall in line with a code that we can all live with, as opposed to just do whatever you feel like doing. So I'm in total agreement with that, and I'd really like to make a motion to call for the vote.
I second that.
Hey, well, I will call for the vote in a minute. Let me finish, since I couldn't finish my statement before. And you call this form-based code and do this, but yet I still sit up here a lot of times. A couple of council meetings ago, we giving people trouble by trying to bring business into the community area downtown, in this downtown area, where we want to deny them and give them a hard time. But this is part of the form-based code. See, I guess I'm being confused about you're saying one thing and you're doing something else over here. You're fighting yourselves and everything. But we do have a motion on the floor. And a second for approval of item number 3. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, and chair vote nay. Okay. Motion passes 4-1. Item number 4, 5, and 6 are for final consideration of ordinance number 2025-025, ordinance number 2025-026, and ordinance number 2025-027. We will listen to them all at once, but we will take vote on them separately.
Ordinance number 2025-025, an ordinance under the Code of Ordinances of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, providing for the annexation of a certain parcel of land contiguous to the present city boundaries, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, recording, publication, and an effective date. Ordinance number 2025-026, an ordinance of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, adopting the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment for the City of Clermont, Florida, pursuant to the Local Government Comprehensive Planning Act, Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, setting forth the authority for adoption of the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, setting forth the purpose and intent of the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, providing for the adoption of the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, establishing the legal status of the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date. Ordinance number 2025-027, an ordinance under the Code of Ordinances of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending the official zoning map of the City of Clermont referred to in Chapter 122 of Ordinance number 289C, Code of Ordinances, rezoning the real properties described herein as shown below, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, recording, publication, and an effective date.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and guests. John Cruz, Development Services. The applicant is requesting annexation of small-scale comprehensive plan amendment and rezoning of the subject property. The property is located east of County Road 455 and north of State Road 50, adjacent to Autoplex Lane, and is approximately 17 acres. The property meets the requirements for consideration of annexation under Florida Statutes 171.044 by adjacency to the current city limits. The property is located within the JPA and ISBA service boundaries, and the city will be providing water and sewer services. On the display outlined in yellow is the property that we're discussing. The area that's shaded in red is the current city limits. The property shall be developed as a continuation of the existing CarMax dealership to be used as auto inventory, wholesale auction, and other accessory uses to the dealership. Staff recommends approval of ordinance 2025-025. Next, we're going to present the future land use. The current future land use in Lake County is commercial. As part of the annexation process, the property will need a City of Clermont future land use designation. A similar designation in the city is commercial and would be compatible with the proposed end development. A majority of the existing future land uses in the area, and on the display on the right side, you have the area that is shaded in red. That is the majority of the existing future land uses in the area that are commercial future land use. The applicant's request to change the future land use to the city's commercial designation does not propose a conflict to the existing uses and land uses in the area. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval as presented 7-0. Staff recommends approval ordinance 2025-026. And finally, the rezoning. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from Lake County Planned Commercial to City of Clermont Planned Unit Development as part of the annexation process. The property has an existing ordinance number 2025-03, issued by Lake County that includes specific development requirements relating to the proposed end use as auto inventory, wholesale auction, and other accessory uses with the adjoining CarMax dealership. The property was previously used as an asphalt plant operating under Lake County industrial zoning prior to the recent zoning change to planned commercial in Lake County. And on the display outlined in yellow is an aerial view. To the left or the east side of the site is Autoplex Lane. To the south is State Road 50 in that aerial view. The requested city's PUD zoning would allow the transfer of the existing specific development requirements. As part of the PUD, the applicant would be required to develop the site in substantial accordance to a site plan. The proposed site plan as part of the city's ordinance has been reviewed by the Clermont Site Review Committee as part of the JPA agreement to ensure the proposed development is in compliance with the city's regulations. The capturing the existing planned commercial zoning is most appropriately suited to the city's plan unit development, since this allows an ordinance format and allows specific uses to be documented as conditions. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval as presented, 7-0. Staff recommends approval of ordinance 2025-027. That concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you. The applicant present. Mr. Crawford.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Jimmy Crawford, Monica and Holt, 702 West Montrose Street. It's really me you can't hear? Is it on? Yeah? All right, just got to lean in. 702 West Montrose Street, Clermont, Florida. And I do represent the owner of the property now, which is CarMax. They've closed on it and been done. This is a county originally approved project that is within the ISBA and the JPA, and as you saw, surrounded almost completely by the city already. And the ISBA process, as we've discussed before, lays out a process where the approvals are applied for and given, or not given, in the county with city comment. Then after CO, the annexation occurs. We have felt like this process is a little bit backwards. If we're going to be in the city, why not go ahead and do it? Some of my clients have said, gee, that city code's pretty hard, let's don't. CarMax said, no, let's go ahead and annex early, finalize the site plan approval, pull our building permits, and that way, not only do we build to city code, but the city gets the impact fees that would otherwise go straight to the county. With that, we've been working now with staff for months and months, but are finally here. We have an all-star project team. Cassidy Clements has a PowerPoint, I believe. She's with Centerpoint. She's the planner for the project, and very outstanding. Brent Linson is our engineer from Kimley Horn. He's here, and Steve Kudak is our CarMax representative, and they'll all be here to answer questions. And I might have something to add by way of maybe an additional clause toward the end. But I would like to let Ms. Clements come up and do her thing. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having us here today. We're here to talk about the proposed expansion to the CarMax facility. Brief little presentation. Am I not in the microphone?
I need an address as well, please.
Absolutely. 1626 Cole Boulevard, Lakewood, Colorado.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
Here's a clicker.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. All right, like Jimmy said, we are here to talk about the proposed expansion to the existing CarMax facility off of Autoplex Lane. Just a brief rundown, the property address is just north of US Highway 50. And this is the existing site conditions. Like Jimmy mentioned, it is an existing industrial facility. It has been graded, so that pavilion is no longer remaining. The owner, prior to us closing, removed that pavilion and regraded the site, but that red arrow shows you where the existing CarMax facility is in connection to the proposed expansion lot. We are proposing to rezone, provide a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, and annex into the city of Clermont for the proposed expansion. And just a quick rundown of the existing site and the proposed expansion. The car carrier units will continue to utilize the existing site. We are proposing 15-foot landscape buffers adjacent to the multifamily following that JPA and City of Clermont landscaping code. The stormwater infrastructure is on the northern portion of the subject site, and we are proposing an 8-foot sidewalk along Autoplex Drive and improving the roadway conditions along Autoplex Lane Drive, excuse me. We are just proposing this expansion to right-size the operations of the existing facility. The existing facility is compressed in its existing use, and this would allow us to right-size those operations. The building you see on the south side of the proposed expansion lot is an auction house. Currently, the auction is taking place in the final quality control building that you can see up on the top of the existing site, that small little building. So really, we just want to utilize that for our final quality control resources and move the auction into the auction house on the proposed lot expansion side. We worked with staff to make sure that we were being consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. We did a code analysis to make sure that we were consistent with all applicable sections of the Land Development Code. We found that we were proposing a use that was compatible with the adjacent land uses off of Autoplex Lane, perfectly named. And we find that the proposed uses really consider the health, safety, and welfare of the surrounding parcels, as we are proposing that 8-foot sidewalk expansion to connect with the trailhead up on the north side of the property, and providing landscaping to really buffer to the multifamily uses. We were asked a few questions at Planning and Zoning Commission, excuse me, so I just want to touch on those. The first question was, were environmental site assessments completed on the subject site? We did complete a phase 1 ESA during the feasibility period of our project, and no environmental conditions were found on the subject site. The second question were, are there traffic impacts on this development? This project did receive transportation impact analysis exemption from Lake County through our site plan process, because the proposed use is 30 trips in the PM peak hour, which is a significant reduction in traffic from the existing industrial use. And did we request any waivers from grading or over excavation processes through our rezoning comp plan and small scale comp plan amendment? And the answer is no, no waivers were requested through our processes. So thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else, Mr. Crawford?
Sure. I don't know if we'd like to talk about this now or after public comment, but it's a bit of an unusual site. Can I ask to get changed back to my screen? I'm significantly lower tech, and I apologize for that.
What? Don't say that. There you go, sir.
To this?
Oops, to the document camera.
Bingo. Okay. This is the north end of our site, and as you can see, the parts in blue were not drawn by the engineer. I think that's obvious. The South Lake Trail runs right here. The county owns a parcel right here at the end of Autoplex Lane. It was donated by Toyota when Toyota got their approval in the county for some sort of trail amenity. Might be as little as a water fountain, might be a shelter, don't know. The county never did anything with that. It's just sat there. I know the city wishes to have some improvements in this area in the future. So we would like, we've been asked and are certainly willing to try to cooperate with a land donation or cooperation with a vendor to provide an space for an amenity. And I apologize for the quick nature of this. Nice jacket, though. Yeah, owner, we would put this under the specific conditions. Owner agrees to cooperate with the city to discuss viability of providing land along the north boundary, which could be used for a South Trail related amenity.
Okay.
And the owner just spoke with him. He said, absolutely, we're willing to do that. Right off the top of our head, it sounds tough because there is a significant slope down to the trail there, and there are some trees along the trail that everybody wants us to save. So we're not certain exactly what we're going to be able to do, but we will in good faith put this in and come to the city and try to discuss some kind of cooperative thing that helps both parties. And so I would suggest this or similar language be added to the ordinance if it meets city council's approval and the city attorney's.
I don't think that's a material change, so I wouldn't have any problem if that's what the city council moved to do.
So, Christian, would that be in 25, 26, or 27, the addition of that language?
27.
27, it wouldn't be 27?
I think it would have to be
The
27.
I just want to be specific.
Yeah,
so
that's
that-
exactly right, 27.
Okay.
With that, we're happy to try to have the whole team available to answer questions and hear from the public.
All right, thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. Anybody in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. This is a public hearing. Anybody in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Yes, ma'am.
Welcome back.
Sammy Taylor, Clermont, Powderhorn Place in Clermont. If memory serves, when Costco went in, there was a very big concern about heavy trucks and noise abatement for the adjacent apartments, homes, whatever's up there. From the looks of this, there's also a lot of apartment dwellings adjacent to this. So I just want to make sure that those people who may not be represented here today have assurance that there will not be 24/7 heavy-duty trucks running in and out of CarMax. God knows, I love CarMax. Let me just be full disclosure here. But we want to make sure that that those people can live and work in peace in the homes that they're paying for. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Yeah, I needed to ask them something because I didn't want to be redundant. Is it?
Ms. Forth, are you going to speak?
It's in the original one. It's not in this one, but
So there's
they're
the-
not going to operate when CarMax isn't operating. No, I'm sorry, I should yell loud enough. So that's on the record.
Well, no, that's good, because that's what we need. Well, I was gonna say, Jimmy's sitting right here. You hear me, I've been talking about you in the council. 25, 26, 27, thanks to our buddies up there in Tallahassee and developer-driven, you may as well just give it all to Jimmy. I don't know why this is even on the agenda, because he can go, I'm gonna sue you anyway if you don't get it to us. So go ahead and let him have it all. But the question was supposed to be, he knows I say it, because that's what he does. But he's saying the existing and what, we've heard this before about these car carriers coming in 24/7. And that's a problem. So we need to make sure it's in there and they agree to it, that they can't be bringing those car carriers in, delivering cars at 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. He's saying it's on the existing.
Yes.
But this is an add-on, so this is a problem. That's why I just asked Jimmy. I didn't want to be redundant, but I sat here and watched this happen. And of course, as we know, the public isn't here because they're all at work still. We'll talk about that later tonight. So they're not here to tell you that, okay? So Jimmy, there you go. Go ahead.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Anyone else? See no one else, I'm gonna close public comment and bring it back to Council Jimmy. I know it's in the original CarMax, just like with all the car dealerships out there, they can't be delivering. So do that. Mr. Wah, I'm gonna ask you, will that carry over to this as well?
I mean, if it runs with the land, I don't know off the top of my head if this does.
I can't imagine it would. This is
Of
a
course,
PV.
the ordinance runs with the land.
Yeah.
But it's not really attached to the other ordinance. So we're kind of going on the word that this operates the same hours that CarMax operates. And what I would note is the traffic, gosh darn it, we did it again. I'm sorry, one more time. This is our traffic comments from the county. It said,
Right.
we're going to be doing, we will have 30 PM peak hour trips, 16 which go the right direction into Clermont. The old use, we don't really know how many they had, and they had no time restrictions. They could haul asphalt, concrete, whatever, in and out whenever they wanted. And they had 17 acres, and they generated 8.53 peak hour trips per acre. That's 145 that they were generating, and we generate 30, only 16 of which are coming this direction. So it's a significant improvement, even with no restrictions.
These the figures from the sand mine?
Say again, I'm
Is
sorry?
these the figures from the sand mine, when you say the old?
Yeah,
Okay.
not the sand mine, but the recycling,
The recycling?
yes, it was an asphalt and concrete recycling facility.
Okay.
Mr. Crawford,
Well-
may I ask a question?
Of course.
Would there be opposition to no trucks between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m.?
Let me ask.
Yeah, 10 and 6, I think it is. I think that's what it is now. But every one of them, except that they had a stipulation put in there. No deliveries in the middle of that.
Yeah, it is true that that's not in the county zoning ordinance, and,
But it might be in the city.
well.
So is there opposition?
Well, no,
You're coming into the city now, Mr.
It's
Crawford.
absolutely
Yes,
true.
come to the city.
And
You know, it's hard for them to say, yes, we're going to come in and build the city code, and then get here and have additional conditions put on them when they've got approval to do everything in the county.
Well, now, I'm going to tell you, I think that there's a quiet time between 10 and 6 because I'm industrial right over here, and I know that we're supposed to be
Yeah,
quiet
certainly.
after 10. So
There is a
that's why I'm getting at. I'm not asking for anything more than's already there.
yeah, well, we have quiet hours from 10, well, actually.
There's a noise ordinance. I
Yeah.
don't know exactly what it says for that, but obviously we have to comply with that. And there truly are no neighbors except for those apartments, and we gave additional buffering and additional landscaping and had no objection from them in our
Just so
zoning.
everybody's clear, if y'all have trucks backing up in the middle of the night,
That's-
they have reverse
Beepers.
alarms, and
Exactly.
that's going to
And
be a
that's never
problem.
going to go
So,
off.
I'm good with it, so I'm going to make a motion to approve item number 4, ordinance number 2025-025.
As amended with the language about the trail amenities?
That's going to be on number
Oh,
27.
number 5, sorry.
That's why I asked that.
Thank you.
I just had one quick question. This is going to be a wholesale operation, correct? Not retail?
Not retail at all.
So
No
is there like going
customers.
to be wholesale times where they're going to have crowds coming in at a wholesale level? Like, it's not going to be a 9 to 5. Let's say on Saturdays is when the auction
Yeah,
is.
yeah, name and address.
Oh, yeah, that's a good
Steve Hudak. I work for CarMax. Been with them 20 years. 12,800 Tuckahoe Creek Parkway.
Could you
Richmond,
speak in the
Virginia.
mic? Can you speak in the mic? Speak in the mic.
12,800 Tuckahoe Creek Parkway, Richmond, Virginia. So Jimmy said it at the beginning. I just wanted to emphasize it. Or actually, I think Cassidy said it. We're right-sizing the operation. So what we're proposing on the new site, we already do on the existing site. We're just taking that piece of the operation and moving it over to the new acreage. Does that answer your question?
So you're doing wholesale on that side already?
We
is that
already
what you're
do
saying?
wholesale there. That's
Okay.
correct.
So is there like a schedule that you
So,
do that on?
yeah,
or-
so the way our wholesale works is one auction a week,
Okay.
typically in the morning, 9, 10, 11 o'clock, depends. I don't know what we do in Clermont, but this is across the country. If it's a high volume time of year, we might run a second auction. So maybe once or twice a year, we'll run a second auction during the week. So like everything that's traffic related that Jimmy was talking about,
Right.
it's for that single day.
Okay.
Okay.
So when it's open for the auction, customers come, they bid on cars, they pick up their cars and they leave. So it's a pretty low intensity use on the property. And with respect to deliveries, it's deliveries that are already happening on the site anyway.
Okay.
Well, but we're not just talking about your use. This is a annexation and rezoning, so this property may also be developed with any permitted uses allowed in the C2 General Commercial Zoning District and Land Development Regulations. So when you leave one day, it will be permitted to be developed consistent with the C2 zoning. And so my question to our attorney is, having, assuming there's no issue with the parking lot, is there anything, or does this ordinance number 6/27, does that require, assuming CarMax sells and this becomes a just straight commercial property, would the new owner have to come to us or comply with our new code if they change the use and or apply for a building permit?
I mean, they would always have to comply with the code, so.
But the new, because they're having an ordinance specific to their property. So we have 50-foot height, the floor area ratio is 25%, 75% impervious surface, which I understand for a parking lot, but the new comprehensive plan and code that we're working on, 5-10 years from now, if CarMax leaves, what are we left with at that point?
But this isn't straight zoning because it's a PUD.
So they'd have to get a whole new PUD. Because it says any use in C2.
This is we're just changing on this first ordinance.
I know, but I want to know where we're going, because item number 6, when we have the actual ordinance with their permissions, that I know we're not voting on that this moment, but I would like to be clear with them and us all be on the same page before I end up in a situation where I've annexed, I've rezoned, or I've done a comp plan amendment, and now I need a rezoning and we're negotiating at that point. So I want to do that up front. So my question is, 10 years from now, when we have, helicopter cars and, everything's driving itself and, car lots completely go away and this entire region is redeveloped, to use a word we were using earlier tonight, what kind of restrictions are we limiting the new property owner to 10, 15, 20 years from now?
I don't think there's any limitations.
That's how I read it, is
Yeah.
that it's any C2 commercial.
Yeah.
But when we change our code, if we have something new, like a form-based code, for example, are they coming in under the old code, or would they have to comply with the new code?
It's whatever code's effective at the time. It's not that, okay, we just rezoned and now they're entitled to something that exists this day as opposed to when they do the site plan review and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be the code at the time. But that said, this is all extremely speculative. We have no
Sure.
idea if we'll even ever adopt a change to the code. I
Yep.
mean, we just don't know.
Right, and I will, not to step on your toes and not to step on
please,
John's
listen.
toes, but in order for another developer to come in, they would have to go through the city process of a site plan, a conceptual site plan approval, site development plan, whatever the term is, so that there would be a chance for staff to re-review the uses to ensure that landscaping, height, and all of those items were met. I don't know if it's written that C2 follows the 2025 C2, so if you put in new code, if you
Right.
would backdate to follow C2 2025,
That's my
like
concern.
historical code. If you were to, again, it's speculative. If you were to get rid of C2 and your new form-based code, then I would assume you would default to 2025 C2 zoning on this subject site for the continuation as it runs with the land.
Oh, is the question whether it's grandfathered or not?
Yes.
Like if you change the C2 zoning
Right.
Stuff,
I would
yeah,
imagine it goes
we
to
wouldn't be
historical.
able to impose, yeah, it would be prior zoning. Okay.
If you look at section 2, item 3. If you look at section 2, item 3 on page 138 at the top,
Mhm.
it's our standard language we put in there that no person, firm, corporation, or entity shall erect, construct, enlarge, alter, repair, remove, so on and so forth, without first submitting necessary plans, obtaining necessary approvals, and obtaining necessary permits in accordance with the City of Clermont land development regulations.
Right.
And
Can we
those
say as
other,
amended from time to time?
we can put them as amended in there. No,
Yes, if I may, the intent behind this, and it's C2 uses less, about 8 or 9 of them that were deemed to not be appropriate at that location. My take is the comprehensive plan changes, you have to, if that happens and we're inconsistent, you'd have to go through a vesting issue, whether or not we are either common law or under whatever code vesting that is. It's not automatic. A new comp plan trumps old zoning. It's only if you've invested so much in that it's not fair for the government to change it. So I think both sides are protected with this process, but I understand the concern completely. And someday we'll have another conversation about the word grandfathered, because I'm trying to get rid of it.
Yeah.
I think he's just trying to make it make sense to me, so I appreciate that. All right, we have a motion. I'll second it. I didn't hear a second, so in case it needs seconding, I'll second the motion.
Okay, I think I just heard you second that, right? Okay, because I know I didn't have one before, but I have a motion and a second for approval of item number 4, ordinance number 2025-025. No further discussion? Councilmember Strange.
Aye.
Councilmember Howard.
Aye.
Councilmember Myers.
Aye.
Councilmember Peterson.
Aye.
And chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Is there any motion for item
Motion to
number
approve
5?
item number 5, ordinance number 2025-026, final CARMAC expansion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance number 2025-026. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, Councilmember Strange.
Aye.
Councilmember Howard.
Aye.
Councilmember Myers.
Aye.
Councilmember Peterson.
Aye.
And chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. I think the next one is item number 7. We need to make sure you include that language.
Item number 6, motion to approve ordinance number 2025-027, final CARMAC expansion rezoning to include the north boundary agreement language.
Second.
In that language, what he had is
Yeah,
good, right?
whatever was on the Egyptian hieroglyphics. And if we could get a copy of those for the Smithsonian, that would be good.
All right.
Understood.
I have a couple comments just with the code language. I wanted to make sure that paragraph 3B refers to the IFAS list. We do actually have a City of Clermont list of approved vegetation, so if it's okay, I would like to amend 3B instead of saying the IFAS list, the Clermont list. And then paragraph 14 has a 3-year development commencement. I don't think that's going to matter for you, but ours is 2 years, and it does reference the Board of County Commission, which I think should be Clermont City Council. So those are the three things I had.
I'm going to go ahead and amend my motion to include what Allison was having a conversation about with the IFAS and
like
the
2 years.
2-year commencement.
And I second that.
There you go.
And also
Yeah,
okay.
there you
All
go.
right. So we have a motion and a second for item number 6, ordinance number 2025-027, to include all the language. And any further discussion? Hearing none, Councilmember Strange.
Aye.
Councilmember Howard.
Aye.
Councilmember Myers.
Aye.
Councilmember Peterson.
Aye.
And the chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. and
Thank you
good
so
luck.
much for your time. And I also just want to note that the planning staff has been incredible to work with. We work with a lot of different planning jurisdictions around the country, and John has been just spectacular. So thank you so much.
Well, I'm glad you chose us instead of this county, too.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, item number 7, ordinance number 2025-028, final consideration.
Ordinance number 2025-028, an ordinance under the Code of Ordinances of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending the official zoning map of the City of Clermont, referred to in Chapter 122 of Ordinance 289C, Code of Ordinances, rezoning the real properties described herein as shown below, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, recording, publication, and an effective date.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and guests. Kurt Henschel, Planning and Development Services Director. Before you, the applicant, Patrick Harb, is requesting a rezoning for the subject vacant parcel located north of Pitt Street and east of Bloxham Avenue. The 5.6 acre parcel is currently zoned R3A residential professional with a future land use designation of commercial. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property to a planned unit development with office flex space uses. The planned unit development would allow for a multi-tenant development consisting of 5 office flex space buildings with 48,500 square feet of office space. The office flex buildings will consist of office space to include garage doors utilized for storage capabilities for tenants and for catering to businesses that require flexible uses. The applicant has provided a list of prohibited uses under Section 3 of the ordinance. These would include items like tattoo parlors, pawn shops, smoke shops, to go along with the ordinance. As part of the PUD rezoning request, the applicant is requesting one waiver to the city code, which is one, to allow for a 14-foot tall retaining wall adjacent to US 27 instead of the 6-foot allowed by the Land Development Code. This is due to the existing topography. Staff has also requested the applicant to have a 30% landscaping material increase on the southern buffer that is adjacent to the residential property. Staff also recommends the elevations provided require additional architectural treatment during the site review process. Again, what's before you is the site plan showing the 5 buildings totaling 48,000 square feet. Over on the right-hand side of the building, there's a dark line that represents the 14-foot tall retaining wall. And this, just a brief elevation of the building. We're saying that they need additional treatments to these. The rezoning to the planned unit development will be consistent with the City of Clermont's comprehensive plans, goals, objectives, and policies. The mixed-use development is consistent with the character of the surrounding properties and will be in harmony with the general intent and purpose of the Land Development Code. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 6-0 with 2 additional conditions. The first one was a minimum of 82 parking spaces be included, which is what is on that plan that you saw before you here. Back up one more. That's showing, that represents the 82 parking spaces. And 2, that no live-work units would be allowed. At the City Council introduction, Council voted to add a condition that an access to the site shall be from Bloxham Avenue. The applicant was not able to get us that revision prior to this going to Council. They have that tonight to show you that access to Bloxham Avenue. And also, currently, the way the ordinance is written, we did include the 82 parking spaces would be required and that no live-work units would be allowed. That was a recommendation by P&Z. That is currently in the ordinance right now. With that, staff does recommend approval of ordinance 2025-028. That's staff's report, sorry.
Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Jimmy Crawford, Modigan Holt, 702 West Montrose Street. I do represent the Harbs regarding this property. And here is the revised concept plan showing the Bloxham connection. And then I have a much prettier little green one that does not show the Bloxham connection, but that was done prior to that. You probably know this site. If you were involved in code enforcement, you way know this site because it has been the site of serial homeless camps over the last 4 or 5 years. Mr. Judson Stringfellow owned it before, and the only way to stop that was to clear the site and develop it. So that's what the Harbs have now done with all the correct permitting. There is a need for small trades, offices, and flex space, and perhaps even live workspace. So we're fine with the parking restriction if that's what the council so wishes, but we would rather not have we'd rather have more flexibility for a live workspace. I'm not sure it'll work here, but it might. And then I have, again, a hieroglyphics. Yes, I do. This is a little nicer. Owners shall cooperate with city planning staff and consultants through the site planning and building permit process to provide a project which enhances the community. Now, the ask on this one was that the city is looking at hiring planning help that will actually be able to work on individual. Maybe they'll sit on an SRC, I'm not sure, but whatever that happens, we are happy to cooperate with. Shoot, free planning help, we'll take that any day of the week. And there may be some concepts, some new urbanism concepts, some landscaping concepts that we can make this a better project without being a substantial deviation from the concept plan. So similar language to this, I would suggest be incorporated into the ordinance. And I do have Mr. Patrick Harb here, the tall, handsome gentleman in the back, and he can answer any questions, as well as I'll try my best as well, and we'd like to hear from our neighbors.
Okay, well, Mr. Crawford, that being said, if we have any question, we will call you back and give you time a little bit later, but right now it's a public hearing. Anybody in the public wish to address this item, may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item? There's no one in the public wish to address the item. I will close public comment and bring you back to council. What say council?
Kurt, can you give us some insight onto the live work
Yes,
exclusion?
please.
That was a recommendation straight from planning and zoning. They just felt like that was something that they would not like to see there.
Really?
I don't have a whole
I
lot
mean, there's
of
housing around that, so I'm kind of confused by, I didn't know if there was something specific that there was, or?
I would like to get the insight into that as well.
I don't recall any specific reason why that was brought up. Do you recall? No.
We have no background on that.
I mean, is there places that have, you know, construction sites that people are living there also and working? Is that what you're saying here?
No.
Do you mind if planning and zoning speaks to us about it?
So
The-
Brian's here.
I think we should have,
This goes, well, I guess that's why
Can we
I
have
wanted
them
to know
come
to
up and
answer that
speak,
question,
planning
'cause
and
this
zoning?
is in that same zone that we just approved for
Right.
form-based code.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying.
We're on the same page, sir.
Chairman,
Yeah.
the
We
chairman,
just approved form-based code for this area, but yet and still we're saying no, and that's why I say I'm confused.
planning and
I don't
planning
think
and
they knew
zoning
about the
chairman
the
is
form-based
chair
here.
is here for planning
So
and
can
zoning.
we
just
call
have
him
him
up
come
if
up?
the
Yeah.
council
Yeah.
agrees?
Yeah.
Thank you, Council. Brian Bain, Chair of the Planning and Zoning. Let me just pull this up here. The conversation was about the fact that already listed in the prohibited uses for this area. Let me move here. I believe we had already talked about not allowing residential.
Really?
But it's currently R3.
Excluding single-family residential. So the planned unit development shall comply with R3A residential office, excluding single-family residential.
So live work is fine.
So the premise of that addition was to go ahead and exclude live work in general from this site, not just single-family residence.
Oh, wow, okay.
I guess that's what I don't understand. Why wouldn't, so you've got all the residential and then just north is all commercial. I'm not a planner. I look forward to planners being here. Until then, it seems like a mixed use, including live work, would make sense as like a transition.
Well, at the time, a couple things were a little different. There was no proposed or planned ingress egress from Bloxham, so everything was from US 27. In fact, the applicant had not even requested that or brought it up to us to ask us to include that in there. So there was no connection to Bloxham or any of the residential behind. I do think there was some conversation relative to, though, also about residential in that area, and if it was going to be residential or some sort of residential, that it would be the hope or the desire of the Planning and Zoning Commission to see what that would look like and what that would entail before we would give a recommendation for an approval for live work. What was before us was for work,
Got it.
essentially, if that makes
Makes
sense.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Crawford, the last thing you put up there was the diagram, the colorful diagram with the, and it did not show egress to Blossom.
Well, the old one does not. We do have the new one that we can include that does show it, and I would prefer that that be attached to the ordinance instead of the old one. If there's language in the ordinance, it trumps anything on the concept plan anyway, and if the language in the ordinance says we shall have Blossom access, then we shall.
Yeah, I noticed that the drawing still has the 27 access and the 14-foot retaining wall. It seems like that's not necessary if we have Blossom access.
Well, and I'm not sure about the access. The retaining wall is just because of the grade. And it goes down very quickly, so the retaining wall actually tops out below the grade of 27. So it won't be a visual obstruction. We probably could do it with 2 9-foot walls, but we didn't see the need for that in this instance because, and I wish I had a better
2 9-foot
visual
walls in with 18 feet.
of it. I'm sorry?
Then you had 18 feet.
No, that's true. 2 9s is 18.
Okay, instead, you exceed that. Mr. Crawford, one of my questions on that, the Highway 27, have the state approved that?
No, the state won't even entertain us until we have zoning and a site plan to supply to them. It would only be a secondary right-in, right-out is all it's gonna be at this point.
You know,
I was just scared of the Blossom people. I didn't want a whole bunch of people saying
I'm
we're
just-
dumping traffic into their neighborhood, so.
Just the experience I've had with Highway 27 and trying to get entrance and exit off of there. In the past, the state have been denying them left and right.
And if we're denied, then we're denied and we'll only use Blossom.
Blossom, okay.
So what's been the conversations with the surrounding community? What has the community said about this project? Certainly there's been meetings with the neighbors, yes?
Meetings, I don't think so. They get the letters that are sent out, and there was the HOA president of the condo association to our south was here at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and she was happy with the, and I'm sorry, can I get again? That's, also just give me a clicker.
I mean, is there any indication of what the community is looking for in the way of commercial, office, retail? I mean, do we know what the demand is in that area?
We had brief discussions with that. Well, you know, people would love a coffee shop or, in fact, I hope smoke shops don't stop cigar stores because that's why I would hope for one of those in there. And it's also going to be some trades. There may be a cabinet guy. There may be a countertop person. Those are the kind of people that use these, as well as lawyers, real estate agents, insurance agents, all those kind of small offices.
And that flex space is nice. I mean, it gives you a lot of ability if you need to have an office meeting somewhere, bring people in. I think it's much needed. So the only other place was off of Max Hooks that had any kind of flex space like that, and they did very well. But he was, before he sold, I think he told me he was on a 3-year wait list when I had a conversation with him.
So my concern with this is it feels like the neighbors had a vision of access from 27. Now it's Bloxham, which I think is the right thing. But we're going in a form-based code direction, which is really about the form of the structure. And it matters very little to me what the use is. I mean, and I know that's how our current code is. So that's the problem, is we're talking about it's office flex space or it's whatever it is. But I would prefer to see concepts that aren't auto-centric, that don't have people walking across asphalt to get to the buildings. And it's my understanding that the property owner is open to that, but unfortunately we have a PUD instead of I just, this is more of the same kind of autocentric,
Yeah.
not human-friendly design. And I think that this is a really important property because it's that transition space from all the residential to commercial on the other side. And yeah, so I hear you in that. Christian, I think it's probably my concerns are more with you. I mean, this is a PUD, so we're approving the layout, basically. I mean, we're not just saying, okay, we're rezoning to office and flex uses. We're actually saying this is the drawing that we want to see, which means now, if they cooperate with city planning staff and consultants, and we go into a form-based code, and 6 months from now, they want something new, I guess if the code is adopted, that would work, that they would just apply for their permits. But if the code isn't adopted yet, they have to come back to us and go through this whole process.
Correct.
So I feel like we're condemning them to anywhere from 12 months to 24 months if we want to see something beautiful here. And I would like to see something beautiful here. So I'm struggling with this because it's a PUD. And I want to help the property owner. I want the property owner to be able to do something beautiful that creates value for the community. I'm just concerned that the PUD process itself isn't getting it there.
I mean, I guess I would just say it appears that if this is condemning them to something, they want to be condemned, right? I mean, they're asking for it. So, I mean, I understand your point. What I would say is that when considering rezoning, I always like to refer to the code just for your own recollection. And I'm thinking about code section 101-284, which is the factors that the city council should consider when dealing with any kind of rezoning, not just to a PUD, but talks about consistency with the comp plan, consistency with the land development code, whether it's justified by changed or changing conditions, whether adequate sites already exist for other district uses, which I guess you'd have to look at what they want to do with the zoning here. Whether specific requirements of the land development code are adequate to assure compatibility with adjoining properties. That's it. So there's a lot of discretion here based on what you see.
Mr. Crawford, how prepared are the applicants to move forward? I mean, is this they're ready to move now?
Yes, we'd like to be breaking ground within 6 months. But like I say, if the city has planning help, we have to go through the whole site plan approval process. And if we have some kind of condition in here that requires us to cooperate to the extent feasible, we're not against, if the form-based code was here now, we'd work with it. We certainly
And that
would.
was my point, but it's not going to be by the time you guys break
Right.
ground, so you're going to be stuck with what
We
you
will,
have.
but
and it might even be better for you.
So
Shocking.
Might, but we're not trying to get in under anybody's radar. The staff understands, I think, what the council is wanting. And even if there's not a consultant planner on yet, I think we have the wherewithal between council members and staff to figure out what we mean going forward. And I'm not saying the owner's going to be able to do everything, but I absolutely will come in good faith and try to design a project that the city likes and works for the owners.
So I'm just going to make a motion.
Can you do that?
Motion to approve item number 7, ordinance number 2025-028, with the stipulation to cooperate with the city on site planning to enhance the community and eliminate the live-work housing provision.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for
Just
approval with all
a
that.
quick question.
I got a question for you, Mr. Crawford, please, sir. Is there any consideration, any thought, if the state does not approve the entrance from Highway 27? What are they going to do?
Well, this would be a question for your attorney here, because in the past, ingress and egress points that change have been considered a major change to the concept plan.
Right.
And then it would have to come back before you guys for approval of a new concept plan. We would have the use, but we would not have a plan that we can go by. We would have to come back, and if we're stuck with only Bloxham, then you guys get to decide if there's any additional restrictions for that.
I thought we were saying only Bloxham. Is this motion to approve access off 27?
If they can get 27, that's fine, but I still feel like we need
Well, I don't think it's
entrance from
fine.
Blossom as
That's
well.
where I'm coming from. Traffic is our number one problem
Right.
in Clermont. I said this last time. Access from 27 is going to slow down traffic on
right,
27. We're
right.
creating an access point. I don't think we should be encouraging the state to add more turnoffs off of US highways or state roads. That is truly the core of our problem with traffic, is that we're creating access points from these major roads by allowing turn-off, cut-ins, what do you call those things? Whatever you call them, where you cut into the road. Curb cuts.
And the state has been
Yeah.
tremendous, the state has been known lately not to give, turn lanes, okay?
I don't
And with
want the
amount
state
of
telling us
traffic
how our
coming
city
off
should be
that
run.
hill- That hill there, that scares me, especially with the truck traffic and everything. And I would like to see the plan go back. I know it was something about no exit from, entrance from Bloxham, but I think we need that. We have commercial just north of that, and they have exit from to Bloxham from there and right next to the residential, you know, and everything.
I would note that we have a cross access driven or
Yeah.
given to our north. So if we get our driveway, it can be shared with the property to the north. The property to the
Well,
south
here's-
doesn't
here's-
want it.
This
Here's
is
what
a
the state
sprawl
did.
issue, folks. This is sprawl. This is why we're spending $500,000 in the northwest quarter, is not to have, if it's off 27, I'm a no. I don't like the 14-foot wall. I'm a no. We need to work with the land. I want to work with the property owner. I want to see a really cool project here, but I cannot in good conscience say I'm going to do more of what we're saying is not good development. So I'm going to be a no on that, so that we're all clear and there's no surprise.
So my only thing is that right now, this is what we have to work with, and you and I have had this conversation before, is that this is the comp plan that we have to work with. This is the zoning that we have to work with. And just like the piece of property at 12th and 50, I'm not willing to hold somebody up on their property while we do our work. And so I'm going to support it from that standpoint. I don't disagree with you.
Well, he has
I just
R3
have
now. I mean, he can do a live work now if he wants to
But
with our
they're here,
current code.
This is what they want. I'm happy to give this if this is what they want. They also know that we're going to be changing it, and it probably will be the better for them. But if they're in a hurry to do this, then I'm not going to stand in their way, because at the end of the day, it comes down to property rights. They bought the property with the
R3.
expectation of this code, of this comp plan.
They
and
bought
I'm not
R3
going to tell
property.
them that they can't.
But
So
they bought R3 property. A rezoning is a change of what they bought.
I get it,
So if they want to build in our current code, they wouldn't be here. So they're asking for something new and different. And all I'm saying is our problems are traffic and sprawl, and this is a traffic sprawl. I want to work with the property owner, and I appreciate the gesture, but this is just more of what we're saying is the problem.
And Mr. Crawford, you put this picture up here again with no exit to Blossom. I'm sorry.
That's the old one, right? This is
I'm
demonstrative
sorry.
only. It's not
I'm going to insist on that be there for emergency purposes, if nothing else.
Yes.
Okay.
But can you
Yes,
show
Mr.
can you put the other picture up? Because you said you were going to include the one with the entrance
Yes,
off of
this one.
Bloxham.
This
So
is
this
just
is the
a
one
pretty
that's gonna-
picture.
Yeah. Well, that's fine, and I do believe that's that. And of course, I asked the question earlier, if the state doesn't approve the entrance from Highway 27, they have no other choice but to come off Blossom, right?
That's 100%
If they want to do
correct,
anything,
Mr.
and
Mayor.
my history being here before, things I approved up there previously, a couple of properties up, the state
Yes.
wouldn't approve it, and they had to come through and use shared entrances on the other commercial property up there.
Absolutely true. And if we're not approved on 27, we have to come back before you because Fire and Emergency Services makes you have two entrances.
We're gonna have two, yeah.
At least one might be emergency only if we don't
Right.
get our 27. But
Right.
if we do this, then we have both
Right.
have both entrances for Fire and Emergency
But
Services.
if you don't get the 27, you have to still come back, because even under this concept, because you have to put another one on Blossom for
Yes, sir.
emergency, right?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And if they come back, hopefully we're done with our code changes and we're there. But anyway.
And Commissioner Strange, outside of this, I'd love to talk to you sometime because I don't know how that is defined as sprawl. I would like to talk to you.
Anything that's auto-centric that requires you to get into your car to go somewhere is generally sprawl.
So-
My child is not going to ride his bike to get to this property because there's a high likelihood of interaction with a vehicle. So this requires cars to get to and from. And yet it's going in the middle of a residential area where people who live in that area presumably could ride bikes, walk, golf cart to get to work. That adds value to the community because it creates a way for people in the community to live and work and ideally play is what we would want to create. This requires people to have a car. So we're condemning, if that's the right word, but we're requiring people who live in the city of Clermont to have cars to get to and from, and for mothers to drive their kids to school because there's cars everywhere and it's not safe to ride bikes. A 5-foot sidewalk is not a sidewalk for walkability. You want 8-foot or 12-foot. I'm not a planner, but I know these things, and these are very basic. And so this is sprawl, and adding to the traffic on 27, the traffic on 27 and the 14-foot, hard no for me. I'm not going to come in and take away our hills. I'm not going to raise them. I'm not going to add land where it didn't exist. Those are hard no's for me. I'm willing to work with the property owner if he's open to collaborating with the frontage on Bloxham and creating a space for community. But this is creating a space for people to come off 27, to come into the middle of Lincoln Park and have a commercial operations there. And that's I don't think that's in the best interest of our citizens.
I understand, and I know I'm not going to change your mind, but if we did not have an access on Bloxham, I would completely agree with you. But we're not forcing anybody to get in their car and come to 27. If they live 2 blocks away and they want to bicycle in and come in Bloxham, they still have that option, just like they would if there was no 27.
And that's exactly why I insist on the entries on Bloxham and everything.
And I'm arguing when I shouldn't be, and I apologize.
Yeah, you're good.
So.
And there's tons of medium density housing all through there anyway, so. We got a motion and a second.
Motion and a second for approval of, item number 7? No, number 7?
Item number
I
7.
can't remember all the language you stated. But
Cooperate with city on site planning to enhance community and eliminate the live, work, housing provision.
And I second it.
okay, and a second. So any further discussion?
Just a quick question. One of the permitted uses is a theater, a drive-in theater, bowling, and these are high-traffic sites if it's like that, right? These aren't just office space. You're talking about that as a possibility.
I don't understand about the drive-in.
Well, you have the permitted use number 5 is recreation theater, including drive-ins, bowling alley, skating rinks.
Well,
We
are you looking at number
bound
7?
to the concept plan that is presented,
Mr. Crawford,
unless
address
we
the
come
council,
back
please.
before you guys.
Yeah.
We're good to
I
go.
think they just presented the concept, what they're putting there, not a drive-in or not a theater or anything, so.
Yeah,
what's
Mr. Peterson, we
before
would
us
have to
right
come
now.
back before you
Okay.
can do any of that.
All right, you're right, with the zoning, all those things are permitted, but that isn't what they're asking to put there right now, so. With no further discussion, Councilmember Strange,
Nay.
Councilmember Howard,
Aye.
Councilmember Myers,
Aye.
Councilmember Peterson,
Nay.
and the chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you.
Good luck, and I got a feeling we may see you back. I just have no confidence in the state right now, okay? I've seen it too much, everything. Item number 8, ordinance number 2025-030, final watercraft energy source freedom act.
Ordinance number 2025-030, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, repealing Chapter 40, Article 3 of the City Code, and providing for conflict, severability, codification, the administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
I think this is on me,
Who's
Mayor.
presenting here, Kirk?
I think it's on me, Mayor.
Oh, you? Okay.
Yeah. So, Mayor, City Council, as you may recall, this is an ordinance simply designed to bring your city code into conformity with state law, which now prohibits local government's ability to prohibit, boats based on, vehicles based on the propulsion, the source of the power. So gas, we do have a prohibition on gas-powered boats, watercraft in the city code. So I drafted this ordinance to repeal those laws since they're frankly illegal under Florida law. and it's up to the city council. Now, in the prior discussion, there was discussion about how it might be modified to incorporate other types of modifications or restrictions.
Right, I think the last time you said we could modify by putting speed ordinances
Oh, yeah.
and things like that. But we can't modify it as far as propulsion type. Would that be propane, gasoline?
Well, there you could, I should use my words more carefully. Propulsion type, you probably could, it's power source. So you can have some restrictions, certainly in some areas, sale permitted here, sale not permitted there, but there can't be a gas-powered prohibition.
Okay.
So you could have a no motor zone,
You
which
could
there
have.
are no motor zones.
That is correct.
In the state of Florida.
That is correct.
So you can have exclusions,
Okay.
but you can't exclude based on the power source.
You can
So you
just
could
say
have
strictly
sail
no
versus-
motors.
Versus powered.
So you could say no power in a lake,
Right.
and then it would only be paddle, sail.
So could we amend section 3A instead of striking through the entire sentence to just take out gasoline?
No.
So that we're saying you just can't have powered motor instead of gasoline powered motor?
So what I would say is that we should take it lake by lake based on what you want to do with the string of pearls and the use throughout the city and the development code of what do we want it to look like, what do we want, what uses do we want to encourage, rather than just giving blanket statements, no motors.
Are you done, Mr.?
I am, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Charlene Harrison, 4th DeSoto Street, Clermont. I have the thing from out here, and Mr. Wall may be able to answer too. Because I've been here 31 years, but I know a lot from my husband's family. Todd, you've been here, your grandfather, whatever lot. Is this talking about these landlocks such as Center Lake, Crystal Lake, could be Lake Winona? Because there's signs that say that. We've had this forever in this town. Tim knows. I know you know more than I do. Those are little tiny things that's not supposed to even have any boats on them. In fact, I need to tell you that down there at Veterans Park around Crystal Lake, they've been showing up once a month, and they're taking over the whole park there, which that you'd think that'd be okay, a picnic. It's always been a very place to be reserved and for veterans and whatever. It's very small, and they are skateboarding down there. They're putting John boats in there and all over the lake. And I don't know what they think all the way over to Carlos Solos that's on the other side. And I know 2 others that live over there. So is that what this is about? Is this landlocked lakes that we don't even allow boats on? Such as like Center Lake with me where all the ducks are, you can just go now put a boat in there?
No.
Okay, you know,
No.
and I can say this because everybody's here. It's America, right? Free. You know where I'm going, Chandra. I know she sees it. Vote out every one of those jokers, everybody that's behind me listening, up there in Tallahassee under Governor DeSantis. I don't care whether you like him personally or not. These people do not care about this state. They don't care. Just like what Jimmy Crawford was in here before me. This is developer driven. You can't say no or they're going to sue you. Maybe y'all need to stand up to this. Maybe this is the one we need to do. We've had this forever. They're little tiny things. They should never even have a boat on there. I can't even imagine a boat in Center Lake down by me. Are you kidding me? But obviously that's what this is, that you can't stop them. And if y'all should see what's going on, I need to talk to the chief about that. They're coming in once a month and taking over all of Crystal Lake down there. I've never seen anything like it. It's unbelievable. And for us to allow that to happen in a little landlocked lake, there was a reason for that, not to stir that lake up. And they're natural. And this one at Center Lake isn't. I happen to know that. The other one is spring fed. That's a real one, okay? But somebody's got to stand up eventually. Come on, guys. I don't care what's behind your name, RDI. This is crazy. And these people, y'all need to get it. You know, I'm as you know, 4th generation native Floridian. They do not care. I voted for Jeb Bush when he was the governor. He did a good job, and I've got a D behind my name. I don't care who you are, as long as you do the right darn thing. But my goodness, guys, this is terrible. It really is. And Mr. Wall, maybe you can weigh in, or if you don't have, I don't know, maybe you're not the gutsy guy that wants to go to court. I don't know. If you aren't, well, we need to fix that, okay? But let's stand up and do something about it. That's terrible, guys.
Thank you.
Sammy Taylor, Powderhorn. Just want to clarify, Charlene and I are not a tag team, but if there's a WWE venue for us, please let us know. When I first came to Clermont, one of the issues that I remember hearing about was the restaurant, I don't know the name of the restaurant, there's Salt Shack or something like that. There was a problem with people coming in their jet skis and just beaching and tearing everything up. So I was very pleased that things were being changed so that these powered craft were not allowed to tear up beaches, were not allowed to tear up the environment for the fish, the gators, all that sort of stuff. How can we preserve a clean lake? Because I understand a lot of money, a lot of time and effort has been going into this lake to get it cleaned up from what it was. It's now apparently a very pristine place for wildlife and for people. What can we do to keep it that way? How do we preserve that? And I understand tourists or residents who like to do this kind of stuff. That's great, but we have to go a step further. And just on the other side, so please protect the water, please protect the environment, please protect the beaches that you have. And also, if somebody can address this even, how does the Home Rule Act come into this? Do we have any defense against insanity from outside our community? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? This is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address the item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I close public comment.
I would like, Mayor, just to talk just for a moment about the home rule. I think that's an interesting point, but I want to explain, how it really works. So back before 1968, there was no home rule for Florida cities, right? And so the way that cities could only pass laws that the state said they could deal in.
Right.
It was very limited, very cabined. State laws controlled. And when the constitutional change happened in 1968, it flipped. So then it said, well, the city can govern and do what it wants unless the state says otherwise. So all home rule is it says whatever gaps the state isn't preempting you on, like elections, stuff like that, that's the stuff the city can govern. And they're slowly taking away and
taking
those
away
little
more of those,
things.
right.
And this is one of them.
And that's exactly the home rule. Yeah, it's basically give us authority to make our own rules outside of what the state put on us. Okay, and yes, this bill, like the SB 180 and Love Local, all of them have taken another portion of home rule away from us. Okay, and how do we fight it?
We oppose it. We don't comply.
So that sounds very.
So
over there. And Mr. Wall, what's the
You
consequence?
asked, I answered,
Well,
that's
I
all.
know that's the answer. However, are you willing to pay the price?
I think
Consequences of doing the fight.
I think the
Okay.
citizens of Clermont have a taste for that, and if they don't, then I will speak in the way that the citizens command me to speak. I'm the voice of the people, and all I hear from the citizens is we love our lakes, and we're all a little bit crunchy around here, is from what I can tell. We like our trees, and we want our trails, and we want our pristine waterways. And to me, I don't see, this did not come from the citizens saying, we want to be able to boat on these lakes. That would be different. This is coming from the state to us and commanding us on how this is not state land. Okay, maybe some of these lakes are navigable. Sorry, I might have killed our argument there, but
Yeah.
these are landlocked lakes. These are lakes within our borders. This is not about how Palatka affects the St. Johns River, affects the Atlantic Ocean. This is about what happens inside the city of Clermont. I think the legislature either didn't understand or just plain went too far. I will not support this. I think that I'm happy to address it. I'm happy as we go through the comp plan to say this lake can have it, this lake can't. I have no problem doing that as we go through the process. But if this was community driven, I would react very differently. The fact that this is coming from the state, bless you all. bless your hearts, not in Clermont. That's
But-
for me. That's my vote would be no today.
Let's remember two things on this, because I am going to support it. But one of the things we need to remember on this is that it wasn't aimed at us. Everything that comes through the state has somebody who carries it through the state.
Sure.
And they carry it for a reason. There's somebody who shepherded that, and bills are difficult to get through. So this bill didn't happen by accident. Somebody shepherded this. This was aimed at other communities, other issues, other whatevers. For me, the energy source really isn't a big deal, because if we don't want boats on specific lakes, then we make that rule. And it doesn't matter whether, truthfully, especially with the power we have today out of electric boats, there should absolutely be no difference between an electric boat and a gas-powered boat. Most of our rules on gasoline engines were passed when they were two-strokes, and two-strokes were messy and dirty and had all kinds of issues. So where we're at now is, if we don't want to stir up these lakes, we don't want to do this, we know that it causes damage, there's not a difference between a gas engine and an electric engine in generalities now, because there's so much power, and just weren't battery, I mean, you had a trolling motor. That's the difference. So for me, this is an antiquated law. I don't care if we take it off of our books, because things have changed and we probably should address it in a different way. So point taken, when we come into the home rule conversation, and this will be in my report, I would like to have a different conversation, and this is where we have the bigger, broader conversation of, let's pick the right piece of litigation that gets us the answer we want, that gets us the answer that we need for home rule. I don't want to just go in and litigate something and say, hey, we won this piece, but it doesn't get us to that next step. I want a Florida Supreme Court ruling that then gives us a little bit more teeth to go after them over and over and over again. So I think we have to be very specific and with legal counsel to say, here's what we can get. And if we can get these specific words, I mean, everything's going to hinge on that, on how it's, on that ruling. And if we can set a precedent where then by we have something to go by. But I'm sorry, there's not going to be a precedent on Watercraft Energy Source Energy Act, and I'm just not going to go chase that precedent, because I don't necessarily disagree with the premise. I mean, if we want to take boats off of lakes, we take boats off of lakes, and there's no power, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I don't have a problem taking out the references to gasoline in this ordinance and just saying we're not going to do powered boats, because I think you make a valid point about the electric. And that, to me, serves the citizens. That seems consistent with what the citizens want. My fear is if we take this out completely, so taking out, forget the home rule, forget the part of me that likes to stand up and you know, I'll leave it at that. You know, I think the citizens, from what I hear, and again, maybe I'm not hearing from the other citizens, but what I hear from citizens is we like the peaceful lakes, and so I could support just taking out the gasoline to the point of we're targeting, and I get that, valid. So I could support that if we amend this to simply you take out all references to gasoline and say on the landlocked lakes there won't be powered motorboats, or to revise it to say take out gasoline and say powered motorboats over so many miles per hour. I could get there. I just don't like the blanket, we're cutting it out.
And that, you know, if that latter suggestion you made would hold up, I think.
Agreed.
But to say,
and that's what I'm.
But to say, I just want to be clear, to say just powered would not hold up, because even the statute defines human powered pedal.
Oh, fair
you know, I mean, they've already thought of that, frankly. So
well, it says powered motors.
Right.
I guess humans
Motors.
could be motors.
Yeah.
Depends on how you look
So, anyways, that latter suggestion would hold up. The only other, and frankly, the main reason why this is before you is a statute they passed 2 years ago, 57.112, which they're trying to make it so that you are forced to bring your laws in compliance with the state laws. What that statute says is if someone brings a lawsuit to challenge your enforcement of a local law that's preempted by state law, they get attorney's fees up to $50,000. And so they thought of this That's the only reason it's here. But the key part of that statute, and gosh, I so badly want to be a gutsy attorney someday, I hope. but so the way to do it is, what that statute prohibits is enforcement. So you could, if you wanted, leave the law on the books, so long as you weren't actually enforcing it, or you change it to make it work.
So could we change it to taking out all references to gasoline, refer to mechanical motors, and put some sort of speed limit on it and send it back to our council? Is that something we could do?
My understanding is you can't prohibit gasoline.
You can't prohibit
What you
gasoline.
can prohibit, but is powered boats and sailboats.
Well,
Right,
you can't prohibit based on
You
the,
can't prohibit,
You can't say you can't use gasoline, you can't
Right.
use propane.
Right.
You can't, that's what the law is. So we can't go, we can prohibit powered boats, electric.
well, that's the point, is now you get into, man-powered
No,
versus
but
machine-powered.
But it says an engine.
Right, an engine. That's what I'm wondering. I mean, do we feel like this is something we can all live
So-
with?
So what I would say is, let's pass this, and then, because I want to be more specific on lakes, on what size, whether we're going to go in and say any lake under 5 acres or 10 acres or whatever it is. And we have to be cognizant, because Lake Winona or Lake Susan, well, Lake Susan's not really in there,
that's
but Lake
far.
Winona is within, so anything that's within our boundaries, I'd like to know the sizes of those lakes before we start making rules, because I don't want to come back and see it again.
Could we table this until we can
already tabled
look
it.
at
Yes,
that?
you
No,
could.
we voted on the intro, or the first reading, and so this is the second
So
reading.
we're just repealing this, and then we bring back the one we want, is what I would suggest. Let's get this repealed, get it off, and then bring it back. We have a discussion, and we pass something that makes sense for the city.
But that now
And then we can have
requires-
input of what people actually
But we're
want, what the
like-
residents
We're continually
want.
talking about the same thing. I mean, you want to take out gasoline, but I don't think you can do that, because that's the state law.
no, you
No,
can't
take
take,
gasoline
you
out of the
can't take out
ordinance.
gasoline, but you can sit here and we can say, I heard Crystal Lake. You can sit there and put a sign up and say, no, powered,
Or you can say
gasoline
only
engine,
sailboats.
whatever.
There is
on
still a
this lake.
statute that wasn't repealed as part of this that allows cities, in coordination with the FWC, we have to work with Fish Wildlife Commission, to have a vessel exclusion zone. We could do that.
We can say, like on Crystal Lake, we can say no motorized vessels on the lake.
I think you could go the other way and say only
think we could.
sailboats allowed
Yeah,
on the lake.
see, because I
Or
think
rowing.
in the past, if I'm not mistaken, with Crystal Lake, when we was growing up here, I think we didn't allow motors on there then, and that was one of the most pristine lakes we used to have around here. Okay.
That's something
what
I
I
think
wanna
we could
preserve.
And
defend.
going back to what Mr. Howard said, well, basically, I think if we just say, hey, no, leave it as is, and then we can come back and say on all our landlocked lakes or smaller lakes, say, hey, no motorized vessels.
You can use like anything other than human-powered.
Right.
Only
Is there-
a human-powered boat is allowed.
Is there language that we could use that you feel like could pass
paddle boat?
muster if challenged, while also preserving the integrity and
I thought
the
that
relate?
second idea you had would pass muster. I forget exactly what it was, but you put a speed limit in there, and
So the speed limit would work. You could also say no boats, because is a kayak really a boat? Stand-up paddleboard is
well, it's a
definitely not a boat.
watercraft.
But it's not a boat. So, it would depend on,
To get into this minutia,
and that's why I said that I don't have an issue repealing this, and I'd love to see it come back and us be more, and I'd like to see us tie it into what your plans are. I'd like to hear more from the community of what they want to see done with their lakes. I don't want to hold this item kind of hostage to say, hey, we've got to do this. But I really love to hear from the folks who live on Crystal Lake, folks who live on Sunnyside Lake. I mean, I fished on Sunnyside Lake. That's my first fish ever. So, 3 years old. So,
But if we table it, we don't have to republish it. We can amend it. We can take time for that. It's still on the books. We don't have to enforce it. So that's my suggested strategy, is if we let Christian take a stab at some language. I mean, I don't mind waiting and keeping it open until the comp plan comes in, because to Christian's point, as long as we don't try to enforce it, we don't have an issue. And if we ever need to create something quickly, we have the first reading that's already been done, and we can bring back the second reading.
So what you're saying was we're not restricting anybody right now as to the power source.
Right, and I think Christian seems
but
to
I think
think,
what the public is saying, do we want to have power boats in landlocked?
yeah, they don't. That, I mean, all we heard
Right.
today was
So
no.
we can say no power boats at all are allowed.
Not without the FWC. The FWC, so it's called an exclusion zone. And you can do an exclusion zone, but FWC has to approve it. And what you'll typically do is say, look, this is a small lake. Having a powered boat on here would create a safety issue for boaters and floaters. And they would probably approve that. But that's a different conversation than are we going to repeal this ordinance. So I'm going to let this either pass or fail. I'm going to make a motion to approve item number 8, ordinance number 2025-030, final watercraft energy source freedom act.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for approval of item number 8, ordinance number 2025-030. Any further discussion? Councilmember Strange.
Nay.
Councilmember Howard.
Aye.
Councilmember Myers.
Aye.
Councilmember Peterson.
Aye.
And the chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 4-1. Okay, item number 9 is for consideration resolution number 2025-013R.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, granting a conditional use permit, Resolution 2025-013R, to allow for 2 hotels to occupy more than 20,000 square feet of floor space and to allow shared parking among the hotels. In addition, the applicant is requesting the following special conditions to be included in the conditional use permit. 1, to allow 0-foot internal landscape buffers between internal lot lines, and 2, to allow a maximum grading within the perimeter landscape buffers up to 25% slope, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, John Cruz, Development Services. The applicant, Clermont West Investors, is requesting to develop the southern portion of a C2 general commercial zone parcel fronting on Hook Street, located south of Portillo's between Hobby Lobby and Florida Clermont. The property is approximately 10 acres in size, and on the display it's outlined in yellow. The applicant is proposing 2 hotels in the interior portion of the property, up to 5 stories in height, with a maximum square footage of 70,000 square feet each, with a total of 250 rooms collectively. The hotels will not be extended stays, and a condition has been added to the CUP that states that. The southernmost portion of the property will consist of a stormwater pond and a 12,500 square foot daycare facility. An interior vacant lot, approximately 1 acre, will be available for C2 general commercial uses. No user has been identified by the applicant at this time for the vacant lot. The applicant is required to seek a conditional use permit due to the proposed hotel building sizes over 20,000 square feet, with the shared parking between the hotels and the 2 special conditions, which again include 0 internal landscape buffers between internal lot lines, and 2, to allow maximum grade within the perimeter landscape buffer up to 25%. Last year, the applicant previously applied for a similar project with hotel use, 3-story self-storage, and daycare use that was not approved by City Council, along with 6 special conditions. The applicant has revised the site plan, removing the self-storage component, reducing the number of special conditions, and shifted the stormwater pond around within the site. Access to the site will be from the existing western driveway access point on Hook Street, serving the Florida Clermont in this development. In addition, the site will be accessed from the existing State Road 50 entrance and the Sandy Grove access point to the east. The secondary access point on Hook Street between the stormwater pond and the proposed daycare site has been acknowledged by Lake County and will warrant improvements along Hook Street as indicated in the Traffic Impact Analysis Review memo. Staff has reviewed the CUP application in accordance with Section 101-212 of the Land Development Code. With the revised changes, the project does not appear to be in conflict with the comprehensive plan. The future land use is commercial, and the proposed uses, particularly the hotel use, is supported by Policy 1.9.3. The applicant has made some revisions to the original proposal to lessen the intensity along with other site changes that alleviate staff's concerns on the compatibility of the development in the area. In addition, with the revision of parking areas within the development, pedestrian safety appears to have been improved. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 5-2 with an additional condition added for a tree inventory and replacement plan. After the Planning and Zoning meeting, the applicant provided a tree survey dated July 22nd indicating the existing trees were planted for silviculture use and would be exempt from tree mitigation. Staff recommends approval of Resolution 2025-013R. That concludes staff's presentation.
Hold on a second. Turn your microphone back on. Hey, John, can you speak again for me, please? Just say something.
Say something.
Now turn it off. Speak again.
Speak again.
When this microphone come on, well, this speaker up here is get really loud.
I can turn it in.
No, okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, when your microphone is on,
It's
I
the
can
same
hear
with a
you.
bunch of them up here.
I couldn't really hear myself.
Yeah.
The microphone doesn't play, but.
When he turned his microphone off, I mean, I can really hear his external. Okay, okay. So. Okay. Okay. Well, all I know when you turn your microphone off, all I could hear was your speaker. Okay, I can't usually hear it. Yeah. So, all right. Learn something new. Yes, sir. Mr. Crawford, you represent? Okay. I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and members of the council and staff. My name is Jimmy Crawford, 702 West Montrose Street, and I do represent the owner and the applicant, Clermont West Investors, for this property. It has been before you several times. Everybody's pretty familiar with this site, I know. I do have today with me Ryan Stahl, who is a representative of the owner, Corey Sittler, who is with Kimley Horn and is the project engineer, and they can answer owner or technical questions. I did just want to give a very brief synopsis of the changes that we've had. We did, in the last, this is the third time it's been in front of you. Since the first, we've gone from 6 requested waivers to 2. We have removed the self-storage. We have restricted the hotels to not be extended stay hotels, and we define what that is. We've enhanced pedestrian safety throughout the project by providing pocket parks and designated walkways outside of the parking areas. We increase the open space and increase the safety and isolation of the daycare parcel. Y'all are all talking about the sound system. I only speak in hieroglyphics, so I've got one more that I need to show. This came about because, let me show you, I don't have a big one. Do I have a big one? No. I'm looking for a concept plan. I'll just use this one.
This one's my fault, guys.
Okay. Oh, thank you. There's a big one. Okay. It was asked of us if we needed all this parking. And other than we could get into a week-long charrette discussion over that, maybe not. It is a mixed parking calculation with 4 restaurants here, these 2 here. The daycare is completely separate, so that one's separate. It may be that we can either still meet code or request a waiver from the code if not, and put some additional park and green space in here. And that is not binding to where we're going to do it into scale, just an idea that we could lose 30 parking spaces here, make this a public access park area, and we might not need to come back for a waiver for parking, depending on what staff decides about the blended rate, or we might need to. So I suggest this again as an addition. Parking requirements may be waived by the city during the site planning process for the area to the south of the hotels, comma, provided land excluded from parking areas shall be used as park and recreation space available to the public.
At the cost of the developer.
At the cost of the developer, absolutely. Like the city was going to build the park, that would be, no. Developer costs, most definitely. We mean we would build the park space. And then in case we needed a waiver, I added, if parking regulations are not met, the city shall consider a variance/waiver and shall waive such application fees.
Remind me how many parking spaces are on there?
Are required?
Yeah, Mr. Sittler.
Hey, good afternoon. Corey Sittler, 6876 Marwick Lane, Orlando, Florida. So the required parking for both the hotels, daycare, and what we're showing is a future commercial tract. That's kind of separate from this parking calculation. The total required is 311 spaces, and we are providing 319. What Jimmy's talking about, just to flip over to another.
And how many, it was 250 rooms, 240?
250 combined between
Right.
both of them, yes.
Actually, they were 143 or something. No, it wasn't 140. It was some odd number. I looked at it and I was like, oh, they slid right under the number.
Comes out 246, I think.
Okay, yeah, 246. Okay, so I don't have an issue because the likelihood that you're going to have one car per room, I mean.
It's also for staff as well. I mean, that's
Yeah,
part
it
of
just
the
seems like a
code.
lot of, seems like a lot of parking. I don't.
Come from out of town.
Yeah.
Well, and before we go into the public, because I think this could be questions the public might have, is the definition of an extended stay is defined in the ordinance as 15 consecutive days. Are we permitting, I hope the answer is yes, kitchenettes so that these can be used for traveling teams that might be going to the National Training Center? We're just saying they can't stay more than 15 days. And then related to that, keep in mind the track there hosts the European national team, the Italian national team. I mean, we get people from all over Europe who are going to Kissimmee because, and they're not staying here in Clermont because we don't have
stuff to accommodate them.
facilities. And this seems like it could be a great option for those teams right across the street. So I just want to make sure we're talking about extended stay. Are we talking about the room type, or are we talking about how long people can stay? Right. And I might suggest we go up to 30 days, which is what the state does. We didn't talk about that. That's just my own experience in tourism. So I wanted to put those out there for discussion today too.
Right.
My question is not with that, is with the daycare.
Yes, ma'am.
How is the daycare going to be situated? Because my concern is where the people, when they're in the hotels, will they be able to look down on the kids in the playground?
Right.
Question.
And I can answer that a little bit, and then perhaps Mr. Sittler will get into more. But the playground
I thought it was to the
here,
backside, yeah.
and it is blocked by this building, and these are only, well, they are 5 stories. No, is that right? Up to. So either 4 or 5 stories.
4 or 5 stories.
But they'll be sheltered by this. I certainly hope. I did bring a copy. The state requirements for child care facilities are voluminous.
Okay.
And they
'Cause that's
require
my
certain
concern.
square footage, they require staff ratios, they require training, and they require IDs for picking up kids. So, is this a 1 or a 2 story? This is a 1-story plant? Yes.
It's a
Okay.
1 story.
All right. I hope, Ms. Myers, that
Okay.
answers your questions.
Let me go back to the parking spaces. You say 319 parking spaces, and the code calls for what, 311?
That's
That
correct.
include the, for the commercial as well? Is
That's
it-
just for this southern piece. Those numbers were just for the southern piece.
Okay. So we actually have 19 extra space, 8 extra spaces there.
Right.
Okay. In the southern piece.
And it is possible to recalculate that if it was not based on shared park, because a lot of people are going to park at the hotels and walk to the restaurants. They're not going to be double parking in both places. So that's going to be up to staff to determine. And if we can't fit it in under that, then we come back before you and ask for a
And
variance.
that's kind of one of my concerns with all that while I'm asking about parking, because I know right now with the restaurants, you go up there on a Sunday afternoon sometime and they don't have enough parking already.
Absolutely true.
So we still.
Those restaurants?
Oh, yes, they could be, it could be trouble trying to find parking up there.
There's
We
more
still got
parking
one
than
more-
there is rooftops there. There's like 8 times as much
Trust-
parking.
Trust me, when you go up there some Sunday afternoon, it's trouble finding parking. We still got one restaurant to go in there. What is it, Bonefish Grill or something?
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
I think people don't usually drive all the way to the back. There
Right.
is a lot of parking
Oh, no,
behind,
I've
although,
had to park all the way to the backside
Yeah.
up there on a Sunday afternoon.
Mr. Crawford, will any of the hotels have their own on-site restaurant or no?
I don't know the answer to that question. No on-site
No on-site
restaurants.
hotel,
Can
restaurant,
we
okay.
permit that? If they decide they want to?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah,
I think they
sure.
should have a restaurant.
And there are no restrictions on the type of rooms, so some will definitely have, microwaves and fridges
The
and,
market's going to do what the market. I just want to make sure we're not restricting the market on that.
gotcha.
So
But we probably should go to the public
Oh,
because we haven't done the public yet.
yeah.
Yes, this is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item, come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes.
Hello, Jenny May, 4062 Greystone Drive. The only thing that I had a concern of when this came in front of us was the street that was coming in from where it used to be Dick's. It's not a street that automatically is like a thorough. It's a street that drives into a parking lot. So it's not like Kingsridge. An example would be like Kingsridge, the Publix, where you drive in and there's a street that goes from behind that allows you to go and so I'm worried about, how do cars maneuver with people parking, going in and out, and all that good stuff. You guys brought up a really good idea about restaurants, hotel, so that would be awesome. So just want to say that. Thank you.
Sammy Taylor, Powderhorn Place Drive, Clermont. My concern about the daycare center, is that off Hooks Street? Is that where that's interesting?
Yes.
Wow. I see that as a gridlock moment right there, trying to get past that, because you've got a school across the street and you've got a lot of businesses around there that now generate a lot of traffic. And also putting more restaurants up there. Honestly, when are we going to put some high-dollar business jobs in here instead of just discretionary income-dependent businesses? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I close public comment.
So,
Mr.
Allison, if you're going to go with that possibility of the parking part, with the parking changes, I can go there. I'm not going to get to past the 15 days. We can modify that later. But we've had issues with, there's a reason that language is in there, and I'm not going to run past that language until we have a better idea of what's going on, what we have. So, but I can support your part if you want to make that motion.
Yeah, my thought on the park, can you put that back
The
on?
language
For
or
the
the-
picture? For the park or playground is more in the kind of central park type of facility where it's green space, where it's trees,
Yeah.
a place to walk,
Maybe it's
trails.
over here
Not
instead.
necessarily, you might get the mom saying, let's put a playground out there, but I really am thinking more health, wellness. There's so much asphalt, there's so much commerce, there's so much development that, to me, and this is maybe more directed to council at this point, is I'd really like to see when builders are coming in and they're modifying the land, that the final product actually give back something of quality and affect the quality of life of the community as a whole. Because obviously the businesses are going to benefit, and tourists are going to come here. They're going to the National Training Center. I get that, or they're coming for a business. But how does this impact the residents? Because we're going to have more traffic, and we're losing some view of trees. They may have been pines, and maybe they were planted there by man, but they've been raised by God, and so they're nice to look at, and it's prettier than looking at a big wall when you're driving by. So when I had looked at this, I see all this parking, and yeah, there might be peak times that parking is a concern. I get that, but to further separate the use of families and children with the daycare, to create a space that might be green, to add some trees, something for the community. If you don't need, for me, as I sit here, if the developer doesn't need literally all of the parking south of those hotels, I would be happy for that whole thing to be just a park space. And I don't know what you need. I'm not in your business. But there's a lot of parking here. And if it's going to be empty land, I would rather it be green empty land with trees that maybe the citizens could take a walk, be in the shade, but I'd like it to be developer paid for. So that's where I'm coming from. Is
Do you have a
Right,
motion
but
with that
my
language?
understanding is if you build a hotel, you hope it to be 100% capacity, is that correct?
I assume 88 to 92 is industry
Let's say-
standard, but yes.
So it's a 300-bed facility, right?
250.
250.
246.
246. So then
Yeah.
200, let's say 200 is what you're thinking as the average capacity, right?
Yes, sir, that makes
So you're going to need
sense.
200 parking spots because most people are going to be driving there, correct?
Most, yeah, I would
Right,
certainly
and you
agree.
have right now 311.
Well, you got 319, it's 250 beds, right? Rooms.
Rooms, that's a maximum.
And listen to what Mr. Peterson's saying, yeah, if you get one car per room, that's 250 cars, but you also have staff that have to
do.
park as well, okay? So how many parking spaces you need there? That's why I'm a little hesitant about eliminating any parking space. And besides, this is a hotel. We trying to create a park in a hotel, on a piece of hotel, on a hotel property for, a park for our residents, I guess you can say. Because how many people coming to the hotel gonna sit there and really utilize the park?
Yeah.
And everything, see, and I hear what you're saying about green space and all this, and I would love to create more park, but I have a little bit of a problem trying to say this hotel need to put
Okay.
a park out there on their property.
Well,
for
but the
our
flip
residents.
side of that is our residents are likely to be the ones working in this hotel, working at the daycare, working at the properties next door, and having a space that you can take time in your day when you're surrounded by concrete and you're surrounded by lights and your fluorescent lights, and to be able to go out and walk in nature for 30 minutes. That's a quality of life. That's a health and wellness thing. So to say, well, there's a lot of parking here, so we don't want to make it human friendly, or we don't want to add a park, I think ignores the fact that the people working there, they're also folks who might use this. I mean, I just think we don't have enough parks in this city. You'll find that when we do the NRP, or now I get it mixed up. I think it's NPRA. Assessment of all the parks that, passive parks, we don't have enough. And so if this developer is willing to provide an amenity for the community that can actually be used, and not some little thing, but something that can actually be used, for me, that checks a lot of boxes because it's a give back to the community.
So with this park idea that you have, would that take away from your parking spots? Is that what it would
Yes,
do?
it would.
How many parking spots would it take away from?
We don't know yet.
You don't know
It's
So
all kind
there-
of last minute, but
Okay.
the language that I'm suggesting
Mm-hmm.
just says that we will see if it's possible. If it is, and we can't meet
Then you're gonna
parking,
waiver
the city shall consider a variance waiver. It has to come back before
Has to
you
come
guys.
back before us.
If you
I just know, like, at our guest houses, we do have parks. That's military hotels.
Yes.
And that's nice to have. I mean, for them that aren't military.
Well,
Not nice to have, because we stay there longer as we go. So I hear what you're saying, because you're thinking of the Europeans that are coming that will be here for 2 weeks or whatnot. But I also hear what the mayor and Bill has said about the parking. So, because we don't want them not to have enough parking spots.
Right.
'Cause
Well, I
that,
don't think
you
they'll
know.
let that happen. I mean, the private
know.
sector is going to make sure that they can serve the needs of their clients. I think that's
Right.
a reality. But when you look at a lot of these parking spaces, I don't want to belabor it. is, you know, when you have people going to the National Training Center, they're bringing teams, especially adult teams, and you have a lot of triathletes that are coming. You have the track and field folks, you have the softball folks, you have soccer folks. When you come as a team, oftentimes you're renting a van to put everybody in. So
Right.
you might have 4 vans and use 12 to 17 rooms.
True.
And so in those aren't going to be every single situation, but there will be enough
There's
of it.
enough of them, yeah.
And they will know that better than we know that. And so that's why I would like to give them the flexibility and create the opportunity to add a park. So I'm going to make a motion to approve item number 9, allowing under section 2 the hotel to have an incorporated restaurant and to permit use of kitchenettes if it needs to be, to incorporate the language provided by council in the hieroglyphics that are on the screen, and under paragraph 9 to include under architectural design standards as amended at the time of construction.
Second.
You got me there.
Have a motion and a second for approval of item number 9. With the included language for the hotel, for restaurants and
Everything else.
everything else, except for, I didn't really hear nothing on the parking. Of course, the parking is with this language here. But one of the things I would like to see in there, that they cannot go, but the parking cannot go below the code requirement. Right now, it's 311.
Right.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I believe, you ask your attorney, but I believe this language covers you. If it doesn't
Okay.
meet code, we have to come back for a variance.
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Any further discussion?
No, sir.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, and chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Third time is a charm, eh? Before I go any further, Kirk, you need one? I need 10 minutes myself, people. Oh, thank you.
That's a good idea to take a break every like 3 hours, take a 15.
Do I?
He had called me last night, and I was like, how many of you? So that other people won't. He was like, I know. I was like, all right.
Kirk, don't worry.
So that's why he said that to me. Because I was like, I said, you're not going to get any major issues unless something comes up. He's
But do I close the vote then?
Well, you did.
No, do I close the vote? Right. But I thought, if we bring that up, then I can pull. But I can say, I'd like to get voted. So you can't say all in favor? I can't say all in favor.
You can't.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. All in favor. So corporate vote requires a second.
It's, you know,
Yeah, we didn't get these are the easy ones. Fireworks are gonna be coming. Keep them to the right. Huh?
Evening, Mayor, City Council, and guests. Nick Gonzalez, Development Services. The applicant, Church at South Lake, is requesting an amendment to an existing conditional use permit to allow for the development of a 16,355 square foot building addition to the existing church campus, located at 2500 Hook Street. The subject property is located within a PUD and is operating under an existing CUP. The Church at South Lake was granted a conditional use permit in 2011 to operate as a house of worship in the C2 General Commercial Zoning District. The proposed expansion would include a new worship auditorium and staff offices. Yeah. The site plan provided shows the development of a 16,355 square foot building addition being constructed between the two existing buildings. The current auditorium, which seats approximately 500, will be repurposed as space for the church's youth ministry. Upon completion of the expansion, the total seating capacity of the church auditorium will be 700 seats, representing a net seating increase of 200. Here is the proposed site plan. In the dark gray, you can see those are the existing buildings, and in the middle, that light gray portion, that is the proposed expansion. And then here is the elevations. To the left and right is the existing, and in that middle would be the expansion of the auditorium. And then the outline is the parcel on Hooks and Hancock. In reviewing the application for a conditional use permit, section 101-212C of the Land Development Code is consulted. The proposed project expansion is consistent with the existing land use designation and surrounding development pattern. Staff has reviewed the proposed amendment and find it consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and land development code. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 6-0 as presented, and staff recommends approval of Resolution 2025-019R. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And members of the council, my name is Brian Hammond. I'm the senior pastor of the church at South Lake. Had the honor of being the founding pastor of the church almost 27 years ago. Wow. So it's our honor to be a part of this community. I'm actually a lifelong resident, along with my wife, of Lake County. We graduated Leesburg High School a few years ago. So, you know, Lake County's home for us. We love being here. So this particular project is something that's been in the works actually since we first purchased this property. If you were not familiar with it, those of you that have been here a long time surely are. It sat vacant for a number of years. It was originally going to be a shopping center, but went into receivership during the recession, and we purchased it in 2011. Went through the CUP and developed site planning process, and at the time used the two existing buildings that were already there, just renovated those to use as our church. Always had the plan to connect the buildings to make it one cohesive facility. We weren't sure at the time exactly what that would be for. We decided to wait until the need most presented itself. And so our plan, as you heard, is to connect those buildings with a new worship auditorium in the middle, add some office space. Our existing auditorium will be repurposed for a variety of different things, mostly for our youth, our ever-growing youth and student activities and ministries that we have. And anyway, I'm just here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, sir, thank you. If you have any questions, we will reserve some time and let you come back at a later time if there is any question. But in the meantime, this is a public forum, and anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. This is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I close public comment. Bring it back to council. What say council?
Motion to approve item number 10, resolution number 2025-019R, Church of South Lake CUP.
I second.
Have a motion and a second to approve item number 10, resolution number 2025-019R. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
You're
sir.
welcome. Thank you.
Good luck.
Item number 11, surplus property.
This item is to determine if the city council would like to consider the property at 882 West DeSoto Street as surplus property. This parcel is a half acre in size and is currently being utilized as a city parking lot with approximately 14 to 20 parking spaces. What you see before you is the red dot. It's right at the corner there of, again, West and DeSoto Street. This is a former volunteer fire department location. So again, this is just to determine if council would like to determine this parcel as surplus or not. That's it.
That's it?
That's
Okay.
it.
This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item, please come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Charlene Harrison, 4th DeSoto Street, Clermont. That's the one that's near me that all the public is using. So what are we wanting to do with this as surplus? Are y'all wanting to unload and sell this when we need parking so bad? What are we doing?
That's the purpose of tonight's discussion.
Okay, but is that what y'all saying with surplus? You're wanting to put it in inventory and sell it?
Yeah, that's
Why would we do that when city property is so precious?
Hello.
And we need the parking down there? They have landlocked everybody in with the daycares now. Of course, the city allowed all the daycares there. And now the overflow from down at Montrose and off of West Avenue. Now we have the back 40 new place that is there. There's others that are coming in now. And everybody is filling that up and using it, including all weekend, evenings, everything. So we should not get rid of this until we've got other, but here's the thing, and I've talked to Todd about this. He and I've talked about this extensively because he likes to unload property, I guess is what the deal is. Okay. But well, listen, I want to tell y'all, I saw what happened at the old police department that's down by B's Auto. Stupidest thing we ever did in our life.
Hello.
The dumbest thing we ever did in our life. I mean, I'm always amazed at people that think that they're politicians or they're elected or they're up at City Hall. I mean, it's just stupid. And do y'all understand? I talked to one of my friends that's in big development over at the city of Orlando. 345,000 people over there. It's so precious. You don't let go of property, especially when we've got a little town that we need everything. Even if we build a garage, and that's the only thing me and Todd did not agree on, even if we do the garage, you still need parking down on that end. It's served a great purpose. And then if we got plenty of parking somewhere else, well, then maybe we could build on it or something and lease it to make money or whatever. But the thing is, that end of town, I keep telling y'all that, and all of us that live down here, you're not doing a darn thing for us, period. We've got the parking problem that y'all screwed up, except for in front of me. I had to get a lawyer, and that's coming next, okay? So now we got this. Let these people still have this. Put it down the road another year or two till we see what happens. I mean, this is just crazy, people. It's needed there. Where do you want to send those cars now when they leave? Where are they going? Over the curb down at my house? On down DeSoto Street, parking all over the street against the Florida statute that our police don't want to enforce? There you go.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Brian Bain, 245 Nautica Mile Drive. I have to agree with Ms. Forth on this. I guess I question this and the next item. Where's the transparency on who put this on the agenda? If I brought this forward as a citizen, I'd have to put my name to it, and it's just, we're deciding. Who's we? Who's we? Who is deciding? Who decided to put this particular item and the next item on the agenda for tonight? The city council, several of you have asked for a list of city-owned properties. Shouldn't we have that list and know what all we own in the city before we start deciding to surplus off individuals left and right without a comprehensive plan that's discussed? Actually, I should clarify, that's publicly discussed and coordinated? You know, it's hard to argue that we need more parking in the downtown area and the threats of the church being taking their parking away when this is right across the street from that. And these are 14 to 20 spots. Why would we give up 14 to 20 spots in our historic downtown area if parking is such a problem and we need parking? We need city parking. It doesn't make sense. I think you need to put the city's interests first here and not the special interests. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Patrick Bianchi, 810 West Montrose Street. I'm also the president of Clermont Main Street. I do agree with some of the comments that were made. I'm not sure if this was one of the properties that you discussed in your workshop regarding surplus, but the one recommendation that I will have specifically with this property is that I think you even discussed it with the De Hoya piece, is maybe put out something like an RFQ and RFP and kind of curtail. Ultimately, I mean, you guys just decided on a planner, right? So kind of curtail what that looks like in conjunction with the planner. Maybe that's something we can go to them, you know, ahead of time to say, what do you think? Instead of just selling off the land, because then, to Todd Howard's point earlier, Councilman Howard, I apologize, they might just put up a one-story office building, and that might not be highest and best. They might put something that the neighbors across the street don't want. I'm not suggesting it should be sold or shouldn't be sold. What I am is, let's plan just a little bit better and have the discussions tonight to say, okay, who already control the land, let's talk to the planner that we just hired, or essentially is going to pay $450,000 for. Let's get with them and say, hey, what is that look like for DeSoto and West Avenue? There's a lot of development there. Back 40 is over there. They're fantastic. They will be there for a long time. I love that place. So that area will start developing. Let's do the right thing, right development. That's what I have my input. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else?
Hello, Anna Sinclair, 575 West Mineola, and I have to say that I agree with what was just stated. We just hired a great planner. I think that perhaps we should wait until we see what their suggestions are as to that land, and we should wait to know what the community would like to do with that land before we decide what to do with them. So I would just like hold for a little bit longer before we decide on what to do with very precious public land, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I'm gonna close public comment, bring it back to council.
So, Brian, if you want to know who did it, I did it.
I was curious about that too.
I mean, it's not a secret. So, in conversations with Dr. Cossavant, who owns the old police station, he is in the process of bringing this back online as a mixed-use facility for the time being. He would like to do more. However, because of the way the land sits with drainage and such as that, the drainage for this land is actually Center Lake, which is essentially at capacity. So because of, on the backside of the police station is a large swale. So what he's trying to do is reconfigure and figure out how we're going to do this. The other issue with this, and you heard that there's 14 to 20 spaces, and part of the reason for that is our previous city manager was itching for a litigation with Dr. Cosavant with the way that he was wanting to say that, well, this property, so there's some right-of-ways in here that the city is saying that, hey, you know, we're going to block your property, we're going to block your access, which I'm not sure that we can do, and it would absolutely 100% up in litigation. And so we do have an interested party. I don't see an issue with it. If we want to keep it as parking for the time being, I'm sure Dr. Cosavant would work with us. But we do have somebody who's interested in it. It puts it back on our tax rolls so that we can start collecting money on it. It's a very small parking, and I'm just going to argue against surface parking in general. It's not what we need for our downtown. We do need parking garages. We do need to go vertical. We do need to have better control of how people ingress and egress off of our roads, and that is part of planning. And having surface streets scattered throughout is part of what creates gridlock and parking issues and makes it more difficult to park by doing it this way. So if we want to actually have good planning, we're going to plan and say, hey, we're going to bring people in through these roads, we're going to exit them through these roads, and we're going to have less people trying to move around in downtown, making it more friendly to people. That's all this is. So I'm going to support this. Like I said, it's going to get listed. We'll see who the highest bidder is. But I do know that there is somebody who has a vested interest, who already owns a huge piece of property there, and is going to, at some point in the not too distant future, redo this entire piece, redevelop it. And so when I talk about redevelopment, that is part of what we're talking. And so in order for him to redevelop in his mind and what his plan is, and I don't know what it is, this piece of property is advantageous for him to purchase. And so I'm going to support redevelopment, especially on a big piece of property that will probably end up being a keystone in the heart of our community.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of government owning real estate with no plan to own real estate. I don't think that it's good to take it off the tax rolls. I don't think that it creates empty space that people have to walk past, which they're not going to because we're in Florida and it's hot. So when you're dealing with a downtown commercial district, which this is in, and you don't have a plan for it, that's problematic for me. The government shouldn't be taxing people without a plan. It shouldn't be owning real estate without a plan. So that philosophically, that's where I'm at. I would like to see, I'm happy to put this on surplus. For those of you who may not know this, if it's in the CRA, the property has to go through several different steps. There is an entire process that is time consuming, which is good. It's good that that process is in place, but it does take time. So what I would like to see is this put on the surplus list and then sent out with an RFP to get ideas. I think, Mr. Bianchi brought it up, and I think Ms. Sinclair mentioned it as well. I would like to see what the suggestions are, because even with the code, which, as excited as I am for DPZ to come in, it's fantastic, it's going to take them 12 months to get any progress moving forward. If we as the city, in collaboration with DPZ as a consultant for the city, can say, hey, here are some properties that we own or have control over or have access to have control over, what types of things could we put here? And we allow the free market and the contractors to say, hey, this is what we think. It really expedites the timeline for us to see not only the kind of development that we want to see, but really the fruit of our labor, because we've waited a long time. So for me, I'm not necessarily for let's just put it on surplus and sell it to the highest bidder. I'm more in the camp of let's surplus it, go through the process, and put it in RFP so we can get creative ideas, because I don't know what's out there. I don't know what people might want to do, but I do know we have a really good consultant coming in who can kind of shepherd us along that process. So are you comfortable there, Todd, to put it out for RFP to see what we could get creative project-wise?
I don't have.
Or do you want to straight sell it?
The person who this has the most value to
And
owns
I
the
hear you
big
on
piece
that.
of property
Yeah.
next to it.
Yeah.
He obviously has, and like I said, I don't know. I had a conversation with him, and he said, hey, what is going on with this piece of property? I have this swell in the back. It really kind of constrains what we want to do and how we want to do it. And I said, look, in my mind, I'd like to move away from surface parking, move to garages. It's very clear I've been that way forever. And so by doing that, it allows us to move this piece of property back onto the tax rolls, and it gives the opportunity for somebody who has been in this community for a long time. It's not like he's an unknown.
Right.
And gives him the opportunity to redevelop a very large piece of property, and he's well funded. I mean, this isn't, so, it's really up to you guys how you want to proceed with it. I just think it gives us the opportunity to start having a conversation, to your point, about this whole piece of property and developing it in a bigger manner. Whereas if we just chunk it off as, and I'm not even sure it's a quarter acre, I think it's might be an eighth of an acre. But if we just chunk off that eighth of an acre and say, hey, what can somebody do with it? Well, then that kind of takes us away from knowing what, hey, we add this eighth of an acre to this, whatever he's got, 2 acres. then what happens? And so I know that that piece is interesting for whatever reason because of water retention and some other things. And I don't know, like I said, I don't know, but we don't need it. It's, you know, it should be back on the rolls. And as far as I'm concerned, whoever can do the best development with it, I'm good with it.
And Christian, what is the process for CRA surplus? It is different.
Under Florida statutes, a determination has to be made that it becomes surplus. If it's city-owned, then there's a process whereby we basically have to use a broker or go through an RFP to go solicit bids. No less than 30 days. We have to give at least 30 days before signing any kind of a contract to convey the property. You, as the city council, would be able to determine, subject to your redevelopment plan, what best serves the public interest. So it's not necessarily the highest bidder. So for example, this property we're talking about over by the lumberyard, I think, you know, the highest bidder wouldn't necessarily control where that property that gets dedicated goes. Does that answer your question?
I'm thinking timeline, like what is the timeline? Because I understand, I share the concerns where I think DPZ coming in is going to add great value to all of the real estate in the northwest section of the city. And so what I don't want to do is go kind of dump land that we could sell next year for twice as much, for example. I mean, I don't want to be foolish with the way we handle public property, but it is my understanding it takes time. And so I'm interested in getting that process started so that the momentum is there when the time is right.
All in, if the city council decided to vote to determine this as surplus tonight, no less than 60 days total, but probably more.
Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am.
So I don't see what the problem is waiting to see what this other group has with their ideas of the planner. Because what I don't want is to sell off this land and then they say, oh, by the way, we could do X, Y, Z with it. That's my concern. Because it's there. What's 6 more months or a year to wait?
Yeah,
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
I'm in concurrence with what you're saying, Ms. Strange, and what Mr. Bianchi said. I think we're going to be hiring this company for $450,000 that's going to give us ideas. I mean, we're trying to get ideas up here, but we're paying him $450,000, and he's much more knowledgeable than us. And he might say, wow, this would be a corridor. Who knows what he's going to say? But I would say wait till we get an idea, and then maybe at that point in time, he might say, yeah, okay, sell it off. And then if he does, then we'll make that decision at that point. So right now, I'd like to make a motion that we deny this.
I second it.
So, did you second it already?
I did. I'm sorry.
Okay, then I'll wait.
Well, I'm extremely high execute, so know that about me. What I know is that what I believe is that it's not appropriate for the city to hold real estate that we don't have a plan for. So what I'm hearing you say is, let's have a plan. And I agree with that completely. I don't want to dump this property. I don't want to get rid of it immediately. Right. But I don't see the harm in surplusing it and putting it in that category so that when we know what we want to do, 2 things happen. We allow that process to get started, and we allow other ideas to come along. Because what a good planner will do is not tell us what we should do. What they're going to do is react to what the community wants and ideas that are coming from the community.
But excuse me, but it doesn't have to be put in a surplus in order for the planner to give us the information on what we should do with it. It's
not the planner, but the public.
You know.
So if we want to get public ideas, proposals that might come to us from a business owner or a developer, we're not going to get that until we surplus it. So what I see is by surplusing it, we're inviting the RFP for proposals and ideas, while at the same time having the ability to review those and get the designers' suggestions.
Okay, so you think it has to be surplus in order for us to get ideas from the city, from citizens? That's what you're saying?
Christian,
hold on. Let me say something. I do have a motion and a second for denying this here, but before I call for the vote,
so we can
I don't
RFP it
think the
without
property
surplusing
need to be surplus. I think we just had input from the citizens out here, and they can come in and give us input on what they think about property at any time. And I will say this, and I will say it over and over and over again. As a city, we need land, okay?
I completely disagree.
Getting rid of, getting rid of land is not a very good idea, and you talk to anybody out there, they'll tell you that the cities need to be holding on to as much land as possible. We are a growing city, okay? We're gonna need that. I'm hearing you work depending on this guy that owned this piece of property here, which I totally agree with. I think that's what they were referring to when we sold that piece of property. One of the craziest things we did, you know, and we went back and tried to buy that piece of property, and they tried to charge us 3 times as much for that piece of the property, okay, when we already used to own it, okay?
Why
And
do you
the
think our citizens are?
Excuse me, let me finish, please.
Why was it a mistake?
Well, and that's the mistake we keep making here. We keep selling off all the land the city has for some reason. I don't know why. And then when the city needs to build something, we have to go out and pay these ridiculous prices for land, okay? And it's not making sense. And this guy been sitting on this piece of land now for about 7 years and haven't done anything with it. So now what make me think selling him this piece of land, he's gonna do something? I'd rather hold on to it,
Right.
like everybody else said. And if he decide to do something and we feel like that's the best thing for it, do it. We do not need to surplus this land in order to get input from the residents.
Well, if
Okay?
we want a parking garage, we need to start finding
Well,
funds.
and
So if we're
that's a
going to
whole
do a
nother
parking
story.
garage,
Matter of
we need
fact-
to start putting money in the coffers for a parking garage.
Well, that's one of the problems. We want to
So
start
we
selling
can't have
off
a parking
land to buy a
garage
parking, build
and
a
all the
parking
surface
garage that we
parking.
don't need.
So the other,
Matter of fact, it was plans to put parking right there on that piece of property a year ago.
So let's put a parking garage there.
Well, it wasn't be a parking garage, but the developer actually came to us, and he was going, right now, I think you could put about 24, but it was going to be 46 parking spaces put on that piece of property.
and you were going to get sued over that. You were going to get sued over 46 parking spaces. You absolutely had a.
The city owns that.
No,
okay?
but he was good. Your previous
anyway,
city manager was going to shut off a right-of-way access here.
We can't
and
shut off that
yes,
right-of-way.
he
It's already
was.
there,
That's
know?
what he was going to do. Brian even told me, "Hey, we're going to get into a lawsuit over this. I just need you to know that." And I had a conversation with him. So
I do have a motion and a second on
I'd
the floor.
actually like to
deny.
amend my motion, and I'd like to amend my motion and put it into surplus.
I second.
Well, there's already a second, so you'd need the second to agree with
or you
that
can just let it
amendment.
fail.
You can let it fail.
That's, or you could take a vote.
Take a vote, let it
Although,
fail.
under Robert's rules, there shouldn't be a motion to deny. Usually there needs to be a positive motion.
Okay.
So probably was out of order anyway.
Well, we can take the vote. My thing, you know, Ms. Myers and Mr. Murray, is I don't think surplusing it indicates we're going to accept an offer.
No.
I think it opens the door for us to explore all offers, not just one or two suggestions. So for me, that's why I support surplusing.
And going back to just so we're clear, Mr. Mayor, the conversation on little pieces of property like this, sell it, hold on to it. The piece of property we ought to be looking at buying, flat out in public, is the post office property. It's a big piece of property. We can actually do something with that. So if you're going to start talking about how do we do this, how do we plan, sell off these little pieces, let somebody develop it, and let's buy big pieces of property that we can actually do something with it. We can put real parking in places. This is just part of the planning process, and I don't want to argue over a postage stamp piece of property. It's not even worth it. Take that money, go put it somewhere where nobody can touch it, and let's start the process of buying real land that we can do real projects with.
So do we need to take the
So then-
motion to deny?
I'm going to withdraw my original motion and put a new motion in to take this property and
We
put
have to
it
do
in
this right.
surplus.
Mayor, I'll defer to you on this. Usually
Okay.
a motion to deny is not a proper motion. You can do it if there's like specific reasons and the city wants to put reasons for a denial on the record. So I don't want to get in the way, that's why I didn't get in the way of it. But if he wants to withdraw the motion, he still needs the second to agree.
If he wants to deny his motion, you have to second that
I have to
deny.
second it, but I don't agree with his motion.
Huh?
So we can take the motion.
And so then you can take the vote.
Yeah, we can
in
take the
that
vote.
case.
Then we'll take the vote, and deny, I mean, this is the first time I ever heard you couldn't do a motion for denial. I mean, I've done them many
just
times up
Robert's
here.
rules.
You
So
know?
what is the motion now?
But,
So
anyway.
you move to deny the.
We have a motion to move, to deny, a motion move, and a second to deny.
So if you want to
No
change
fur-
your motion, you would vote nay.
Miss Strange, please.
I'm just helping him.
We don't need him, you giving lessons up here, I think, okay? I think that we almost in the violation of sunshine law there, okay?
It's not a violation for me to talk to him in public.
Well, ma'am, basically trying to tell
the
him
point of
directly how
sunshine.
to vote.
I'm not
I
telling him
think
how to
so,
vote. He has
okay?
said he wants to
But
change his
anyway,
motion. Sir, you
all
could
in
deny the
favor of
motion
the
as
motion, let it be known
improper.
by saying aye. All opposed?
Nay.
And chair vote aye as well. Motion fails 3-2, right?
Right.
Okay. So property goes into surplus.
No, we have to make a
we're gonna
motion.
make a
Then
motion.
you gotta make another.
You want to make a motion?
Okay.
You gotta
I'll make a motion that the property go into surplus.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 11. No further discussion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And the chair vote nay as well. Motion passes 3-0, goes into surplus. Item number 12, surplus property again.
This is going to be kind of like part two. This item is to determine if City Council would like to consider property at 650 West Montrose Street as surplus property. This is a .25 acre parcel with a 2,000 square foot building and 10 parking spaces, which is just north here of City Hall, right on the red dot that's on your screen. For a little history, the city purchased a parcel in November of 2003 with fire impact fees for $785,000. An additional $400,000 was put into the building for renovations. A total of $1.2 million was spent on the purchase of the property.
What's the square footage
Thank-
again on that?
2,000.
2,000 square foot, .25, a quarter acre land, right?
Quarter acre parcel.
With 10 parking
And you
spaces.
said we put 1.3 million in it?
A little over 1.2.
A little over one, we paid 780 something.
785.
And we put about four.
Yeah, 785.
Four something in it, so a little over 1.2. This is a public hearing. Anyone in public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Charlene Harrison, 4 DeSoto Street, Clermont. Boy, that really got me steaming. And I want to address you, Ms. Strange, about this and this surplus. I don't trust y'all. That's why I don't want it in surplus, because I don't trust this city right now. And there's a bunch of people that don't. I'm sorry. But if you don't like the truth, get up and walk out. What you didn't know, the people aren't here because they can't be here. They're still at work trying to get here, that would like to talk about that end of the city that we need. But we don't trust that. And then I'm a little disturbed about hearing this, because you know I've been talking to Dr. Casavant too, been in talks with him about some other property that's down there. And we don't need to pander, and I like him a lot. He's a very nice man. But we don't need to pander to people that are wanting to do their project and they can't do it because they need our property from the city. That's not something we should be entertained in doing. And I'm pretty disturbed about that. So now we're talking about this, but that's why. And there was no reason to have to put this into surplus right now, because I know it's going to be pushed and somebody's going to try to unload it. Just as sure as I'm standing here, I'm going to remember the time that's on the clock and tonight of this time. But you need to understand that. There's a lot of us that don't trust. We don't have any trust right now. And that's an issue for all of y'all. And I'm sorry, Mr. Peterson, you should quit changing your vote and use your gut instead of them doing the bullying crap down here. Really, I mean, I'm serious. When I come up here, I talk to address y'all. I voted for every one of you. And it's pretty disturbing. So know that about this surplus. Yeah, should we unload it? And I'm all that. There's things that we should do. But that, we don't even have anything down here on this end. You haven't heard from anybody and all the other people that could be here to even do a survey. And we've told you before, and I've come in here about that piece of property. I know the mayor has too. That's one thing we're on about this. And so they'd have to walk clear down to the other end of the city to even get to somewhere. What if it's raining? What about the business that are down there? There's nothing to serve them. And it's a small piece right now. So we need to reserve what we got. And when you made that face about you don't understand, well, you haven't been in here 25 years like I have about the police department down here. It's huge. We could have had that for parking. Dumbest mistake ever made. Dumb.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Good evening, City Council. Nice to see all smiling faces. I just have one question. I'm not here beating nobody up. The last project and this project, can somebody tell me what they were appraised for? Well, you can't because we already did that one, but what is this one appraised for?
This,
This property, Your Honor. I mean, if you
the
can
one that's
answer
on
that
the,
one.
on the thing now? Up
Yeah,
right now?
that, yeah, well, I can't talk about the past one, but,
Well,
I mean,
to
it
be
wasn't
honest-
brought up. I'm just curious. I'm sitting there, I just want to know what the value is that we're all debating about. Okay? I mean, if
Well,
somebody
I-
can answer that question, I appreciate that, because that's what they want to know, and that's what I like to know. Thank you very much.
Well, I'll get to that for you in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in the public wish to address this item?
Brian Bain, 245 Nautica Mile Drive. I'll ask the same question I asked in the last item. Where is the list of the city-owned properties? We're making decisions without a comprehensive list that has been discussed publicly. We found out there's a lot of private conversations going on about surplus property, but there's no public conversations going on about this surplus property. And we need to understand, what does the city own? And what is the city going to do with it? It may be a good idea to sell this. It may be a great idea to put it on surplus and to sell it. But we don't know what we own, and we don't even know what our plans are. I just don't understand that. Now, I understand there may be a rush because some of you voted to spend $1.2 million of our general fund taxes, taxpayer dollars, to buy this property back from our fire impact fee, which was the original plan to put fire department, administrative, and inspection services in that building. So when you all did that, that's $1.2 million you took of taxpayer money and put it in this building. So I understand there's probably a fire under your rear end to get this sold, because you've just now used taxpayer dollars on this building. But you had the opportunity to put a city hall extension, essentially, across the street. But it's decided to say, well, let's have one here and make them go down to 12th Street, get in a car and drive to then take care of the work. And so I just don't understand why we don't have a comprehensive plan in the public for these kinds of conversations. $1.2 million of taxpayer money had to be reimbursed to put in to this because we abandoned the plan for the fire department that they said they needed for this building. And now we're just going to sell it. And there probably is a plan for it. There's probably some private conversations that are going on relative to what that needs to be done and who can buy it and who can have, as was said, doesn't even matter if it's highest and best. This makes no sense. This is not in the interest of the taxpayers and the citizens of Clermont. It's in the interest of special interests, and that should stop.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Sammy Taylor, Powderhorn Place Drive, Clermont. To quote Gone with the Wind, "It's the land, Katie Scarlett, it's the land." Why in God's name, if you're holding a piece of dirt, would you do anything with it except sit there and leverage it against your best use and best price? To let go of a piece of land that you're not getting taxes off now, you're not paying anything on it, sit on it, hold it, and wait. And if the guy next to you has a plan, wait. And especially, again, since we just hired a company to come in with a plan, for God's sake, wait until the plan unfolds. Then you'll have a better idea of what you want to do and what your best use is. Highest and best use, like Patrick said. If you do what you're doing now, what you've just done with that other piece of property, you circumvent the plan. Surplus tells the world, or tells those who know, that you're in the market to sell. And they're going to go with the lowest price. They're not going to give you the best price. And like Tim said, once upon a time you had to go back and try and buy something, and it's 3 times what you could have had before. The thing about the parking structures, when you and I, Todd, discussed the parking structure that you want to build is affordable because it has certain dimensions that you can build it in because it's prefab. Where I wanted to put a parking structure, you informed me that it would be far more expensive because you then had to build that parking structure, you had to pour it to the size of the lot. And I say, okay, I understand that, but I still say, if you're going to build a parking structure, you're building it for a better use. And if you're going to start throwing land away without full public disclosure and full public input, that is not transparency. And that's not why I voted for any of you guys. So if we're not going to come clean and show all the cards on the table and who wants what and why, then we're deceiving the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Patrick Bianchi, 810 West Montrose Street. So on this particular property, it's in the relative middle of our downtown. City-owned property in this capacity breaks up the fabric of what we are doing on our main street. I can't speak for Wheatley Realty. I do know Matt, but I would imagine he would probably be a little bit more interested to have a restaurant there so that his however many agents that he has in his store could simply hurdle the wall and go eat. I'm not upset that the fire prevention wanted a space. In fact, I think I've heard the chief say the space that they're at now is better because now they have a training facility capacity on the property in which now they're residing in. This property has to be off city ownership, has to be, because to the value point, it's probably worth 1.5 million in that, give or take. Then there's something called opportunity costs. I heard holding property. As a developer and a real estate owner myself, we are constantly, even as a Bitcoin holder, constantly coming up with, when do I sell? When do I sell? Should I hold it? If I hold it, it'll get more value. But there's something called opportunity costs in which there might be something foreseeable in the near future that the city could pay for, and that opportunity is there, so I have to sell this in order to fund that, right? With respect to the fire impact fees, they got reimbursed. They're still there. You can use them in other capacities. I know Fire Station 2 is a thing. So this particular property, for the use in which it was intended for, was a mean and method that the previous city manager had to spend the tax dollars because he raised our millage rate, and, well, he had to spend the money. He wanted a shiny toy to show what the public purchased. The public doesn't want that. If you ask 50,000 residences, if they even know that exists, they'd be like, what are you talking about? And if you told them that you put $1.5 million back in the coffers and that you have the opportunity to lower their cost of living, I guarantee they're gonna be like, yeah, I'm in. So I hear what you're saying. I hear what the public is saying. But this particular property needs to go. And with respect to City of Clermont property, that has been a topic of conversation. Where's the list? But if anybody is interested in doing a little bit further due diligence as to what the city owns, go to Lake County GIS, put in City of Clermont, and it'll populate a list and a map for you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Sin Doyle. I'm 1020 West Minnehaha Avenue, Clermont, Florida, 34711. I agree with all the speakers except the last one, who's a developer. Of course, he has his way of thinking. I have zero trust also, and I hate to say it. I think what you all are doing is an abomination to our city. It's a beautiful little city, and people come here to enjoy what we have. And what you want to do is you want to just change it into another Orlando, you know, and put us all crunched. Anyway, we own this property. I think we should keep it. I feel like in some back room somewhere, you've made a deal and exchanged maybe a little cash. And I'm not accusing anyone. I'm just saying it's a possibility that there's already a buyer in waiting. And this is why you're bringing these two properties up now. And when you lose the trust of the people in your city, I think you should look inside and see why you're losing the trust. because you're giving developers everything without them giving us anything back. You're just going against us, just like the state is, the country, you know, nothing for the citizens, all for the little money, the dollar, and we're getting tired of it. One of these days, somebody's going to grow a pair of balls here. Thank you.
Thank you. 1900. Anyone else?
Jenny May, 4062 Greystone Drive. First of all, I want to say that even though he is a developer, he is part of Main Street, and he's done a wonderful job with our downtown, so I just wanted to put that on record. So thank you for that. In regards to any surplus property, I've asked some of you, what do we own? I mean, we don't even have a list, and I believe that the other gentleman, Mr. Baines, had brought up the list. What do we own? So have a plan. So, and I've asked, do we have a real estate department? No. Do we know what we own? No. Does the public know what we own? No. There always should be a plan. There should always be a plan of what we own, and then provide an appraisal, a broker's, opinion of value, and do it quarterly. I mean, every 6 months. I mean, I'm in the business. I sell real estate. I sell commercial real estate, and it changes. And a plan is great. And I think what you were bringing up on the last one, even though I can't talk about it, on having a plan and looking at conceptual, a conceptual plan, that's considered, that could provide value. You have a piece of land, you can do something better, highest and best, woo, all of a sudden it's worth $500,000 more. But we're deciding on these properties. This one, maybe we can do something better, but how do we know? Has there been a conceptual plan on this? Maybe you could tear it down. Hey, you put a lot of money into it, you built it $1.5 million, but maybe the other person can do something better, a 3-story, who knows? But we need a list. The people need to know what we own. People need to know what it's worth before, we decide to put it in a surplus, and let's get the planners to plan it out. Maybe this might be something that they can do a pass-through. It can turn into a, green space. Who knows? But anyways, a plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Anna Sinclair, 575 West Mineola Avenue. I partially agree with Mr. Patrick before. Yes, I also see that as a commercial building. However, again, you paid $500,000 for the best of the best planner the money can buy. So I don't think we should be offloading these properties, especially because, like Jenny May said earlier, once you have the plan in place, this property is going to be more valuable. We don't know, we're not planners, we don't know what this property is going to be. So I would advise you to wait to counsel with the planners to see what this property can be. Councilwoman Myers, thank you very much for sticking to your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one else, I close public comment. Bring it back to council.
I'll take this one. The purchase of this property was an irresponsible abomination. We should have never bought it. We should have never put money into it. We shouldn't have done anything with it. We had 12 acres right down here where the fire department could have gone. When we go and we do this, this is nothing more than a government out of control. This was done by a previous council, and it never should have been done. When we have other property that will support the needs and support them better, go ask the fire department. They are happier now than they would have been with this. They're super happy. So when we go in and we look at these pieces of property that we've done, this was a horrible, horrible decision, and now we just need to get it off of our property rolls. And if you really want to talk about it, let's just say, I'll use Patrick's numbers. Let's just say this goes for 1.5. Let's just guess that the other property is worth $500,000. Now we're at $2 million. You know what? We're pretty close to being able to buy that big giant piece of property that the post office sits on. This is a plan. This isn't about sitting here going, oh, we're doing this and we're doing things behind the scenes. The fact of the matter is we're trying to make a plan for downtown. We're trying to make a plan for how do we sit here, how do we put garages, how do we get people in and out. I've talked about this over and over and over again. We're not hiding anything. There is a list of properties. I have a list of properties. I'm not going to look at every single property and say, hey, we need to do this with all of them. But if we bring a few, and this is what I asked for when I asked for all of this property, was to bring a few so that we could get through it piece by piece. But to pretend that anybody up here is doing anything behind the scenes, you saw a developer up here for the third time. Nobody's up here getting paid off by developers. Developers are as unhappy with me as they are with anybody, because we're actually holding their feet to the fire. We're telling them that, hey, we don't like this. How many of y'all know that, we're not putting storage units in some of our best commercial property anymore? It can only go in industrial. Why? Because this council made that choice. So when you guys want to tell us that we're doing horrible things, you might want to go back and look at what's actually happening and what we've actually done, because that's not the case. This property the city should not own. We should have never owned it, and it should go back on the tax rolls, and somebody should put something big and beautiful there. I don't care what it is. And it's not for me to tell somebody what to put there. It's their money. They can put whatever they want there. It's their property once they buy it. When we go through the development process, the development process, DPZ is not going to tell us you need to put Trader Joe's at 650 West Montrose. That's not what this is about. This property is built, it's ready to go, it should be sold, and it should become a fabric of this community, a fabric of Montrose, which is one of our most important streets in all of downtown. So yes, I'm going to support it, and I really hope that somebody buys it and does something great with it, and I'll be pleased to go to their business as well, because I spend a lot of time downtown. I go to a lot of the businesses down here. I know the majority of owners downtown, and it's just one of those that, for this to sit here and for this whole process to have worked this way, and now the accusations come out when they're completely unfounded. I mean, we didn't even do this piece of property. It's just irresponsible. So the only responsible thing to do is to sell it back, put it back on the tax rolls, and you know what? If you want to earmark this money, if you want to do the responsible thing, earmark this money, and let's go buy the right pieces of property, not just own postage stamps, because we can't do anything with that property anyway.
Well, and I hear the lack of trust, and I've sat in this audience and felt a lack of trust, and so that resonates with me. And I don't want anyone in the public to feel a lack of trust. That said, I recognize as I run for this position, as I sit on this dais, I'm going to make decisions that upset people. 30 minutes ago, half the audience was clapping because I said the state can pound sand in nicer words. Okay, so I'm going to make decisions that I think are right. My philosophy on government is that government should be small, and that government's role is to be a pathfinder so individuals can pursue their own happiness, not that it's the government's job to make people happy. We're dealing with commercial real estate. Commercial real estate in a part of the city that has a 10 mil tax rate. Every piece of property that this city owns in downtown takes 10 mils off of our taxes. Now, what am I saying? Drive up taxes? No. I'm saying this city has chosen to build a $28 million water treatment facility, $17 million on streets, and you know how much of that has come from the CRA? I wish Scott was here, because it's not very much. It's coming from the general fund. My goal is to right the ship so that downtown, with its zero lot line existing code, actually performs at the use for which we bonded against to build Victory Point and the streets. If we're saying we want to have estate lots downtown and we want one street of one-story commercial development, I need more people to be sending that message. Because what I'm hearing is we need more parking because we have big events. We want to have people able to walk on the streets so that we can shut them down, that we want a vibrant and thriving downtown, that we want to have development downtown. This is what I'm hearing. So I'm acting on that. And as I sit here and I look at these pieces of property that we own as a city, I say, 1, 10 mils, we're not collecting it. 2, We don't have a plan for it. Again, small government. If the government doesn't have a plan, I am not for government holding real estate. I will never tax you. I promise you this. I will never tax you without a specific plan where I am holding staff accountable for the decisions and choices that they are making. My goal is to reduce taxes while increasing the quality of life. That's my goal. Holding on to a $1.2 million piece of real estate for ego and an investment is not consistent with that goal. Now, maybe I'm not the right person for this seat. I'm open to that. I'm not a big government person. You will never get me to say that. Now, appraised value. I hear there's emotion. And sometimes when there's emotion, we don't hear the facts that are being stated. Surplusing, folks, just allows us to explore what are the offers that might be on the table. If we take $1.2 million of real estate, land worth $1.2 million in the 10 mil CRA district, and we don't surplus it, what we're doing is we're saying there are two kinds of people we're going to hear from. The one, now, look, DPZ, I want their opinion, don't get me wrong, but I don't want just them and the people who catch us behind the scenes, because of course there are people who are coming. I've heard at least 3 offers on that building across the street for 1.3, and we haven't even surplused it yet. What happens when we put it out to surplus and we let the free market start competing while we have DPZ in our corner? It buys us the time so that we're ready to act. If we wait, we won't be able to act when the time comes to act. I'm not saying dump it. I'm not going to support dumping it. If we get one offer and it's just a straight sale, you're going to have a hard time getting a yes out of me. I want to see a real plan for these properties that we're talking about, because they should be something wonderful that add to the quality of life for our community. But until we put it out there, we're not going to know what ideas are out there. So, yes, I agree with Mr. Howard. That plan was not a good plan. And there are other properties in this city that I would sell tomorrow. I'll tell you that right now. And I have seen the list. I have seen the list. I have the list. It was one of the first things I got. Well, sorry, Tracy's not here. Tracy sent it to me in what? The first month that I was on council. I've got the list. If you want the list, we can get you the list. But we've not been in a situation where we're even talking about surplus. It took us this long to get to the one property that was glaring us in the face. So let's make the list public, please. Can we put it on the website for the budget so that the citizens of Clermont can see all property the city of Clermont owns? That would be great. So we can pull what the property appraiser has, right? Appraisals cost money, so we would have to go get appraisals. And part of the surplus, yeah, so part of the surplus process is to get appraisals. So that is part of the process. So that's why if we surplus this, if there's a will to surplus it, we can order the appraisals and we can make an informed decision. But right now, we're making decisions out of fear. What happens if? But surplusing allows us to gather information that we don't have right now.
I don't think holding on to property is saying that you're doing out of fear. I think it's being reasonable and letting the people that we're paying almost $500,000 to give us some counsel of what we should, and maybe we all can sit and figure out, yes, we should do this, no, we shouldn't do that with that. But we've been on this subject for 30 minutes now, and I think we need to go ahead and take a vote and go from there.
Yeah, I don't have a motion, but let me say this. That piece of property sit across the street vacant for over 5 years, okay? The city, my previous city manager, myself, and a bunch of us went out, we tried to find somebody to buy that piece of property. Nobody purchased it. The fire department needed room, okay? They're running out of room over there, so we decided, hey, we will go ahead and purchase the property, and the appraised value at that time was a little over $800,000, okay? And we got it for $788 or so, a little bit over a low appraisal, and we put 4 or 5 to bring it up to 1.2. However, once that plan was in process, one of the first things this council did when they were seated was decided to strap the whole plan, okay? Because they want to sell the property. That's all I've been hearing. Let's sell the property, bring it back. We have use for that property. Matter of fact, I think it was about 3 council meetings ago, it was a motion made at this dais that we were gonna take our utility department and put them in that building because they busting at the seam over there, can't put anybody else in the building, and they need to hire 2 or 3 more people. But then I also got wind that, hey, we don't want to do that anymore because we can take and put them down in a building down the road that's empty, that belongs to another developer here in the city, and we can pay him rent.
My suggestion has been for them to just reconfigure their seats.
Right now, my thing is, we still need to follow through with the motion we made a couple of councils ago to put our utility department in there so we can get them in there and they can do a better job of customer service.
We already workshopped this and funded technology for that, and they came and said it was $180,000 to retrofit that building, and we decided in the workshop not to do that. I mean, that's already been decided.
But that haven't solved our problem with the utility department. We still need.
We bought technology to solve that problem. We haven't heard the feedback on whether that's worked.
They still have, and the answer I get now is we're gonna take the building in. We're gonna take this building and knock it out. How much is gonna cost us to knock these walls out and do all that over there in this building here to try to combine the utilities with the permitting and everything? That's what I'm hearing the plan is now.
Okay.
So, and I guarantee you it's going to cost a lot more
Second.
than 180. In the meantime, I got customer service center over here being raked over the coal because you can't call the customer, you can't even get in touch with customer service for 2 or 3 days, sometimes 4 days. And yet still we sitting there letting them suffer.
Mayor, we had a conversation about that with Public Works right here, and that they have software that's going to address a large portion of that problem. So you're just making red herrings.
Yeah, well, again, like I say, that piece of property been sitting there. I don't know who's gonna buy it. And if you can find somebody that's ready to pay $1.5 million, so be it. Because right now, I don't think it's worth that much, and I don't know what the new appraised value being since we renovated the building. Okay, but I know when we purchased it last year or so, it was only a little over $800,000. Okay. Do I have a motion?
Yes.
You already have a motion and a second.
What was the motion?
To approve.
I have a motion and a second to approve surplus of the property across the street at, what, 650?
650 West Montrose Street.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
The chair voting nay as well. Motion passes 3-2. All right, item number 13, address an appointment to the Code Enforcement Board.
As briefly mentioned in the last council meeting that we may possibly have an open seat on the Code Enforcement Board, that has become official. Board member Francis Falcone has resigned from the Code Board, creating 1 open seat. This appointment is to fill the remainder of her term, seat 2, which expires March 31st of 2016. I'm sorry, 2026, sorry. 2 applicants have submitted an application to fill the seat. One is Bill Kilburn, who has previously served on the Code Enforcement Board. And the second one is Elix Newsom, which is a new applicant. I'm not sure either of them are here tonight, and they have definitely been contacted.
I know, let me say this. I know Alec Newsom, he's not here. He's actually in the hospital right now and everything, okay? Let me open this up to the public first before I make another comment. Now, anybody in the public wishing to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public want to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I close public comment. Let me say this. I think the other gentleman on the list, Mr. Kilburn, is it?
Yes.
He was already on the code, and I know he had expressed interest in staying on the Code Enforcement Board. The board. He wasn't at the last one. I think that's why we overlooked him somewhat, because he wasn't here, but the other 2 was. And I hate to punish this man for not keeping it on the board, because he couldn't be here because he was at work. Okay, and that was the problem with being here, having 3 o'clock council meeting. He couldn't make it because he was at work. So I have no problem with go ahead and reinstating him and putting him in the position and everything.
But you can't make that motion, so somebody else needs to.
I didn't make a motion. I just said I don't have no problem with it, you know?
But it is 7:30 now, so we could have been here.
Well, neither one of them here. Neither one of them here, okay?
Does anybody know? I don't know either one of these.
So if you're not gonna fill the position because neither one of them.
Motion to approve Mr. Kilburn for board appointment.
I second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to approve Mr. Kilburn for the vacant Code Enforcement Board. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
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 All opposed? And chair vote aye as well. Motion carried 4-1. All right, item number 14, city manager contract.
Mayor, I think I'm presenting this one to the council.
Okay.
At the city council's direction, I think at the last meeting, we engaged in negotiations on the city manager contract, and by we, I mean essentially the HR director, Ms. Olinger, and myself. We used as a template the prior city manager contract and made modifications to suit Mr. Van Wagner, the situation, in other words. I want to tell you about some differences between the prior contract and the one that's before you. In the prior contract, there was a large severance provision. There is no severance provision in this contract. Part of that is from my insistence as a city attorney. I really don't believe that severance provisions are in the interest of a city. There is no reason why a city should be paying taxpayer money for someone to not do work. So that's not in here. The second is, in the prior city manager contract, there was a very detailed evaluation process for the city manager. Ms. Olinger said that was never used. In fact, that the prior city manager was never evaluated pursuant to the contract. So what is in this contract is it says if you have an evaluation process that you want for the city manager, that will be used. So it doesn't limit, it doesn't say what that process, it's totally up to the city council how you want to evaluate the city manager. In the prior contract, the city manager accepted and was on city's health insurance and similar benefits. Here it's just being offered, though it is not, to my understanding, being taken. The vacation and sick leave provisions are slightly higher than in the prior contract. The phone and car provisions are the same as in the prior contract. The retirement contributions are the same as in the prior contract. Termination would be what you have in your city charter, and it is a very elaborate process in your city charter for how you would terminate city managers. So for example, if you as a city council wanted to do it and the city manager didn't agree, city manager can request a hearing where he has to hear the reasons. So that's in your charter, nothing we can do about that. Also in the prior contract, there was a provision that the city manager would devote 100% all employment at the city. That provision has been removed for reasons that have been expressed at city council meetings before. Our city manager has other, I think, weekend engagements on occasion. So those are the differences, and otherwise it should be very similar to the last one. Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item, you come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Is the pay the same? The pay was less too.
Sammy Taylor, Powderhorn Place Drive, Clermont. I think the world knows that I have supported Rick Van Wagner from day one. I felt that he was the perfect interim city manager because he was familiar with the process, he was familiar with our community. I found him to be a man of integrity. The key word to this is interim. I was all for extending those contract terms to allow us to find the appropriate person to fill that position full-time, because I understand he does not have the full qualifications. No shade there. I was not aware, because I stepped out and I missed this part of the equation. I did not know that Dan, as deputy city manager, had been hired away from another city with the intent, as I understand it, of becoming city manager so that Rick could return to his life. So I have a problem with this. I don't understand what the game is. I feel like something slipped through the cracks here. I don't understand why we hired a deputy manager with the intent of having him replace, if that in fact was true. But I do think that I'm surprised that this is at this point, and I don't have any problem with the way you've been doing things, but that was not what I was signing on for as a citizen. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Joe Famasi, 2693 Jumpy Jack Way. I've been waiting for this issue to come up all night. So I'm happy that you are now moving forward to make this permanent thing. I think this man has earned the respect of this council. He's done outstanding for this city. He's brought on somebody to help further the progress of this city. I don't know anybody that gets on the job and is on probation for what, almost 6 months, and does outstanding. He doesn't take any credit. He just keeps moving forward. I hear a lot of the critics out here, but what they don't realize is this has been a more open government. We heard tonight from city staff, the budgets they did is the most accurate budget, best budget. That doesn't happen because of qualifications. That happens leadership. Leadership that knows to step back and let these folks go ahead and put the ego aside and let them do their best. We haven't had that in years past. I've experienced the last administration. It was disgusting. So I hope you hurry up and approve this contract and continue this progress forward, because I sure don't want to go backwards. I want to go forwards. And he's the way to lead it. And I think you should all agree. The website, the transparency, everything has come forward a lot. So thank you. Thank you for leading the city in the right direction.
Thank you.
Brian Bain, 245 Nautic Mile Drive. Congratulations, Mr. Van Wagner, on your appointment. Your success is the city's success. And for that, I wish you well. We all deserve that. My issue is the last 9 months should have been handled differently and could have been at multiple times. Hiring a city manager should be an open, transparent, and comprehensive process that engages and involves citizens. This was not. We were told and led to believe it would be, but it was not. We were told this was just interim, but it isn't. I have absolutely no ill will towards our new city manager. I wish I didn't have to include his name at all, but his name is on the contract. And so my comments are about the contract that his name is on. Automatically giving a city manager merit and cost of living increases to match what he and his staff propose for the rest of the city staff, instead of the council determining that, is an addition to this contract that was not there before. Before it said may receive as determined by the council, which leads me to my next item. You've basically changed and essentially eliminated a performance review. I understand that it wasn't done before, and shame on everybody who sat in those chairs who didn't do that, because that was an absolute mistake and a lapse in your job. But you've changed shall to may. Shall means you will. May is maybe. So we're not going to have any kind of HR practice to evaluate our city manager, and we're just going to automatically give cost of living and merit increases that the city manager's role in creating for the rest of their staff benefits from. I think it's a little I would maybe use different language and slightly higher a vacation. So we're giving 40 hours of vacation, basically earned 4 weeks, 4 weeks a year for every two-week pay period. But we're also giving 40 hours on top of that every quarter. That's 8 weeks of vacation that's being given in addition to holidays and other paid time off every year. And you're not even including and requiring an exclusive employment agreement. That means that this council and future city councils can anybody who is city manager here could go be city manager somewhere else as well, as long as they can do it. You can't even be an elected official elsewhere, as per our charter. But we're allowing our CEO to be able to hold employment elsewhere and not be exclusive to our city council. And finally, you're providing a retroactive retirement payment from December to now at 10% of the rate of salary, which equates to over $10,000. It was an interim position, I get that. But this is a new point. We're starting a new chapter, and you're giving of taxpayer dollars that. I wish you were treating the taxpayers as well as your friends.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Paula Hoisington from 564 East DeSoto Street. I too have been waiting all night for this. I knew it was going to be a long meeting, and I was determined not to leave to be a part of this conversation. Congratulations. I'm glad to see that the process is finally coming to an end, but the way in which you got here, everything that was said. Councilman Howard asked several meetings ago for the interim and the deputy to come to us with a plan. And I mentioned this the last time. Where is their plan on how we were going to get here? You made promises, you asked for information. We still haven't seen a plan other than this, what's happening right now. I agree that we said that, or at least it was implied, that the deputy was hired to eventually take the place of Mr. Van Wagner, who was the interim. That's not happening. You stated in the contract of the way in which the city manager will be reviewed. But it appears you took that out. But yet, as the CEO, does he not review the other managers of the city in the manner that they work? Now, how can you may review him, but yet he can review and determine what our staff are doing? Like, he's held here, but they are held accountable. I don't understand how you can treat the folks that have the rubber meets the road in a different manner in which you treat the CEO of the city. And you can sit here and be okay with that. And as the interim, how do you go back with the retirement? Like Brian said, we're starting like tonight. This is the start of him being the city manager. So all benefits and perks should begin on the day in which he is assigned to that position. I'm glad to see that we're bringing something to closure so that we can move on. But the process in which you're doing it, it's like you're just throwing everything out the window just so that you can make this decision. And I ask that you, before this contract is signed and approved, that you look at what's in the best interest of the city and the people in which he will supervise. If I was working in a department and knowing that he has a tool to evaluate me on what I do every day, but yet he is not held accountable and evaluated, I would have some issue with that. Like, how do you all feel that that's okay? That I don't understand. Nothing against him. I'm happy to see that he can finally say, take the interim and actually do the job as the city manager. But let's make it right. Let's just make it right for all those that are concerned.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's me again. I'm Sin Doyle, 1020 West Minnehaha Avenue, Clermont, Florida, 34711. I take umbrage with the fact that the city attorney just gave us a list of the changes between the past city manager's contract and your contract. But then Mr. Bain comes up here and he has a list of things that you did not address, you did not say, you did not tell us. Where's the openness? Where is the sunshine in this room? I don't see any sunshine. It's dark in here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick Bianchi, 810 West Montrose. I'll try to be brief. I think in conversation, we're walking over dimes to save pennies to talk about the minutia of the agreement, but what really isn't being said is that the previous city manager was a complete 3-year waste of our tax dollars. And also, to the extent that Mr. Van Wagner has agreed to not take the severance pay, which equates to about $80,000. That's a big deal. But we're walking over dimes to save pennies to talk about sick and vacations and this. Everybody is entitled to that. If you live in Europe and you work in Germany, you get 5 years first year vacation. Great, good for them. He's earned it. I'm telling you, the culture has changed here. So what? He doesn't have a master's in public administration. What does that even mean? Because he doesn't understand or stand behind complex governmental processes? Good. The fact that he doesn't want us to have 3 times the size of City Hall, great. But what he does have is good business acumen. He's changed the culture. I personally know employees here in all departments, and the culture has changed. They're happy to come to work. That was not true for the majority in the previous city management. We should be thankful we have him here. So we could talk about minutia, and that's your prerogative. This man deserves it. Now, any good organization has a succession plan. The deputy city manager is a good succession plan. Dan is great. He has a lot of the same characteristics that Mr. Van Wagner has. In fact, the leader and president of the Democratic Party here in South Lake states that being a pastor and a public servant is a good idea. It's on his Facebook. You can read it. There's a lot of characteristics here that I enjoy in a leader like him. He leads with empathy and compassion. That is hard to find. You don't learn that in college. So I'm excited for the future, the opportunity. I'm glad that this is finally over to Ms. Hoisington's perspective. You know, we've been going through this and through this. I'm glad we're arrived here, and I think you're going to see a lot of good come out of it. Thank you.
Jenny May, 4062 of Greystone Drive. I also have been waiting to personally say that we did good. He is a good man. He has done a great job. Doesn't matter what his background is, but let me tell you, when he does his work, he does it great. He has great communication skills, especially with the county. You've done a lot with the county, and we appreciate that a lot. We want you to stay here. I don't care what everybody else says. I'm one vote, one, resident, and I say, good job. Keep this man where he belongs. Thank you.
Charlene Harrison, 4th, Soto Street, Clermont. No, I'm not here to attack. I've already had some conversations. I come in here always to be transparent and to tell the truth. That's the only thing that matters to me. And one of the things that I have been hearing and the problem, and I've already expressed this all the way to the 3rd floor, I had a nice conversation with our assistant city manager, is that the words that were spoken here, when you have a political campaign and then you have a election, and then you've got a person that lost, okay, and then he's been made to be put, and he stood here in the council, I've reminded him, and said that I don't want to do this job permanently, I don't want a career, and just do it as an interim. When y'all brought him up that night, of course, all of y'all knew that was going to be done. Y'all know that, and everybody else does too now. And so people have heard that, and they know that he said he was going to be interim. And the excuse I've heard is, well, you got to make him the city manager because of dealing with the county or the state or things like that. But that's not true. That's BS, okay? I know that. So there's no reason that you can't, and I did put this out in a challenge. If you want to settle down what's going on in the city, you can't blame the mayor. He ran against him, so we got that stirred up. We've got the people that over half of the voters did not vote for him. Okay, so you have those that are not happy, and then they think that, and I'm going to tell you what I've heard, that the consolation prize is you get to be on the third floor and still run the city. And so this is not personal. It's just telling you what I've heard, what I've experienced and hearing. And so they said a promise made, promise kept, that it was going to be interim. And so when you make a contract, that's not interim anymore. That's a real contract and city manager. I don't know what, and you can say things changed, I get it, but when you make a promise to people, and my concern is, I always am, I've seen this political stuff and been involved in campaigns for the 25 years or the 30 I've been here. And when you have a situation, we're seeing it all the way in Washington with all the losers that Donald Trump put into power, and you see what's happening across the country. People don't like it, including the Republicans that voted against those Republicans in those races. So I'm just telling you, this is what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, and it's been a concern because people feel like, yes, he said, I made a promise, I don't want to be a career, I don't want to whatever, I'll just do. And my thing is, and I have expressed that, you could still run this office and do every 90 days. You don't have to have a contract on it to do it. And then I was one of them that said, go find this guy, you know, because he's the guy that we wanted. We weren't supposed to get the other guy, the bad guy that I call him. I don't know that he was bad when he got here, but he was bad afterwards. So, and nobody's rolled him out, which I told you guys that before, to even meet him. I didn't even know he was here for 2 months, and I'm in the know of stuff, even though I've been doing another job of helping some elderly people with some very serious life-threatening things. So we've never rolled him out to even tell anybody about him. Nothing. Not had a thing for the public to weigh in or anything. And again, they're left out because they're still at work, okay? So anyway, but that's what I heard. That is what I can only tell you the truth and tell you what happens in politics when this kind of thing happens. And I think everybody was happy with the interim thing, thought it was going to be temporary, and then there you go. And I don't think it has anything to do with what the job is or what he's done and whatever. That's not even on the table as far as I'm concerned. It isn't. You know, but you got half of the town that's upset, you know, that are voters and stuff. So, and I still think you need to do something about our deputy city manager and let people meet this guy and roll him out, because that's what the plan was, that he was going to be the city manager. But I guess that ain't the plan anymore. So I don't know. I'm a little confused too, but all I can do is tell you what I've heard. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Vincent Nemec, Regency Hills. This is going to be hard for me. It's going to be very hard for me. I got a lot of friends out there. Coming to these city councils for 8 years. I have a lot of friends up here. And what's hard about it is I'm hearing both sides of the story. And a wise man told me a fool is always satisfied. So I listen to both sides of the story. Okay? But that's why we voted for you five. This man, I could tell you, has done more for my neck of the woods. And I'm sorry, I'm being greedy. My neck of the woods. Okay? Where the other city manager, I had to suffer. Hartwood Marsh had to suffer. Even threatened my position on the planning and zoning. The man was evil. I'm not here to bash him, but we're talking about evil versus good. And if he was so bad, what I'm hearing out there on the critics, why did you guys vote 4-1? Allison, you cut right to the point. It's hard the same way. Ms. Andres, Myers, you state the absolute God truth. Bill, logic. Your Honor, I've been watching you from day one from planning and zoning, and you always entertain me. You always do. We don't agree recently, but I really hope you really listen to both sides. Weigh it out, write the pros and cons, because I could tell you right now, District 170 will be voting for this man, whoever votes for him, who's coming up. And it's not about the votes, it's about what's good for this community. 8 years I've been coming to this microphone, okay? I went through it. And I could tell you what I don't want anybody in this audience to go what I went through with that previous manager, and I'm sorry if he's a friend of somebody's up there. But I see the difference. Okay? Please, God bless you, and I hope he gives you the right thought to make the decision. And this is why I came tonight. Okay, so I'm skipping dinner for this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone else want to think this issue may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I'm going to close public comment.
So my name was brought up several times, so I'm going to address some of it. Who knew that Rick Van Wagner was going to be as successful as he's been? When this suggestion was made, there were exactly 2 people who came to mind. He was one of them. You know, it was truly meant to be interim, and then he did a great job, and he kept doing a great job. And then we ended up with Dan. And now all of a sudden, we have a guy who does business, and we have a guy who does government, and they're working together, they're enjoying working together, and they're running a successful organization. And so when Ms. Myers brought it up at the last meeting, I was quite surprised, because I did expect that we would have some kind of a transition period. She wanted him to stay, he agreed to stay. I'm not going to upset the apple cart. I've been happy with it, the way things are running. And if this is the way these 2 gentlemen are working together, you know, the way I look at it is they're kind of co-managers. They've got their strong points. The one thing I'll ask everybody is, if you want to come to me and tell me that Rick Van Wagner's the wrong choice, then tell me one thing that he's done wrong. Tell me something he's gotten wrong. And that's where I run into my problem, is that he's done, for the most part, everything right. Have I agreed with him? No. Him and I have had disagreements and arguments, and I haven't liked some stuff that he's done. But I think he's done a good job. On the review, now I'm going to go back again to Ms. Myers. For those of you who question why there's not a review on this, and I didn't know, I mean, until I saw the contract. For those of you who sat through the ridiculousness that was this previous council's discussion on doing an evaluation of the city manager, it was terrible. It was probably illegal because they wanted to do it behind closed doors. So when you guys want to have a conversation about sunshine and darkness, and this council is wide open. I'm not trying to hide anything. If you want to see it, come look at it. All of the contract for the city manager was in our packet. It sucks to read 700 pages or whatever it was this time, but if you go through and you read everything in there, it's all in there. So nobody's hiding anything. All of this stuff is in there. And yes, it completely sucks to read it, but that's what we do. So I don't think anybody's trying to hide anything. I'm going to support him. I think that between the 2 of them, they're doing a good job. And I don't look at it as we're just getting Rick Van Wagner as our city manager. I look at it as we're getting co-management who each have their strong points, and they both have deep ties to the community, and I think the council is running in a good way. I can tell you right now that we have people out there doing phone calls to the residents, to the voters, and overwhelmingly people are happy. I get that people inside this council get into the minutia, as Patrick was talking about. Overwhelmingly, people are very happy with this council as a whole. So I think the review conversation should absolutely happen, but I also know the ridiculousness that it took last time. So I'm not sure that I want to try to have that tonight, because here we are at 8 o'clock at night, almost 5 hours into a meeting, and I'll get to talk about that in the next item, but here we are in another 5-hour meeting. So, hey, you know, let's stay till midnight every night. But at the end of the day, he's done a good job. If people have an issue with him and his job performance, then please let me know, because I haven't seen it. but I'm going to support him, and I appreciate Dan being here. And at some point when you leave, I hope that Dan becomes our city manager. And right now, I hope that Dan's building a team that when he's comfortable and he looks at it and goes, I have got the best of the best supporting me, and we're ready to move Clermont forward. That's what it's about. I mean, it's about our staff being able to do their job. I mean, first thing I told Rick when he came on is, hey, give them the reins. Let's see what they're made out of. And that's what he's done. And being a good leader, and you give people reins, sometimes people are going to take a mile. And I'm not involved in the daily business. So I don't know what he's had to control. But I know that he has allowed a little bit more leeway instead of trying to oversee every little aspect of how the city runs. And I believe the city's running better. And I believe that we have great teams within our city and great department heads. And I think that it's very good the way that it is working now. And so I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to bash anybody. I'm impressed, so I'm going to support it.
I agree with Mr. Howard. I will say there are certain members of public office who are licensed attorneys who do not reflect well on my profession. I never want to be one of those. And one of the most important things about being a licensed member of the Florida Bar is that I am and always will be in every circumstance an officer of the court. And my responsibility is to have veracity at all times. If my veracity is ever in question, then my license should be taken away. So I do want to share with members of council and the public that I take very seriously suggestions that I'm lying, that I'm cheating, that I'm misleading the public in any way, shape, or form. And I make that to you as a promise. I say that as a promise, that I'm as black and white and open as I can be. And I'm not perfect. But I'll share for those of you who question how it happened. I had multiple conversations with our prior city manager before the night of December 10th. And in every single one of those conversations, he was going to wait to leave voluntarily on December 17th at a meeting with all of our directors where he was going to peacefully transition out of his position. And that's what I walked into expecting on December 10th. So at 2 o'clock in the morning, when I'm told by our attorney we have to hire someone, after the city manager handed me his papers as I'm walking in and said, I don't want to fight, tonight's my last night, I am sitting here going, oh my Lord, what do I do at 2 o'clock in the morning? I guess it was 1:38. We can go back and look at it. But there weren't a lot of people awake. Come to find out, I had a text message, but believe it or not, I don't keep an eye on that while I'm up here. Or, love ya, mean it, but it could have gone different because I did get a message. I'll do it. I'm like, oh, okay, that didn't see that until 2:30 when I got home. So this is the wildest ride that I ever thought a city council would. I never thought this is what would be dramatic for this city. That being said, I think it's completely inappropriate for us to talk about Mr. Mathis's position publicly in an evaluation. I've said that before. I'll say it again. He has not put himself in this position. He has not applied for that job. I'm not going to do that to him. And if you want to know why, you're welcome to reach out to me privately. But I'm not going to do that with him publicly. It's not appropriate. I won't do it. And I think that this council has demonstrated that the adage that if you get on the wrong train, get off at the next available station and go back as soon as possible. We've proven that. And the inverse is true. If you happen to accidentally get on the right train, why get off of it? And did I see this coming? No. But as I sit here today, I can't think of anything that would be more distracting from the good work that we collectively are doing than keeping Mr. Van Wagner here. And I have heard from staff and the public and Mr. Van Wagner, and I've heard it from this council, that he needs to be set in his position or gone from his position, that we are at that point of make a decision or don't. And the decision that I choose to make is to keep him as long as he will have me. Now, here comes the uncomfortable public conversations. For those of you who think there are anything going on behind closed doors, here it is. Rick, can we talk about the past pay, the accrued since you started? As an interim, My understanding was you were interim and you had the terms that you agreed to, and now I see in this contract we have some retro benefits. Can you talk to me about those items?
Sure. I was asked by HR to keep those things in so that whenever a previous city manager comes in, that those benefits are not diluted because I'm into that situation. And I shared that I would be willing to consider not taking a number of these, and I was asked to consider just letting that be a option.
Okay, so on the, one thing I will say, there was a reference to that he shall receive a merit or cost of living increase. I don't have a problem with that language because the rest of the sentence, as Paul Harvey would say, is as approved and budgeted by the city council for all city non-collective bargaining unit employees. I think that's part of the budget process. So I don't have a problem with that language, but Christian, do you feel like it should say may receive?
I'll tell you, since it was raised, it was misrepresented to the council, with all due respect, that this was not in the prior city manager contract. In
Okay.
fact, it was. So if you look at the 2023, he had two contracts. He had an initial one where this was not in it, and then in the 2023 one, it was. So this language was taken from the prior contract. It's acceptable to me. I mean, what it means is that if the council budgets and awards the employees, he goes along for the ride.
Well, we're just budgeting anyway,
Correct.
right? I mean, we don't do a blanket 4% for everybody. We just do, this is the budget, this is the budget, this is the budget. Are we all on the same page on that?
No, there is a 4% for everybody, so when they do non-union, they come up with a percentage and everybody goes with that.
But we could change that, that's our policy.
But he's along for the ride the way it's written. I do agree with that.
But what I mean is, if we say we're not gonna do a blanket 4%, that's in our purview, that's a policy question.
So you would just change that contract to say that we are going to do cost of living as needed or whatever the case may be. At the end of the day, I mean, I don't really have an issue with a cost of living increase, so.
Christian, is that,
It's up to your discretion.
I mean, it's merit and or cost of living. And or means either.
Let me say this, the regular employee used to get merit and cost of living and everything, but we kind of like eliminated the merit and we went with a straight cost of living. Specifically, I think the only ones that's really straight 4% is the fire and police, which we
Right,
just put in their
union.
contracts. Okay, now the regular staff, I think it's a little bit different, but.
But this paragraph under section 4, correct, Christian, am I right or am I wrong? This is in the control of the council at all times.
Ultimately, it's in your control in that you can change those things.
Right.
Yeah, okay, so I'm okay with that. Now, the review of Mr. Van Wagner, someone once said to me that the city manager gets reviewed every meeting, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. Those of you who have been sitting through it, you have heard it, and I think he's doing a great job. There's your review. What about the credited with 40 hours of sick leave upon approval of this contract? I thought you got something in the last interim agreement that related to sick leave. Didn't you already get sick leave?
I didn't have sick leave that I'm aware of,
You
but I
didn't
did
get
have
sick leave.
vacation time.
Okay.
That's correct. I mean, he's accruing upon becoming the interim, but he wasn't awarded it. And again, this language was taken from the prior city manager contract.
And the 40 hours of sick leave, oh, that's when you hire someone, you give them 40. It's not like he's getting it for having been here for 9 months.
That's right.
It's just what we give the city manager.
It's what the city has done for prior city managers.
Do we like that? Are we
No.
okay with that? Do we want to do that for our next city manager?
And he says no, but we did it before, so yeah.
So basically, as soon as we hire a city manager, they get 40 hours of sick leave, day one. That's normal. Okay, I am in the private sector, I don't get any of these things, so, cool. When you're done, I'm coming after your seat. Dan, heads up. Okay, so I'm not sure, and talk to me about the 10% for retirement benefits since December of '24. That does not sit well with me for the reasons that the people who are critical say. I feel the same sense of, it doesn't feel just. It feels tricky.
Again, when you hire a new city manager, you allow them to have the benefit, is what I've been asked. And so if it would make you feel better, it's not anything I'm going to be concerned about. But again, it's making benefits available for whoever is coming to sit in the seat next. And I believe that's probably going to be Mr. Dan Mathis for what that's worth. So I'll say that out loud.
So he already has it. So I'm not worried about it for him because he's already here.
Well,
So
whomever
are-
that is in that seat.
Are you
that should be a-
comfortable if we say that it's effective as of today? Okay, that was a yes. See, if we were in a deposition, I'd say, is that a
That
yes?
is a yes. I am okay with that.
Are we all okay with that? Is that okay with everyone else? Okay. All right. Those are the things. Was there anything else that came up that perhaps you had forgotten, that the public reminded you that things were different, that we might want to clarify?
Well, I mean, I think, no, I mean, so we've clarified the cost of living issue. I mean, it is what I think would be a material difference looking at the vacation. That is a material difference. It's not something that is, it accrues at the same rates. The vacation, the sick accrue, but other than that, I can't think of anything that isn't already in there.
1
Or
week a
discussed.
quarter? That's not what they get?
The prior was 40 every year.
1 week a year?
No. So it was,
Yeah, that's what this says.
well, no, but vacation, I'm just saying, so in the prior city manager contract, it said upon beginning employment, Voltais shall be credited with 40 hours of vacation leave. Just at the start, you know. Correct,
Yeah.
that's a difference.
It
Oh, so he
basically,
got 40 at the beginning, and he's not getting that until he accrues it, because he's already got whatever he's
no,
got.
he's accredited with the way I understood the contract. Well, upon the hires, we give him 40 hours just for the,
Of sick or vacation? Because I read sick.
and sick was same thing. Okay, you give it to him, but remember, it's a credit, okay?
That's standard, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know,
standard.
that's credit. And so in other words, if we hired him today, he has 40
Yeah.
hours. He doesn't have to wait till.
He doesn't have to wait because he's he's a
Right,
CEO.
okay. And that's what it meant. But the
So
problem I have
Yeah,
with the
it's standard.
statement is that says each quarter in this contract here.
Is this saying 4 weeks relating back to December of '24?
See?
That's not how I read it, but if that's,
The way well,
we're starting
you know,
any
let's look at
benefits
it.
that you choose to accept as of today. Will you agree with that? Because you said you're not going to take them anyway, so at least for your contract, we're starting them today.
No.
The way it's stated in Mr. Van Wagner contract, it's a little different. Because that last statement say Van Wagner shall be credited 40 hours of vacation leave every quarter, okay?
Yeah.
It was not every quarter in Mr. Voltai's agreement. It was just he'd be credited upon hiring, okay? So in other words, every quarter, we gonna automatically give him 40 hours of vacation and leave time.
That seems standard to me. I do get that.
And, well, that's the way I'm reading the contract, because that's
No,
what it says.
that's correct. No, I mean,
That's exactly what
Mayor,
it
I mean,
says, you know?
and so that basically codifies what the city is currently compensating him at under the 90
Yeah.
the 90-day contracts.
Well, normally, it also states that he would accrue leave at 6.15 hours per pay period effective, which means basically, if you go back and calculate that out per quarter, that's about 37 hours,
Correct.
okay? But we're gonna credit him 40. See? I mean, there's a little problem there. And here's the problem I have with that, is the fact that now we paying him more than we got people that have been here for 20-something years getting more hours. He walking in and get more hours, sick
But
leave
he's the
than the people
CEO.
been here all day.
But he's the
I-
CEO.
Doesn't matter.
That's what you do.
I got somebody been up there 20
No,
years.
that's not true. I disagree with that. Because when you're the CEO, you have better perks than a person who just has been working there 10,
Wait.
15 years. I disagree with that on
that's
that.
And he
I
also
mean-
does not get retirement out of
No, he
this.
doesn't get
I mean,
retirement, so that is a nice
think-
trade-off, I think. And it's 40
I
hours.
think I read in the contract somewhere if he terminated, he also received retirement benefits.
He
in
will,
his contract.
under this
Oh,
contract, he would
he does
receive.
now,
If he accepts them.
Under
Correct,
this
if he
contract.
accepts it.
It's in the
Okay,
contract.
if he accepts it.
So don't tell me it's not, you know, and everything. I mean, you want to keep sitting here saying he doesn't get benefits and retirement, but in this contract it says he does. And it's the other thing that really bothers me about the whole contract, that was left out of the contract, Mr. Wall, was, which was paragraph 3 under section 1, responsibilities. We have paragraph C read, both types shall remain in exclusive employment of city and shall not accept other employment nor become employed by any other employer. That's completely out of this contract. And I have a problem with that.
I did disclose that.
Huh?
I
he
did
did say
disclose
Yeah,
that.
but I have a problem with that because they present too much a conflict of interest. And let me say, that is a standard in most city managers' contract. They cannot be employed anywhere else.
Let me take a stab at a
That's
motion
what
here.
I'm saying, just about anywhere you go.
I move to approve item number 14 with all benefits, should he choose to accept them, to begin as of tonight, and retirement to be stricken. And when we do your review in 6 months,
Yes.
we may add it then.
Yeah.
Can you live with that?
Sure.
That's my motion.
Second.
Well, I cannot support this contract myself, you know, and like I say, I think we need to go back and put the employment stipulation back in there. That's a
Mr.
standard.
Mayor, can I ask you something respectfully? Would you like me to step down from my church or this role? Sincerely, I'm asking you, since you're making that statement
Well,
over
sir,
and over.
that's the decision you have to make.
I'm asking
That
you
is-
what you would want me to do.
If
you want- are you-
either step down from this or you step down from
I'm
the church.
asking you what you're asking.
That's your preference, okay?
Well, if you want me, I'm asking if you
See,
want me if I
I'm-
step down as the pastor. I'm asking, sincerely, I'm
Sir,
asking you
sir,
what you want me to
That's a
do.
decision you have to make. I can't tell you. To me, that's
Mr.
what
Mayor,
requirement
do I
is.
have your
That
support
is
if I
for
step
me,
down as the
and not just
pastor?
me.
Do I have your support 100% if I step down as the pastor?
He wants a 5-0 vote.
I'm asking you.
He's
Well,
asking
he's
if
not
he
going to
steps
get a
down.
5-0 vote from me.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know publicly.
Let's just go
See,
ahead and take this vote.
It's not, wait, excuse me, it's not about politics.
Oh, it certainly is.
It's
You
not
haven't
about
liked him
politics.
since it
It is
started,
now.
so
See,
let's just
I
go
sit
ahead and
here-
move on.
I sit here and hear everybody talk about a great job he done. Give me one thing he's really done, okay?
What's
And
one thing that he's done wrong?
Understand this,
You
understand
just
this. I have
don't like
nothing
him, and
against-
that's
I move to
okay.
call the question.
Second,
I
call the
worked with this
question.
man for years, even before, okay?
I move to call the question, and
Second.
there's
He's
a
not
second.
qualified to be here, and that's the problem with me.
You keep saying that.
He's
Call the
not.
question is on the table. Please
See,
call the question.
And everything. Well, and if you all want to sit here and as
Please
Ms.
call the question.
as Ms.
It's on the
Ford-
table.
As Ms. Ford say, the good old boy club is coming back.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, please.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to accept the contract and with
Revisions.
the revision presented. All in favor, if no further discussion, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, chair vote nay, period. Motion carries 4-1. All right. Council meeting time, item 15.
Who brought this one? Oh, we did? Oh, I don't remember.
This is just council discussion, I believe.
You all asked me 2 meetings ago to rediscuss this, so I'm bringing this up at your request back on this agenda, so we're looking for your direction.
This is discuss, is this consider, what, we've gotten into that before. Christian, can we make a motion, or is this
You can
just
take
discussion?
you can take any action on any item regardless of whether or not it's on the agenda technically. The only restriction is if it's controversial, the Attorney General suggests that you put it on the agenda first, so you can take action.
Okay. It's 8 o'clock. We started
Yes.
at 3.
Yeah, yeah.
5-hour meeting again, and we're still not through reports, which will be another 45 minutes. So, you know, we would be here until essentially 12:30 at night, until we learn, as Ms. Myers so eloquently said, learn to edit ourselves. I'm not going to support starting at 6:30, because let's be honest, the people are not going to be here at 12:30 at night. People who have kids, we can talk all we want. We can change the way this is, and we can do the business of the city prior to, and then at 6, take a break when we're done with that, and then the rest of the business we can do at 6:30. If that's the way we go, we can do our reports and our consent agenda, or not our consent agenda, public comment, and anything that needs a public hearing. So you can break that up if that is the will of this, but by no means am I going to sit here and entertain the silliness that is working people can't be here, because working people aren't going to be here with their kids after 9:30.
No.
I mean, this is nothing more than a conversation that we're having, and it makes people feel good, and it's divisive, and it's this great little shoehorn to get in there. The fact of the matter is, this is not, and I hate to put it this way, it's not a democracy. We're a democratic republic. We were all elected to use our best judgment and our past experiences to make decisions up here.
Right.
And to sit here and say that we can't make decisions based on the city, that's not why I was elected. And if somebody wants me to go through and take a poll before every decision I made, that's ridiculous. And that's not what sitting up here is about. And anybody who thinks that we should just stick our finger in the wind every time something comes up, that's not why I was elected. And anybody who thinks that is bananas, because I'm going to use my experience and my best judgment in order to make decisions. And if my best judgment and what I bring to the table isn't what people want, then I'm happy to be unelected. I have a great life outside of this. I can promise you that there's other things I'd rather do than read 700 pages before every single agenda and then sit here for 5.5 hours talking over nonsense that we should be able to get through in 3. So I'm not going to support changing times until we learn how to get through a meeting in a reasonable amount of time, although I will support if we would like to split it up so that the public can have their say at a specific time, then I'm fine with that, and that should give us enough time to get through. But to sit here and pretend that working people are going to be here past 9:30 is absurd.
I concur with you, Todd. We're here. It's 8:12. We have the same amount of people that we do when it's in the evening. And to be quite frank with you, when we've had our 6:30 p.m. meeting and when it's 10 o'clock, the only people that's sitting here are the spouses or the department heads and maybe 1 or 2 people in the public, and that's it. And we are still here trying to make decisions. And at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and midnight, we are not making good choices. We are tired. And some of us have to get up in the morning and go to work, and I don't think that's fair, you know, to do that to some council members as well as the staff here or whatnot. They drag all week because some of them have a 40-minute commute home. And it's not just about the citizens, it's about us as well. The citizens have access to us with our YouTube channel, Facebook. They can call, they can visit. They can come to the city hall and express their concerns or whatnot. There's many ways to communicate. And oh, by the way, Orange County, which is way bigger than Clermont, their meetings are at 9 a.m. At 9 a.m.
So is Lake County.
Okay, yeah, and Lake County too. So I just think that we have some people who do not like change. And I know change makes people uncertain. I know it upsets some people because they don't like change. But life is always changing. And we have technology, we have things to make things better and to improve it. And I'm sorry, we've been here since 3 o'clock. It is almost 8:15, and we are still not done. And if we started this at 6:30, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
And we do matter. And I know there's some people in the public who think that us sitting up here doesn't matter. But we do matter because you should want the best out of us. And I'm sorry, at midnight, you're not getting my best. You're not getting the best of anyone at midnight because we're tired. And that is why business hours are between 8 and 5, because that's when people are at their best. They're not at 10 p.m. and midnight. No, they're at 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And I think we have to be mindful of that. And as I said at our previous meeting, our council does not know how to edit themselves. We tend to go on rabbit holes. Today is a perfect example of that. This meeting should have taken 2 hours. Instead, it's 5. Because we don't know how to edit ourselves, plain and simple.
Yes, sir. This is a public forum. Anybody in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Vincent Nemick, Regency Hills. I listen to both sides, like I said before. I feel for you people. I was in this room one time till 1:30 in the morning. Your Honor, you were here with me. You went in the other room, you came back, and then you had 2 more topics. So we're diehards. But what I don't understand, and this is where I get upset, because you haven't seen me for a while, because my daughter's getting married, and I want to give her a good wedding gift, all right? What I'm trying to say is, you have IT people right there. How long has this been online? And I'm tired of hearing the excuse, well, it's expensive. You know what? People wouldn't complain if we had input. City Council does. Okay? Why can't we do this? Let them speak up, because I'm tired. I've been asking them all the time. I was at home getting here on time, looking at my phone. I don't know what's going on. I mean, video goes one way, the other way. We get distracted. We get upset. That's why we're here. I'm only here for 2 hours. I can imagine what you people went through at 3 o'clock for 5.5 hours. And I agree with you. It's long. You don't make good decisions. I've been up since 5 o'clock in the morning working. And that's why I'm rambling. But we need to get with the modern times. If we have an input from at home, we could do it while we're driving, not us, somebody else driving, but we could at least talk on the Bluetooths. We could do it at home. We don't have to be here. Forget about the times. Let's get with the modern ages. You should be talking to those men over there and saying, what is the delay? Because I'm done talking to them.
I'm sorry,
I could do it for you. I could do it
understand.
for you.
What is it? What is the outcome? I apologize. I don't understand what you're
I don't know what the outcome is. They're telling me it's too expensive. I'm sorry.
what is
I
too
don't mean to
expensive?
be.
Excuse me. Wait, hold on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hold on. We're not going to lose all
I'm
here.
sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Ms. Strange, are
Yeah.
you done? Well, you still got 40 seconds.
Well, yeah, I didn't understand. So you're asking for the
I'm
public
asking
to be
for
able
a
to
streaming
participate?
service I've been asking for the past 2 months.
But for the public to participate, is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
it's very
Okay.
simple. You raise your hand, just like we've done
Like
in
a
the county.
Zoom, like a Zoom call type thing?
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, and if it's about money, I'm sure you guys could take a vote and
Yeah.
find it. Thank you. I don't mean to cause a controversy, but I guess I did.
No, here, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Paula Hoisington, 564 East DeSoto Street. I mean, really, honestly, I wish you would consider having one at 6:30 and one at 3, but, you know, hey, that's life, not Paula's perfect world. But I don't understand is the conversation that we've had before you open it up for public comment. You've already said how you're going to vote. You won't support it. You made the decision before you even heard from the people, even though we've had this discussion multiple times. I mean, if you don't believe, just play the tape back. You've already decided and stated publicly what you will and will not support. And now you're having us go through the motions to come up and tell you why we would like for you to consider something different. This is why we've been here since 3 o'clock. And you talk about you don't want to be here at 6:30 and go to 10 because you can't think logically when it gets late. But you've been sitting here since 3 o'clock and it's after 8. So whether you're here from 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock or 6 o'clock to 11 o'clock, you're still spending time going down a rabbit hole on issues because each one of you have to talk about the same thing. If you get someone to teach you how to manage your meetings and have an agenda and follow the agenda, and follow what you said you would do about limiting your comments, if one of your colleagues have made a point to the issue, why do we have to listen to each one of you talk about the same thing what your colleague just talked about? We could have cut out 3 hours today. But you kept talking about the same thing because everybody want to hear themselves talk. And I'm really wondering why we're having public comment when you've already said how you're going to vote. Just to appease us and make us feel good that we are part of the process? But we're not a part of the process if you've already said you're not going to support it. You've already said you're not going to support it. Then why the hell am I up here talking? Why is anybody else up here coming with comments? When you've already told us, you've demonstrated what you're going to do. And you're worried about time that you spend here, but yet every meeting you all talk because you want to hear yourself talk and say the same thing. I really don't understand your process and your reasoning for 6:30 to 10 versus 3 to 9. You're still spending too much time talking about an issue over and over and over again. And you're not taking public buy-in or public comments. You're having us play a shell game and go through the motions.
Thank you. Next. Yes, ma'am.
Anna Sinclair, 575 West Mineola. I am one of those workers who cannot come to city council meetings because they are at 3 p.m. I had to take a day off half a day off in order to be here. Now, I understand that having meetings at 6:30 is untenable given that they are so long. I fully understand that. But if that's the case and you cannot move them to 6:30, what I would like to ask is that first, the agendas are made available much earlier. Usually they are made available just the Friday before the meeting, which doesn't really give me a lot of time to actually craft emails and things like that when I'm really busy. If it would be possible to have them at least 2 weeks in advance, which I know is a lot, but again, when people want to participate in the city building process, which is what this is, and they want to be here personally, and they are able to take time off, they're not able to if the agenda is made available on the Friday before. They need at least 2 weeks notice. Also, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, the first gentleman said, we would also like to be able to call, because sometimes it's not possible for us to be here physically, but we would still like for our voices to be heard. There's a big difference in personality when it comes to email versus voice, and again, the ability to call would be fantastic. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sammy Taylor, Powderhorn Place Drive, Clermont. I do wish that you would put things back at 6:30, at the meetings at 6:30, and that everyone would be concise. More importantly, I'm really disappointed that you have not done what we discussed previously whenever I was here before, and the issue was about having Zoom access. It is approved by the state, it is not an expensive option, and it enables anybody, anywhere, to weigh in with comments and questions while you're all sitting at the dais. Yes, you'll have additional input, which is important because the community wants to speak, but they can't be there. My husband can't be here because he's working tonight. The whole thing about kids, Todd, really, nobody brings their kids in here. We need to have it's the frickin' 21st century. Let's get technology and use it, and let's not be archaic in anything that we do. If I can afford to do Zoom meetings, I'm sure the city can afford to do it, and you'll probably get a corporate discount. Please bring us up to date so everybody who wants to weigh in on the issues affecting them can do so. Thank you.
Joe from Mossy, 2693 Jumping Jack Way. So I've been hearing a lot of issues about one of these meetings. I've been to 8 cities to support you guys and push back on the charter. Across Lake County here. And I've seen meetings start at 4 o'clock, 5, 6:30, 6. A couple of them, matter of fact, Terraries, they start 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There's one place I think that started at 9 a.m. My thing is finding a middle ground there, probably 4:30. But I am going to reiterate what somebody else said. And no offense to the council up here. Some people like to hear themselves talk. And that you should have the 3-minute rule just like we do. Because we only have 3 minutes to argue our point. You should only have 3 minutes to argue your point. It's not fair that you get more time on a subject that we've only had maybe 1 day to study and you've had a whole week. So let's keep it fair, 3 minutes, and let's get through these meetings. I appreciate you very much. And I get your point. And I get your point too about the kids. So I'm hoping that maybe we should get back to how we run these meetings. And you know, the 6 o'clock or the 5 o'clock would work because, hey, you only got 3 minutes. So thank you, and let's keep it fair.
Thank you.
May as well finish with me tonight. Yeah, there's a reason and a purpose for that person there. Because that's really what y'all want is cardboard people here so that you don't have to talk. But you know, Paula landed it. And I understand about all of y'all. But I'm from the time here that people were here till 11 o'clock and I never heard any whiners on the council. But here's what I want to say. First of all, you knew what the job was and you knew what the time was when you got the job. And I don't know anybody that can walk into their job and go, you know what, Mr. Boss, I decided I don't want to be here at that time today. I'm leaving at this time today. And the reason why I'm saying this, you guys have argued up here, and they're right. And Chandra, thank you for stepping in tonight. That's what needs to be done. This was a 2.5-hour meeting. And the reason this was done at night, and I disrespect, and I've told Todd this, he and I will go at it forever about this. None of y'all have been down here for 25 years. I'm the lady that opened this thing up for the public. And let's go black and white too. Oh, the black community wasn't allowed in here. They didn't get to talk. And if they did, they stayed in the back of the room like the back of the bus. I've lived it. But there's no excuse in this going on. In fact, from 5:30 to 6:30, y'all could have your reports and stuff all by yourself and then convene the thing at 6:30 for the people that are out there at work that want to be here, because I want you to see her. You know why she's got that date on there? Okay. I decided tonight I'm giving my baby his due. Wayne, is this ready to go? Okay. Get it up there. Yeah. In 2 days, I'll be married 49 years to that wonderful man who has backed me 100%. 100%. That was a happy day. But that's what this is like. I got that idea, not by me, by a guy last Friday who said, you know, he called me because they just moved here about 6 months ago, he and his wife. And then they come in here and find out now it's been changed to 3 and they can't come down here. But when you stand here and you talk like I do, or other people come up here and they're passionate and you hear our voice, you can't replace that. You can't replace that to this. That's like what y'all want is cardboard. If I had time, I don't have time today. I didn't have time to be down here today at all, period. And then I realized 25 years in 2 days of my 49 years with that man has been down here to stand up for the public. And y'all may do 2 years and that's a problem. Now I know you got redone, Chandra, so you got another 2, yay, and the mayor, he's seen it. But I don't take excuses. If y'all would cut it off and like she said, do your 3 minutes, say your thing, do your thing, and then you're over with it. All of this stuff that happened tonight was all from you guys, not from us. And one of the most foundational things in the Constitution is you have the right to stand, and I don't care about that thing. You've got the right to stand and redress and address your government. And starting from Allison all the way down to Bill Peterson, it's not the same unless a human being is standing here. It's not. Look at her. Can you talk to her? Because I want y'all to look at her. Yeah, that's me 49 years ago. Yeah, I was skinny and cute and whatever. Okay. But that isn't why I brought that in for the point. I was just going through my pictures and thought, hey, why don't I just do this? Let's have some levity in here. But then I wanted to give that man due. If he can put up with this for 25 years, I can come in here and leave my husband and my little son, who was 4 years old when I moved here, and said, Mama, go do something. You got to help fix this. I thought it was just the police department. Little did I know it was this. This, that you need to understand people didn't have a say in here. And not only was it our black community, anybody that was maybe they thought level or lower or poor or not the, good old boys, they didn't have a say in here. They go, well, thank you for coming, Miss Smith, but, don't bother to come back. We're not going to listen to you. It was made very clear. And I decided I'm done with that. And you guys are only down here 2 nights out of 30 to 31 days. Just 2. It isn't like you're here every week. Your workshops, listen, I mean that. I know you're home schooling your kids. You've got a boat thing and you're out there hot. I'm not sure what all, Murray, you still, I think, do some irrigation stuff. Chandra does her thing. He's there with CVS. I all get it. That's why I took the time to do this, get this. Oh, and shout out to Affordable Signs, who could keep their mouth shut and got this done. Yeah. But you know what? That's really it. I wanted to take the time to get a whole bunch of these size and put them all over here, because look at who's here. Look at who's here. But there used to be 12 other people that were here. They came every council so that they could watch for their community, watch for their neighborhood. And that's a good thing, because then they go back and carry the message, and y'all don't have to hear all those people. And I'm going to read you the stats before I'm done. Thank you for this.
Ms. Fortner, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up in about 30 seconds.
No, I am.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. This is not because of us tonight. Y'all better go home and look in the mirror and realize what happened. And Chandra, again, thank you. That's what needs to happen. It needs to stop. And if you want to have your reports and have presentations, have it before the council meets. But the city of Orlando's got 329,000 people. Lake County's got 453,000. We've got 52,000, and we've got an average household income of 96,000 combined. That's almost poverty level. That's people that cannot take off to come to work. Come down here. They can't get off work. You think they're going to get to their desk and go, excuse me, Mr. Boss, I got to come over here so that I can get on Zoom and talk to the people in the council?
Can I get your stats, please?
Yeah, that was the stats. Okay, no, I'm saying. So it's not effective. That should be a wake-up call for y'all.
All right.
It's not about cardboard people, and you guys need to just get it all in line, and there's no reason not to have this, and let the public that has been left off of this deal come back in here. Didn't have a problem all these years with anyone. Not anyone whined and cried in here. Not one. I can't figure it out. I think we're getting too dang privileged, is what I think. And it's
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I put a bag over her head, so I gotta go take it as a cost. And I'll fold this up and give it to you, Dawn. You can put it in the file.
Please, please. We still got a meeting going. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Sin Doyle, 1020 West Minnehaha Avenue. I agree wholeheartedly with, believe it or not, with what you said, Mr. Howard, about maybe putting the business that the public is not involved with at the beginning of the meeting and put the public part at the end. So, and also in combination with having Zoom, so that people from home can still stay home with their kids, not have to, I've never seen kids in here, by the way. I just think that's kind of a silly thing, because every time I've come, I've never seen one kid. But at any rate, I just think that those are both good ideas, and I think you should consider that. You don't need to change the time necessarily, just change the agenda
and change the fact, to put the Zoom, which should have been done years ago, really. I mean, you know, we've been in the 20th century for 21st century for 25 years, you know. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
She must have not have been here when the row house was up. My name is Patrick Bianchi, 810 West Montrose Street. I was going to read you 75 or so municipalities that have their meetings before 5 o'clock, but I'll spare you time. Couple things I want to say. One, I believe it is absolutely crucial that you investigate the need for the technology to be able to do that. A lot of municipalities like Orlando, and I do business in a lot of municipalities, they have the ability for that public input virtually, and I think it's a fair point. I think it's well taken. The other thing is I don't take offense to your strong position even prior to public comment. This item has come up 4 times in public meetings, and your position has been very clear every time, including your social media, which you've asked the public to engage in. So I don't take offense that this time you're saying what your position is, because you've already taken it 5 other times. What I'd say to, and there might be a compromise, but these meetings are running long, and I do remember that 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning meeting. It was not fun. It was not fun to go home and wake up sick the next day because, you know, nothing good happens when you're out that late. I think there are other actions that need to be taken. I do want to thank you in advance for all the events and things that you've gone and done and ribbon cuttings that you attended. I will not be staying during reports because this meeting is too long. And thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? No one else. I'm going to close public comment. Ms. Peterson, you have anything to say?
I mean, you actually, everybody here has said what I had, you know, like, first of all, we've been here now for 6 hours. So if we did 6:30, we'd be 12:30 right now. And we all know that decision-making drops down as time goes by. So should we be making critical decisions about the community, about, you know, somebody's business, and then at that point in time, you just want to get, no, I don't want to hear it anymore. Or it's not even sinking in. You can't really digest material anymore at this. So that being said, I mean, if we could do a 2-hour meeting, yeah, that would be fine. I haven't been to a 2-hour meeting yet, and I'm here 10 months, so.
I guess you wasn't here when we had the 2-hour meeting. Oh, okay. No, we just had one a few weeks ago.
Yeah, that was a strange.
And again, let me. Are you done?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Jump in.
Let me say this again. Patrick is right, Ms. Forth is right, Vincent is right. Yes, I was here when I first got elected. We was here to 1 o'clock in the mornings and everything. But one of the things I had experienced at the time, and I keep saying this to everybody, I had a city manager, interim city manager at the time, didn't understand what was going on, so my agenda is what was creating most of the problem for us, okay? You know, and I keep saying we have to watch the agenda, what we put on the agenda. When I look at this agenda, and I agree, and I told Mr. Van Wagner the other day when I saw this agenda, this should be about a 2-hour meeting. Okay? Is that my fault? No, it's not your fault. I'm not blaming you. I said it should be a 2-hour meeting. But then after I left you and I started getting some more feedback from the community, I said, oh no, it's not going to be. Because why? When the public starts seeing what's on this agenda and everything, and they all starting getting upset, it's going to be a lot of conversation going on here. Which, one of the things we did before, under the previous, and Ms. Myers, you can agree to this, proud this council here, we was getting out of here 2-3 hours. We was getting out of here, we were starting at 6:30, and we would be done 8:30, 9 o'clock. We were. But we had learned how to control our agenda. We would look at that agenda. I would sit down with the city manager. I look at him and I say, well, hear from the top. This is going to be discussion. Maybe we need to push that next week and not this week.
I don't always think it was the agenda, sir. I think it was that we didn't have as many talkers as we have now.
Well, we do have a few more talkers up here as well. I agree with that. Okay. And I've been one of those that's tried to really watch my conversation because of it. But then again, as I've always said, and from the time I got up here, and I said, I will never censor any of you, okay? That's not my position to censor you all. It's you all got elected from the people just like I did, and if you all have something to say, I'm gonna let you say it. And I agree with Mr. Joe, when I first came in, I tried to figure out a way how to limit everybody from talking. Developers, everything, and of course, I was told right away, you can't stop it, you gotta let them talk. I sit here and I give you more than 3 minutes sometime. Unless I see a whole lot of people lined up, then I'm gonna try to control the 3 minutes. And for the council member, I let you talk. But I've said this before, a lot of these questions you're asking and things can be asked before you get to the dais. Okay? That's one of the things I learned to do when I got here. I would sit down with my city manager, I would sit down with Mr. Kirk, and I would look at him and say, this is a problem, take care of this issue, get me an answer to this before I get up. But when I got up, I didn't have to answer a whole lot of questions. Even now, it's very seldom I really answer a whole lot of questions because I've gotten an answer. If I've got some confusion about something, when I'm going over the agenda, I go to them and I ask them to get the answer for me. Okay? And everything, and that's what we need to learn and do this thing before we get here, instead of sitting here and trying to put people on trial. It seems as though we've taken through trials up here now. I got people coming to me right now, and I guess you all don't hear this. I got people coming to me and say they developers and everything, they do not want to even come to Clermont because they don't want to have to go through what the council and even the P&Z board been putting them through. Yes.
Good.
These are the comments that are coming to me. Okay.
Good. That means we're scaring away the developers that want to do bad projects.
Well, it's not scaring away developers that want to. You can't. Well, Ms. Strange, I keep.
Well, you
trying
had
to
4
get-
minutes,
I keep
sir. If
trying
we want to
get you-
limit our conversation, it's been 4 minutes. It's
Yes.
8:41.
Yes, and
My
I realize that.
comments, and to move on, is
Ms. Strange, you got a habit of when I'm talking, always interrupting, and I never interrupt you.
that's not
okay?
true. You interrupt
yes, you
me.
do, man.
We have a mutual agreement to interrupt one another, and you've been talking for 4 minutes. So we talked about 3 minutes. My 3 minutes is this. I think we can use the consent agenda.
And it
If we use the
seems as though
consent
you
agenda.
you can sit here and you can talk. I can go back to my
If we
notes
use
tonight
the
and-
consent agenda and we don't have to pull everything on consent, the fact of the matter is most of the work is done before we get here. And so items don't need to all be pulled from consent. And yet, and I appreciate it, there's a desire by the public to hear what our thoughts are on every single item. And I get it. And so we tolerate that. And I mean tolerate it, because if you go to Leesburg, the meetings last 45 minutes. You know why? Because everything's on consent. Why? Because it's non-controversial. It's on consent. They leverage the consent agenda. We don't do that. So we talk about every single thing. If we don't talk about it, then we hear things like backdoor deals, in the shadows. We don't know what's going on. So for the public, as your elected official, I hear we want to know what decision we're making, why we're making it, what caused us to make it. And so I speak to those things. So in the spirit of transparency, I am more than happy to sit up here, make a motion, make a vote, and move on. I will do that for you tomorrow at 6:30 at night. But it's going to look like there's backdoor deals going on. So be careful what you wish for. I mean, it's kind of it is the same. So when there's 10 items on consent and 4 get pulled, and there's 20 minutes of public comment, and then there's the person doing the presentation, you just added 2 hours to the meeting. This is just math. So I'm happy with what the people are happy with. I'll be here at 6:30. I'll be here at 9 a.m. I'll be here at 3 o'clock. I think it's helpful for us to have relationship, to talk. I think it's helpful for the public to hear why we're voting the way we are. I think that's true. I love the idea of Zoom, public comment. I think that's wonderful. I would love to see that right now. I also think that having public comment at the end would be helpful, and I'm willing to commit to saying I will be here at 5:30 or 6 or 6:30, whatever time works for the public, even if our meeting only takes 2 hours. All of those things are things I'm willing to agree to. I took 2.5 minutes. That's my time.
You done?
I'm done.
Can I finish now?
Sure.
Thank you. As I say, you have a habit of interrupting. But Ms. Strange, as I was saying, and by the way, thank you for approving what I just said about the agenda. A lot of things on the consent agenda that shouldn't be there sometime get pulled, and then Mr. Van Wagner can tell you, I pretty much tell him, oh, this is gonna probably get pulled, this is gonna probably get pulled, okay?
I don't agree with your point on the agenda.
Well,
I think this is about us
then
controlling
again,
ourselves
you
and
just said
responding
we
to the
pull
public.
things, and then we get into these
But Mr.
discussions.
Mayor,
That's
what
I'm saying.
this
Go
is,
back
I
and look
think,
we're
what
doing
Ms.
today.
Myers is
But let me-
talking
let
about.
me- Let me address
This is
some of the other
pontification
issues.
at this point. We agreed to 3 minutes of discussion. We haven't been enforcing that. The point of tonight is we need to limit ourselves to the 3 minutes of discussion. And you're the mayor. You're responsible for running the meeting. Please limit yourself to 3 minutes, and I am more than happy. You can put me at 90 seconds, and I will do it.
Well, Ms. Strange, I'm gonna say this, since everybody else, Ms. Myers keep hitting at it and you haven't got, you probably do more talking than anyone up here, okay? Period.
I'm more than
Okay,
willing to
I'm
prove
done
you
with
wrong on that,
I'm
sir.
done with that. But let me address the Zoom issue that somebody commented on earlier. Yes, we have been trying to work on the Zoom. I understand we almost got that in place. I would love for you to be able to tune in from home. Okay, that's one of the reasons we went with our own in-house system, so we can eventually get to there. Okay, I'm hoping it can happen. I don't know. I haven't. It's been a while since I talked to Wayne about it and everything. So, but I know he's working on it. By the way, these are public meetings, and we have sunshine laws here. You all talking about doing this and doing that before this and before that. We cannot sit here and talk to each other and carry on without doing it in front of the people, the public. That's what the sunshine is all about. We are supposed to negotiate these, take care of this business in front of the people. But yet and still, we sit here and we're trying to make a decision and shut them out, and we don't want to be here at night because it's bothering us to be here late at night. I'm sorry if you can't make a good decision at 10 o'clock at night. Let me tell you something. I had jobs where I went to work at 10, 12 o'clock, midnight, and everything else in the middle of the night. And I had to be able to be very
And
functional.
good for you. You probably did that
Yeah,
as a service
and
member.
everything. You're right.
And I appreciate your service to this
So-
country.
so
But to
I'm not
say
gonna ever
that,
use this.
but to try to take swipes at the fact that I said we do not make good choices at 10, 11, midnight, it is the truth.
Well,
What show me one good decision we made as a council at midnight.
Well, still show me some good ones we made at 3 o'clock. See, huh? But anyway, I don't think we need to be trying to
Can we have a
separate the
vote?
schedule or agenda to try to meet here, meet there, because I think we may be coming in a problem with the sunshine law there.
Can
I'm
we have
not
a
quite
vote?
sure and everything, but you have to be very careful there. What say you, Mr. Walker?
Whether it's a sunshine law violation?
Yeah, well, the way you talk about dividing and the genders and all that.
Mayor,
Well,
I'd
would
like to
you,
call for a vote.
I think, I don't think it's, maybe I'm confused about what's being proposed, but I didn't, talking about putting the public stuff at a certain time and.
So, is it Orlando that does, it's either Orlando or Orange County. So Orlando, I think it's Orlando.
Yes.
They do their city business at a specific time.
Yeah, they do.
And then they'll do the public hearing portion after that, so they have a little break.
There's a lot of places that do
So,
that, yeah.
so they'll have their public hearing portion will be done, let's say, at 6:30, but they'll actually do their city business at, let's say, 3 or 4,
Orange County does
and then whatever space you have in between. And so it's kind of a hybrid model. I'm good. I don't want to take up, I mean, I'll speak here in a minute,
There's no
but go ahead.
sunshine.
I've been at those meetings. I was going to ask the mayor, I'm going to leave, and when I do, I may not be back here for either forever or a long time. It's been a long haul. It truly is. And what I'd like to say, I didn't want y'all to go and sue and have a fight up here. Just look at the what you can do. I'm just putting it out there and trying to make y'all understand. You know, from
Yes.
5:30 to 6:30, y'all can have your reports, presentations, all that funky little stuff you do and everything. And then at 6:30, you could start it, and if everybody could just get yourself in line at 3 minutes, you'll be out of here before 9 o'clock. You really would. I mean,
Well-
or else we go get cots and you take a nap. But listen, I'm done with it. I'm literally done. I
Thank
really
you.
am. I'm
Thank you,
over it.
Ms. Forth,
It's
but,
a sad day. It's a sad day for me because I put 25 years in not to watch this.
Yes. I entertain a motion.
Well, I haven't. So, hold on. Number one, I'll support a hybrid if we want to go look at it. so this issue has been talked about over and over again, and we keep bringing up these controversial issues that are never going to get solved. So when we have this, it goes over and over again. I've talked about it before, support Zoom, or Teams, whatever it may be. The agenda notice, is she gone? She's gone. We do have a 3-minute rule in line. Let's just remember that if we stay till 11:30, we actually require businesses to close in downtown at 11:30. So, and then just to remind you, Mr. Mayor, the reason that you had short meetings with the previous council is because you guys all pretty much just fell in with what the city manager wanted you to do. And so now you just want to argue the point forever and ever. And I've sat through here enough times listening to your 45-minute reports and everything else about what corn dog festival you went to. So that is the problem. So if you'd like to limit us and you'd like to run the meeting as we have written in our ordinance and hold everybody to 3 minutes, then please do so. But that is your job as the mayor, just to remind you.
And in the future, I will do that, okay? Yeah, we'll make sure everybody stays on at 3 minutes.
I'd like to make a motion that we maintain the meeting times at 3 o'clock.
You don't need a motion. This was just a discussion.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh.
All righty, reports, Mr. Van Wagner.
City Hall will be closed September 1st for Labor Day. And then our first budget public hearing is going to be Thursday, September 4th at 5:30. And then our first Friday food trucks are Friday, September 5th in the downtown Clermont. And just on a side note, I want to let you know that I don't know that it's ever happened before, but the county manager of Lake County presented me a proposal that I gave to the fire chief, and we are looking at their proposal to fund ambulance services. So for the first time that I'm aware of, it breaks down per call. So Chief Azel's going through that right now, and then we'll get back with the council after we do a thorough vetting of it. But I just want to let you know that they finally did put something in writing, and it's not verbal anymore. It's actually in writing, so.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, and Mr. Mayor, I want to invite you, if you'd like to help me with any of these sincerely, I've made that offer to you before when we're looking at the agenda, and I'll make it to you again publicly, that if you'd like to look at an agenda ahead of time, I'm happy to let you look at that with me, because I'm here to work with all of you, so I'll make that opportunity available to you again before I publish it if you'd like to look at it. And I mean that sincerely. And I would like to just say this. It's hard to manage a meeting when reports go an hour. It really limits what I can accomplish, and we can do one of two things. We can either slow down our permitting process for residents and businesses. I promise you I know how to do that. Or we can continue to do business so people get things done quickly. And that's a decision you five need to help me have a vision on how you'd like to do that. And I will do accordingly, because I'm here to serve all five of you. So thanks for letting me have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and whenever you're doing the agenda, you give me a call, and I'll be happy to come down and try to sit with you.
Sure, every 2 weeks, I'd happy to do that with you.
I don't know what time, sir. So give me a call.
We have a post meeting tomorrow at 10. We do that every time after the council meeting, so we'd be happy to have you come sit with me and the staff. It's every 2 weeks. We go over how long it took, why it took that long, and what we can do to make the meeting efficient. So I do that with about 5 or 6 of us every time, and I made that offer to you, and I want to make that to you publicly again, that you're more than welcome to that meeting, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Waugh.
Mayor, I hesitate to say too much here, but I don't get y'all, too often in one place. So, first of all, litigation-wise, in late July, the city did receive summary judgment on most of the claims that were brought by Mr. Wright Ahern, but not all of them. So as a result, it dramatically improved our negotiating position, but the case was still going to go to trial. They did reach a settlement. It's being written down, but I can report that the case is settled at no cost to the city. I have had a recent discussion with Stony Brunson about drafting an agreement between the city and Sunshine regarding some cooperation that they're going to have, and that will eventually come to you for your consideration. At your next meeting, I expect that we are going to have a couple resolutions. One is there's going to be a resolution regarding permitting site visits, ex-parte communication, and expert opinions by either members of the Planning and Zoning Board or yourselves. So currently, if you go out and do a site visit for a CUP hearing or rezoning, you're really not supposed to. You're supposed to limit yourself to whatever's in the hearing. But there is a Florida statute that says if you adopt a resolution, you can remove the prejudicial effect of that. Site visits, you can go get your own experts. You can even have ex-parte communications. They just have to all be reported in the hearing. This is going to be up for your consideration. Planning and zoning already wants it, but you're the decision makers on if this happens. Additionally, I'm going to have two potential resolutions for you regarding SB 180. You're going to have a choice. I mean, you always have a choice. You can do whatever you want. But the resolution that's been provided by the Weiss Sirota law firm from South Florida, does the city want to join the litigation? There's at least 10 cities that have already joined, several counties, to challenge SB 180 as unconstitutionally vague. Alternatively, you could just pass a resolution that supports repealing or modifying SB 180 to give home rule some effect back in the city. That's going to be for you to consider. We are working with the finance department on several resolutions that will be coming up in the next couple of weeks. And I was a little disturbed by what I heard about CRA finance compliance from the audit report today, and I'll be looking into that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Ms. Myers.
No report.
Mr. Peterson.
No report.
Councilmember Strange.
The TDC is going to be meeting in October to send the strategic plan up to the Board of County Commissioners. The tourism director is working on a list of specific targeted sports and potential facilities. Clermont is absolutely going to be involved in that conversation, so I hope to come back in September with some follow-up on that before we head into the TDC meeting. The hope is that there's some sort of funding, so that's the goal. Also had a very interesting meeting last week. This might sound like hot dogs, but hear me out. The city of Clermont, I think technically it's in the county, but she has a Clermont address, is actually the home of Miss Teen Florida. And she is competing for Miss Teen USA, or Miss America. I'm going to get it wrong. I apologize if she's watching. But the weekend of September 6th and 7th at the Dr. Phillips Center. So Ryan Ritchie from the county came down, and he and several others and I hosted the Miss Florida and the Miss Teen Florida to help them prep for their competition next weekend. So if anybody knows her, she's got something like 30 million followers on Facebook or on social media. That's great advertisement for the city of Clermont. So Miss Teen Florida. She's already got the crown. She's Miss Teen Florida, but she's going for the big one. So those are my reports.
Councilmember Howard.
So I appreciate that you brought up the SB 180. I would like to have a little more understanding of, I know there's multiple litigation routes to go, and I had spoke about that earlier, about how do we get the language that we want, not only to win that one, but to get something that gives us teeth in furthering our interests. So I'd love to have that conversation and you bring that back to us. There was a discussion about businesses on social media, and it's just timely because Main Street's going through the same thing. We probably should have a workshop policy or workshop discussion about policy on new business social media. I know that Main Street is just trying to go in and say, hey, come to downtown and have ice cream, and then they list all the ice cream vendors. So it's kind of a more fair way, and we heard that today that, that one business got a lot of. So I think by saying that, I think that's a good way to have that discussion, and I think it's timely because other groups are having that same conversation. And then this is one that will be a bigger conversation. I learned something. And Mr. Van Wagner and I have been having a discussion about annexations and why there's a hodgepodge of things that weren't annexed. And what I learned it because it was previous to our ISBA agreement. And so we couldn't jump a piece of property. So if there was one piece of property in the middle of where we needed to go, we couldn't jump that county property. So you and I had that conversation, I didn't know. So I asked around and I found that out. So when we look at this, at some pieces of property, especially commercial, that were not annexed, we need to go back and have that bigger conversation of annexing those in. And it's not because, you know, it was a failure on previous councils going way back, like the green roofs. It's actually because they physically couldn't do it from a legal standpoint. So I learned something, so hopefully we can get a big list of a lot of those pieces of property, specifically commercial, that were not annexed because of old rules, and we can move forward with that because we're already servicing them. So that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Mr. Mathis.
Yeah, I'll make this real quick. I just wanted to report, we've heard a lot of people talk tonight about different ways to communicate outside, and just wanted to update you that we do live stream all of these meetings on YouTube and Facebook and allow comments to come in. If there's questions that come in, we get back to them within 24 hours with answers. We're also experimenting right now, starting the experimental stage with the thing called Teams Town Hall. That's what it's called. So that is a method that we're testing now that allows people to interact from home, from wherever. It's a Teams, but they actually get vetted. We make sure that they're city residents, so we can make sure that they're, you know, we can do a little research on and make sure that they're legitimate residents, not just anybody tuning in just to make our meetings go longer. So that is in the experimental phase right now. That should be rolling out probably pretty soon once we get all the kinks worked out. So I know that came up several times tonight, and I just wanted to let you know that we are working on it. We are moving forward with that. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now for my report. Of course, I just got back from the Florida League of Cities conference and mayors as well. Outstanding conference. Mr. Mr. Mathis and Mr. Peterson was there as well. I hope they learned as much as I did. I know it was a couple of classes we had to split up, but I haven't gotten your report on your class, but I'm still looking forward to it because some things was going on at the same time, so we kind of decided to split up and take, each one of us took one and everything. So hopefully I'll get a chance to sit down with you and meet with you, and I think that was on AI, was it? Yeah, and everything. So I hadn't talked to Mr. Van Wagner about this, but I wanted to address it all before the council first. Utilities, when they have a leak over there right now and everything, it seems to be if a customer line break or something is leaking, I think the policy is they go for about 10 days before they actually try to notify someone. And I recently got a call from one of the residents, and he had like a $995 water bill because he had a main line break. He paid it. However, I think after talking with him and running it through a couple of friends of mine and different things, getting other points of view, I think we need to maybe look at that and change the policy over there when our guys sitting there and they get alert saying it's a leak going on and it's losing almost 100,000 gallons of water a day. I think we need to maybe change that policy and notify the person within 2 or 3 days. Okay, so I mean, I don't know what, huh?
Is that a council policy? Do we have a written policy on that?
Well, that's one of the things I think as a council we need when we have these kind of issues, and like I said, I hadn't had a chance to talk to Mr. Van Wagner about it and sitting down and everything. Maybe we need to look at these kind of things and say, hey, what can we do to eliminate these things as a council?
I can tell you that Public Works has Trident. Is it Trident? It's Trident.
They're doing
Neptune.
Neptune.
Neptune,
Yeah,
excuse
they're
me,
doing
Trident, Neptune, whichever. So Neptune solves that problem, and I did speak to that a couple weeks ago. And if we support that and push it through, and I've asked Tony to bring it back to us, they'll actually be able to see it in real time.
Okay, well, we need to just address it rather than waiting 10 days and just going down. I mean, it's, when I went and pulled the report, and I can look at the meter and see that he was losing 100,000 gallons of water for 4 or 5 days in a row, 10 days almost, and everything. Something needs to be done instead of waiting 10 days, so we need to maybe look at that. Other than that, I got mayor's luncheon next week. And I think Mr. Van Wagner already addressed Labor Day, so. Other than that, that's all I have. Anybody else have anything that needs to come to, before the council for the good of the city? Hearing none, meeting adjourned.